Okay. Well. Testing. Hello, 1, 2, 3. Sorry guys. As usual, I feel like I suck with tech stuff, but all I do is play around with tech stuff. So I have no excuses. Welcome. Yo, okay, I haven't talked out loud all day today. So this is actually my first time testing if I'm actually still sick or have I recovered. Ooh, I'm like 95% back to health. So it's good to be back. Today's going to be a pretty long stream, assuming my health is back. It's been annoying because I've been sick for the past few days. Hello. Thanks, Fed. Thanks for being here. And Kavai with the awesome emotes. Thanks for using our OG Nala cat emote there. Bentriz says you go to imaging or WPPI. What? I don't know what either of that means. Is this a new language? I don't know. Imaging or WPPI. Hold on. What could that be referring to? And then thanks everyone. So I am, like usual, I'm testing a number of things right now. I did try to test shooting, streaming in 4K on YouTube. However, that was short-lived as it looked like my computer, everything was laggy. So I think I will try it again, but I'll probably need to restart my connection, and I might just need to double check a few things before I do it next time. So anyways, welcome guys. I am streaming on YouTube, both vertical and landscape streams. And then I'm on Twitch, as well as I am testing yet again TikTok and seeing how TikTok Live goes. I decided I'm going to pause on the Instagram Live just because it like crashed at the end. I have no idea where the stream saves. Like it's not very... I don't think Instagram is really conducive for like a live streaming platform right now. So I figure I might wait until I do my first international trip, and then I will plan to properly do some live streams. And I think that will be a nice moment to kind of kick up the Instagram Live again for some expectations. Bentra says, photography expos, the imaging or the WPPI. Ooh, I haven't heard of either of these. Wow, it goes to show how much I know, right? Thank you for letting me know, Bentriz. Okay, I need to Google this right now as we speak. So you said, excuse me. I did say 95% recovered. I still have a little bit of a cough lingering, but I think I'm not as congested anymore. It's slightly in my voice, but not a crazy amount. Ooh, but as I say that, I feel like I'm making it worse. Let me just take a sip. Okay. All right, I am going to do my best to monitor my chats, and this is no one's fault but my own. So I do apologize in advance, but right now, basically, as I'm trying to test out TikTok Live, and then Twitch and YouTube, basically TikTok, it seems like, because I just started, and at some point, hopefully, they will like me enough, and hopefully I don't get suspended for random things. And I think at some point, if I continue streaming on TikTok, they might give me a stream key, which then means I can loop it into OBS so that I don't have all these separate chats or separate things that I have to monitor. So that should help eventually. What's up, L Thing? L Thing says CP Plus is better though. Okay, I got a bunch of things to check out real quick. So let me switch over to the editing mode. Right now we got Nala in the chat, or in the stream, I would say. Hold on, let's switch over to Nala real quick over on this side. So today's stream is brought to you by Nala, the sleeping beauty over here. And then Kimbap is a no-show. He was over there earlier, but I think he's chilling over on the couch right now. So you'll see a little empty bed where Kimbap usually should be. But this guy just didn't show up to work today. So what can you do? Actually, let me bring my little sleeping cat over. Okay, so this little, oh, does it make it into this stream? Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, at least we've got an avatar version of Kimbap who's gonna hang out with us for a little bit. Okay, so I have 3 things to check out. Bentriz mentioned the imaging and the WPPI, and then Elthing mentioned the CP as another like photography expo. I need to Actually, I need to attend film expos, or like, I guess they're called film festivals. Is that what it is? But yeah, that is on my to-do list. Okay, hold on. Let's switch back over to editing mode over here. And let me just get all of these chats in a proper order. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. The stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. We recommend what? Hold on a second, guys. YouTube is telling me I should do something. I should use a bit rate of 23,000. Oh, I think it's because they were... Okay, no. Hopefully, if you guys are watching this on the YouTube side, it should be okay. Do let me know if for some reason it's super laggy. I hope not. But basically, I think this might be like the residue of me trying to stream in 4K, and now YouTube is confused. But yeah, anyways. All right, so now we've got everything lined up here, and I think I'm ready to be a proper streamer. So let's... Oh, hold on. Let me also adjust the focus so Nala is more in focus there. Perfect. Perfect, as they say. All right, guys. Let's start off by checking out these things that was mentioned. WPPI 2026 Photography Expo. There's the Imaging Expo, and what was the other one? Bentriz, you mentioned... WTP... Oh, you mentioned both of these. And then L mentioned the CP Plus Expo. What the heck? Is this like a Chinese thing? The 2026 CP Plus Photo Show in Japan, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it must be this thing. And then Imaging Expo. Imaging USA. Oh, dang it. Oh, yeah. So Bentriz, just in case, just for a quick little, maybe I should reintroduce myself. So I am a travel and wildlife photographer and recently going into filmmaking. But yeah, my focus now has been more on the filmmaking side. I'm based in Dubai. So while I speak proper English, I don't live there anymore. So anything back in the States, I'm like, yo, you're going to have to give me a good reason to go out there. But the Imaging USA Expo 2026, WPPI 2026. Oh, dang it. Both of these are in Vegas. Or both are in the States. Okay. Ben Triz, just as a quick FYI, unfortunately, this is a truth about myself. I don't know anything about any of the things that I do, which is very sad. So while some people may view me as a professional or an expert, in due time, as you continue watching my stream, you will quickly realize I kind of like stumble my way forward. So I don't know anybody or anything. I don't know any of these events. So I feel like I should know who this person is, Annie Leibovitz, as she is a keynote speaker, but alas, I don't know who she is. The 2026 CP Plus Photo Show in Japan will be the biggest ever. Now, Japan is a bit more... Oh, dang it. This is like roughly around the time I was planning to visit Japan. If all of my plans had gone through, I was planning a photo tour and taking a bunch of people with me to Japan in the beginning of February. It could have been nice to extend it to attend this as well. CP Show Plus... Hold on, let me bring everything up here. CP Show Plus Camera and Imaging Products Association, more commonly known as SIPA. This is the same organization that is responsible for the standardized testing. There's a standardized... Oh, for what? Official battery life expectations. Okay. No, but the one I am attending, I'll be running a workshop, is at the Exposure in Dubai, or in Sharjah. So this is the one I will be attending, as I live in Dubai, and I'll be doing a workshop as part of Nikon. So Nikon asked if I could run a quick workshop as part of their booth that they have. So I think I'll be doing the workshop on the third day of this expo, if I'm not mistaken. It's still early days in terms of like, oh, it's actually coming up. But yeah, I've just kind of locked down what the topic will be. Oh, shoot, what am I going to talk about? because they're giving me like an hour and a half, which is a lot of time, by the way. And I did this last year as well. It was fun. So the first time I did one of these, my topic, Kavai, you said, you asked, you traveling to Norway anytime soon? I don't know yet. Fingers crossed. A big thing that I'm planning to do this year is actually look into some film projects, or like figure out how to fund film projects. Now, if I'm not able to get this figured out in the next like month or two, I will just end up booking my own trips and just spending my own money and just, making my own documentary style things, and like the typical travel vlogs that we're so backlogged on. And then that means I would love to go to Norway for both the dog sledding concept. I think that'd be fun. If you know anyone that I should like interview, that I can create like a short film around that culture there. And then the second thing would be the reindeer tribe. I believe it's in Norway as well as Finland and Sweden, if I'm not mistaken. So my point was I have to just go to one of those places as long as I can find a connection to spend time with the Sika tribe. Is that what it's called? And then I mentioned to you guys, some of you guys before, I would want to do the same thing in Mongolia and spend time with the reindeer tribe. So that is absolutely a film project that I'm aiming to do. And if it takes me to Norway, the more excited I'll be. But yeah, so this exposure, I did this a few times, and I've done a few workshops for Nikon in the past. And initially, my first ever workshop I did for them, I was so proud of myself. It was called From Stills to Reels. And then I had a few subtext afterwards. But basically, it was a presentation and a workshop on why, as photographers, we need to shift into videography. Right? So this is like just after COVID, like 2020, 2021. And I was dabbling in doing like Instagram Reels, and obviously TikTok was around. So I had quickly noticed that you're either going to be left behind if you are super resistant to the art form of videography, or you're going to have to just get really, really good at photography if you want to survive in many ways, just because the competition and the audience interest is kind of shifted. So from my end, I decided, let's continue testing out videography. And so I made a whole presentation about from stills to reels, blah, 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 blah. And then I did another workshop after that called From Reels to Film, I think. I could be forgetting what it was. Well, it wasn't so catchy that I could remember it. But basically, I was then taking the next step where it's like, okay, how do you go from short form Reels into like YouTube? So how do you go from that Reels to YouTube? And so I think that did really well. And I figure for my next presentation, I could go into like just an extension of that, but basically around like the art of, I don't know. Oh, shoot. I forgot what I said I was going to do, but it's something about like filmmaking. And we do have our first short film under our belt. So I figure I can spend the workshop literally just breaking down basically what you guys get for free and what you guys have gotten for the past few months, right? I will break down my workflow, my process, my thought process on how I created the short film, the Island of Second Chances. And then like showing behind the scenes, how I shot it, how I edited, how I scripted, how did I, blah, blah, blah. So I'll need to spend some time to kind of put it all together, but I will be doing a workshop at this event, Exposure. If you guys, Bentriz or L, I'm not sure, you guys seem to know everything, or everyone seems to know everything except for me. But if you guys know about expos and stuff, I'm curious if you've heard of Exposure. Because it seems like it's actually a massive deal. They put a lot of money behind this, and I know there's a few photographers even I recognize. Like they had those photographers behind. There's that one photo of like the Pakistani girl, like the close up of her eye. It was like a portrait of a Pakistani girl with like this like crazy, what would you say, like very aesthetically pleasing eye or something. I forget what it was. Maybe it's like heterochromia or something like that. Anyways, that photographer I think had an exhibition there. Who's here? All these guys, whoever they are, they seem important, like Oscar winners and all that. You got Leica, Samsung, of course Nikon's here. So yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there in case anyone wants to say hi or join the workshop. I don't even know what day it is, but oh yeah, this photo. Oh, is it this photo? I don't know. Anywho, so it sounds like the CP photo show could have been a cool one to attend. The US ones, these sound legit. But yeah, chances of me going to the States are a bit slim unless I can plan it with something else. Let's see, what days are these? This is March. Are all the expos around the same time? March, January. Oh, this one's already happened. Unless I missed something. So yeah, no go on these ones, maybe on this one, and then yes for sure to Expo. Cool. All right, anyways, hello. Thanks guys for being here. So like I said, I was basically sick all of the past, I think like 4 or 5 days, which was really frustrating because I had all these grand plans, I promise, things that I was going to do, but ultimately just because I was sick, I couldn't do anything. But I did spend some time to film my next YouTube video. I'm actually kind of proud of this one. So let me open up. Let's fire up the DaVinci. But today's stream, hey, what's up, Obi-Wan? Yo, Obi-Wan. You said hi to me as I ended my stream a few days ago, and I felt bad because I didn't. Yeah, it was too late. The deed was done. So forgive me, Obi-Wan Shinobi. Stay on the light side or whatever they say. But yeah, welcome Obi-Wan. So yes, I feel almost 100% right now. I feel good enough that I think I can talk for the next like 5 hours, and I should have the energy for it. But I wanted to share with you guys one thing that I filmed the other day. Since I was sick, I figured let's just spend some time at home and test a few things. And I was able to prove an idea that I had. Also, by the way, if I'm ever like shouting into the mic and it pops or like it blasts your ear, do let me know because I'm not wearing headphones right now and I can't tell. Especially on the TikTok side, as we continue testing that, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so how do we jump over to this guy? All right, hopefully you guys can see this. My beautiful absurd looking face. Oh, and also let me know if there's any lag. Thank you, Fed, for letting me know that I fixed the lag for now, but I do still have some warning signs. Okay, check this out. I was filming at home, and apparently, because I was using that smoke machine that Photo Elite, I think Photo Elite was the one who recommended to me a while back. I bought this smoke machine for my Uganda trip, and I never ended up getting to use it properly because it was too windy, and the locations I wanted to, it just wouldn't work. So I've been using it at home, and it's been really fun, firstly. But I smoked up my entire apartment room, and I don't know. Apparently, it set off the fire alarm. Not in my apartment, though. So I actually still don't know, because a guy knocked on my door, and I guess he was like a maintenance guy or someone, and he asked like, is everything okay? But he spoke in like broken English, so I couldn't make out everything. And because he was pointing inside, and he said, you know, like the fire. And I was like, oh no, this is not a fire. This is it's a smoke machine. It's fine. But yeah, so anyways, either the fire, some kind of alarm might have been triggered, or maybe some of the fog smokiness like seeped under the front door and maybe made it into the hallway and someone saw it. I have no idea. But it was worth the effort because we got some really cool shots here. So this is basically something where I feel like I could make this video on my own. It's a pretty straightforward one. I think it's going to be about 5 to 7 minutes, probably. And it's my Pidgeotech backpack. So this is the backpack that I got from Pidgeotech, and I've been meaning to make like a preliminary video, just like a pre-review, if you will, just to do like a sniff test and kind of put this out. And then as we travel for the upcoming months, I would be taking it with me everywhere, and then obviously filming as much as I can. So then when we've got enough trips and enough kind of once we have enough inputs in terms of like feedback on how this backpack is, I can make a proper review. So shout out to Pidgeotech. By the way, I think if I do Pidgeotech. Perfect, I have updated it. there is a little discount of 10%. You can purchase from Amazon as well as their website, any of the Pidgeotech gear. And if you use that promo code, YOB, man, I need a better promo code. YOBESTP. Oh my God. Yeah, I need to talk to these guys. Yo Best Pidgey 10. Okay, that's I guess how you say it. But yeah, basically you get 10% off. And obviously it'll support the channel, so I will be super appreciative. But we got some really cool film, and my cat made the video 10 times better. And the video's not made yet, but I'm going to give it to an editor. So I'm back on the hunt for some editors. There's a few already on the backlog for me of like people that I've already had reached out to me, or like was kind of on the, excuse me, like a waiting list, for lack of a better term. So I don't want to make the mistake of outreaching to too many people and then have to be like, oh, sorry, this guy said he or she can do it, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just kind of doing one at a time. Not a big rush. I've already missed the mark on this. Kavai asked, what do you put in the fog machine? Because some alternatives leave surface dust in the whole room. I'll show you. It's a really cool product. Yeah, I think shout out to Photo Elite for recommending it. Yeah. Okay, let me go full screen for this. And then I have to always remember to go to TikTok. And then I have to I need to set up this TikTok stream deck thing. So let me go to this. There we go. Okay. Let me cover my eyes as well, so it'll... So basically, this is the... What's the company name? It's like PSI or something like that. PMI? See, proof that I still don't know anything about anything, even the things that I own. It's called the Smoke Ninja Fog Generator, and then this is like the haze machine that attaches on top. But it's like super good. And I have yet to need to refill the inside here. And the inside is something called Cloud Formula. Hopefully you can catch that. Yeah, so I've literally only used this much, right? And I've used it maybe for like 3 different shoots so far. And it's probably done at this point. But yeah, basically I haven't had to redo it or refill it since I started using it. So the fact that I've got like a full amount left, it's kind of nice. But yeah, supposedly it's like, it's made out of like some kind of vegetable thing or something organic, and something where they said it's pet friendly. It's used by Hollywood and like, you know, a bunch of film companies. Like it's safe. I think asterisk. So yeah, anyways, that's what I use, and it's been really fun. Honestly, I just had a blast filming, and then my cats enjoyed my backpack, so I wanted to show that. Okay, hold on, let's switch back to editing mode. There we go. So basically this is going to be a fun little video, and I'm handing it off to the editor once I kind of get in touch with a few of them. Hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll pray to every god out there, or goddess. I hope this is the last time I have to search for an editor, because it's... I almost... You know what? I should write this down. But I need to make a video about how difficult it is to find a good editor. And not to like... But then I have to be careful, because I don't want to put someone on blast. Not necessarily. But, you know, it's like good learnings, because my goodness, there's like a sea of bad editors. There's a sea of earnest people, but then there's also another sea of people who will take you for a ride for the easy money. So another thing that I bought is this, I bought this, like, I don't know if you guys can see it. I bought this desk buddy thing. It's like a black whiteboard, So I've been using it as my little to-do list. Anyways, okay, I'm getting distracted. Let's talk about this video. Hold on. Okay. Let's talk about this video. I did the thing where it starts out. Oh, and let me make sure you guys can hear it. Properties. My OBS has been acting weird, so I have to like constantly update. I have to refresh things, but okay, let's see if this works. If the shot looks terrible, just know it was a great idea in my... So yeah, I start off with this silly ass thing where you hear me opening up the bag, and then I'm revealed and I do a little talk. One thing I didn't consider, well, two things, I guess. One, I still need to lose like 5 kgs, which is like 10 pounds. So I have a lot of weight to lose right now, okay? So I'm not looking my best. Okay, 3 things. Number 2, I'm sick in this shot, okay? So I definitely don't look my best with that in mind as well. So not only do I not look my best, I'm also, I still have a lot of weight to lose. And then number 3, I didn't realize this angle in particular. When you're basically bent, like keeled over and your head is like at a certain angle, it basically raises your cheeks and like gravity does the rest. So then you end up getting more chubby cheeks than expected. So I was like, oof, man, not the best idea, right? If you're trying to look flattering. But at the very least, I got the shot in. Basically, I say a few words and then I grab the camera and then I do a bit of a talk. Just, you know, I wanted this video to be a bit more casual because there's a few things I want to test out. So Kavai said, I think you should let your hair out when you film yourself for YouTube. It will attract more people. Yeah, you know what? It's not a bad idea, but my hair's... It was just getting... Sometimes the hair can look good when I let it down. Other times it just looks a mess. So, because I don't like style my hair necessarily, right? The only times my hair looks good is when I wake up in the morning or after I've had my hair in a pony for a super long time. Because then it kind of like, I guess this is what it's like to be a girl. I don't know. But it then like curls my hair a bit, or it becomes wavy. But yeah, anyways, we'll get... Jesus. But yeah, it's just a little too much to, it's a bit too much for when I'm like making my video. I was thinking about it, but I just, yeah. Next time I'll do that. Thank you for the suggestion though. So yeah, so I have this video where I talk to the camera. I say a few words about, you know, here's the context, here's what Pidgeotech is. They reached out to me. Here's what they do. And then I go into the rest of the video. In this video, you also get a little bit more of a sneak peek into my humble abode. So you can kind of see, here, obviously it's not super focused, but that's my living room back there. At some point, I'm trying to buy a few gear that should let me have like a wireless HDMI so I can actually connect a camera from afar instead of having to have the wired HDMI. And it'd be kind of fun if I can show you guys around. I guess I could do that with my iPhone, to be fair. Anyways, excuses. So this is my living room. This is where I'm sleeping right now, as I have a friend crashing with me. But yeah, I love my little living room setup. And yeah, obviously you can see I got my TV here, and then I've been blasting my second YouTube channel that I made, the Lo-Fi Cat Naps. And then obviously here's that bookshelf that you guys always see right behind me. And you can also tell it's a bit messy on top, but you know. What else can I show you guys from this angle? Well, that's the kitchen. And yeah, oh yeah, and then I guess this is what's in front of me that you guys can't really see. I remember I spent so much time with this too. I just bought one of those like foam things and I'd attach each one on there. So yeah, that way the sound doesn't bounce around as much. And then I have this weird thing here where on the left side, I've got, oh, maybe I shouldn't do it this way. I can't see it. I've got this storage room in like the front door, like hallway. But the cool thing is, inside this room, this entire wall here is like a window glass pane. So it's see-through, which is nice. I don't know. It's nice because like when I'm in that storage room, you actually have light coming in, and to a point where I was like, oh, I initially thought maybe I'd make my computer room inside of there because it didn't feel as claustrophobic. But anyways, now it's just a storage room. It is what it is. Okay, so I filmed myself doing all of this. Then here are these cool product shots, right? So this was at its craziest because obviously I let the fog machine go a little too heavy for a bit. So this is when you see it like super heavy. So yeah, I had to wait a little bit for the fog to settle down because it's a bit weird when you see the smoke everywhere. But then yeah, I have a number of these shots. It was also kind of fun to color grade because yeah, I've got kind of like a dual system going on in terms of lighting. Now, especially with the Mr. Steampunk light that we've got over there, now I get a lot of warm light coming in towards the desk and like in my studio section. And then I've got one of these Zhiyun, I forget the name of it, but I have one of those light bars. And so that one I've got it programmed to some kind of bluish tone. So you get that standard warm, cool duo tone. But then once you put the smoke machine on, it really diffuses the light in a really cool way. I liked it a lot. So then basically I just do a quick close-up of all the different features of this backpack, which by the way, I am actually pretty excited to take this out for like some real proper field tests because excuse me. Okay, so maybe I'm like 90% healthy. We got a little bit more to go. But yeah, so I didn't have enough time to I haven't taken this out with me anywhere, but I did try to pack it up. I did spend a lot more time kind of going over all the features of this bag, and it's actually super impressive. Like, I think this could be absolutely a bag that replaces the one that I've been using. I've been using a Gitzo Adventure backpack 45 liter for the past 5 years, I think. Roughly 5 years. So I really enjoy that bag. I really, I haven't stumbled upon the perfect backpack. I don't think we'll ever get something like that. But as far as like a high utility backpack that I take all around the world, that backpack served me really well. There's a few things about it that I wish would be better, but generally speaking, it's worked really well. But I think this backpack, barring a few concerns, could be the backpack I use everywhere. The two concerns, one is how durable is the backpack, because it feels very durable. It feels like they properly made everything. Everything looks reinforced. All the padding looks proper. Yeah, it feels super high fidelity, but time will tell, right? Like, I got to take this guy out there. Once we take this bad boy out into the world, for all we know, it just falls apart, right? A lemon, as they say. So that one I just need to test out for myself. And then the other concern I have is the size of the bag, because it's slightly taller than my other backpack, because you'll see you can fit like my entire 400mm lens with the lens hood attached and my Z9 attached. It fits in, no problems. And on their website, they say the backpack can fit up to like a 1200mm lens. So definitely much taller. However, it still should work. It's supposed to be fine for like carry-on and stuff like that. But because I'm not like a big guy, sometimes I've noticed when you're at the airport, it's just a matter of perception, where if, let's say, the what do you call them? The flight attendant, the person at the front desk of like the check-in counter, sometimes they just see you wearing a backpack, and if they think it's too big, they'll ask you like, can we weigh this or blah, blah, blah. So my main concern, or also I've had a few times where I've already gone into the airport, I'm at the gate, and then one of those people at the gate counter are like, "Oh, sir, you can't. You need to check that bag in. It won't fit carry-on." And I'm like, I swear to Christ and all the holy anything that I've traveled all over the world with this. It fits in every single plane I've been on. It'll be fine. Trust me. But they don't appreciate the trust me bro mentality. And then it just becomes a battle of egos. So I've been in that situation before. So that's like it's like hard to put into, it's not like easily quantifiable. It's just like I just got to go out into these airports and see if it causes any issues. But in terms of the durability, how it's built, it's fantastic. So very excited to take this guy out. And you can, oh yeah, so you can see here, this is one of the shots that I took. This is my beautiful baby, 400 millimeter, f2.8, built-in 1.4x teleconverter, and then the Z9 with the lens hood attached, and it fit perfectly, no issues. So yeah, very excited for that. Now this is where I should have some really fun footage, because my cats really loved this backpack. So I got to have a lot of fun, including my cats hopping inside the backpack. I did zip them up once they got, or only Nala. Kimbap didn't go inside. But yeah, she ended up really liking this backpack. And look at this, how crazy is that? I feel like I'm already selling them on this when, yeah, I'll make a proper review video, okay? But I do feel like this is a well-made backpack. And here's one of the proof, right? This backpack, they said it weighs in at 2.2 kgs when you don't have anything in it, like in its bare bone. And I tested it, that's true. So this backpack only weighs 2.2 kgs, which again is lighter than the Gitzo backpack that I've been using for 5 years, which is smaller. It fits my 400 with the Z9 attached, but without the lens hood extended. But yeah, it actually weighs lighter than my current backpack, which is smaller, which is insane. And they have like this like aluminum frame built into the backpack, which is why it stays, even with my cat chilling on top of it. Like initially I was concerned that it's gonna topple the bag or something's gonna bend, but literally my cat's just like chilling on top, and you can see this backpack is perfectly just stationary, and yeah, it's sturdy, which is one of the that's a big selling point for me if it keeps this frame. If this frame holds, then I'm very excited about this backpack. But yeah, Kavai said a very cool backpack. Yes, very cool, very cool. So, or for now, I feel nervous like overselling it and then it did topple there, because I haven't actually gone on a shoot with it yet. But yeah, it is cat approved, as you can see, and it's also cat proof. My cat was scratching the ever living, I don't know if I can curse, but yeah. But look at these I got some hero shots of Nala here, just hanging out. So I have to figure out what to do with this, how to make this a key part of my upcoming video. But also that shouldn't be my task. I'll hand this over to that editor and see what they come up with. But yeah, we got some nice moments here. Let's see. Beautiful cat. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, so I got plenty of these shots, and then this one's also a nice one. I think, yeah, I do a little zoom in as you see her waving her tail like that. I go right up to her. So yeah, like I said, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to turn this into a proper video, but at least there's a few. This is much better than I expected. I thought I was just gonna make a throwaway video where I'm just like, hey guys, to the camera, and just be like, all right, I got this backpack, I'm gonna review it, here's some of the features, and wish me luck. I'll give you a proper review in 3 months time or something like that. But instead, I feel like I ended up getting some really cool shots that will make this video stand on its own, like the backpack. Haha. So yeah, it's just up to me and I guess the editor. So I have a bit more brainstorming to figure out like, okay, how do we, I have most of the structure down. It's just more of a question of if there's like some other creative angles for the introduction. Otherwise, I think this is good. Oh, thank God she didn't pee inside this though. That could have been a... Although I've had a golden eagle poop on my other backpack, so it is possible. And then, okay, so here's the thing that I was kind of telling a few streams ago. I was kind of saying like, yo, okay, so here at the Yobel Prize live stream platform and channel, we've been having so much fun with like all these different camera angles, right? We've got cat number 1. If Kimbap shows up, you know, we got this camera here. And then we got cat number 2 with Nala when she's sleeping over there. And of course, we've got like the main selfie view of me. But I was kind of pitching earlier. I was like, yo, I had this idea where I want to have an overhead camera that points basically, initially in my mind, I was thinking it would just point only at my 2 cats. So it'd be like a separate view of being able to see these cat beds, because this one's kind of like eye level and this one's also eye level. So if my cats are sleeping, you only get like a sliver of my cat in focus or in view, right? Just because of the, yeah, just the way it's positioned. So I was like, okay, well, what if I could have an overhead view where you can see them like curled up in a ball? In my mind, I thought that could look nice. That could be a nice visual aesthetic, whatever. So I have this big C-stand. You can kind of see it back here, the shiny pole. And I set this up for this video because I wanted to get an overhead shot and test it out for like, you know, seeing the backpack and all that. And it turned out really good because, yeah, here we go. We got this, and it could be even better, right? Because I was just doing like, just for this video. But you have this angle here where you can see both my cats and, you know, nice colors that come through. We got the, again, same thing, like warm tones on the left, cool tones on the right. So if I were to re-angle this camera, I'm not sure, because then the other thing you have to keep in mind is that once I appear, right? So imagine like during a live stream, I would be positioned obviously in the top left corner here as I'm editing. So I guess I kind of need to keep it at roughly this perspective because Chia, what's up, Chia? Chia, welcome back. Chia says, very nice cat cam. Thank you very much. I've been having way too much fun with this in terms of kind of setting up these separate cameras here. And I spent all this time setting it up only for my cats not to show up, right? What is this cruel world? But yeah, if Kimbap shows up, I'll show you what it looks like. And of course, Nala, the beautiful princess, is just hanging out with me over here. But then yeah, over on this one, this is the next camera view that I want to create for my live stream. So imagine overhead view, camera top down. This was shot with my Nikon ZR with a 20mm f1.8 lens. I do have a couple more cameras I can use. Not as powerful as the ZR, but I have like a Nikon Z6 and I have a Nikon D850, which I don't even know if it could do like a webcam, like a stream. But point is, I got those guys and I've got my iPhone and other stuff. But imagine if I can get a camera set up like this. So then if I'm streaming and at whatever point I hit the button, we switch over to this kind of overhead view. And if my cats are sleeping, you get, you know, these little fur balls curled up in a ball or doing whatever. And sometimes Kimbap is like super adorable because he'll sleep on his back. So like belly up. And then that would be the perfect time for me to switch over to this camera view. And you get him being a goofball. But yeah, so I made a few of these shots so that I can film me doing an overhead. This one I might even push this onto my YouTube channel as a standalone video, because I ended up recording about 30 minutes of me talking and like kind of going over the backpack features. So this is like just fully doing an assessment of it in real time. So I might push this as like a second video, like a more extensive review. But yeah, let me just jump ahead. Yeah, I was hoping for, I guess maybe that was the best one. But yeah, so even something like this kind of gives you a good sense where, you know, you can get this cool view of my cat hanging out here. Imagine if Kimbap is hanging out over there. And then if I'm over on the top left, I'll need to give it some thought if this framing looks okay, or if I need to make some changes. Like for instance, I can go even higher. Chia asked, oh, nice timing. Chia asked, how high is this camera? I had it pretty high. It's lower than the ceiling light fixture, but just above. So it's higher than my bookshelf. Here, let me see. I think I can show it from one of these clips. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it here, right? There might be a better angle. Let me see. No. So if you look behind me, you'll see that metal pole going all the way up to here. And then I just had it going in at like a 90-degree angle. And just extended it all the way out. And my God, it was shaky the whole time. Because it was like, I didn't have any weights or anything like that. But the Nikon ZR is pretty light with the 20mm. And the horizontal pole was like shaking ever so slightly. But I had it in the vibration reduction mode. And it did a fantastic job. Unless I hit the pole, even with the shake, you wouldn't be able to tell. So that was a good test. Yo, what's up, Sora? Sora Photo Streams is in the chat. Sora says, damn, you looking good as always. Man, thank you for that spicy comment. Are you talking about me in this camera here, or me right now here with the long hair? Either way, I appreciate it. In some ways, if you say me on camera here, if you're saying I look good here, I accept, because I was deathly ill. I'm still sick, by the way. 90% fully recovered. But yeah, if you think this guy looks good, wait till you meet the real one. Yeah. Sora says, you don't remember me? Of course I remember you. Although I seem to remember you were based in like Thailand or Philippines or something. Am I wrong? In my mind, I felt like you were based somewhere there. I could be wrong. Anyways, of course I remember you though. And thanks for being back. I felt like I saw you say hi to me on a different platform, because I saw someone had said hi to me recently that was like Sora something, but not your Twitch channel. But anyways, thank you for saying that. Philippines, yes. All right, nice. Kavai, see, my memory's not that bad. It's pretty bad, but not that bad. Thanks for being here, Sora. I appreciate it. Kavai says, I know, right? Not often we see long-haired men. There probably is a good reason for that. But, you know, sometimes you just go against the grain and you just live with your choices. But yeah, so anyways, I was saying, welcome. Sorry, you said I saw you on YouTube and Instagram. Oh, okay. That's what it was then. I must have seen you pop in. Maybe it was on the Instagram side. You chatted there. Yes. Yeah, you know, I'm of two minds. One, I've been rushing through all these different platforms. So I'm still testing out TikTok. Ooh. The live will end if I have to do like a human puzzle. 1 second. So TikTok live has a thing where it's like, if they feel like you've been inactive for a while, and then did I accidentally break something? Come on. Okay, hopefully I fixed it. I feel like I just did something that I shouldn't. But yeah. Did I move everything around? Oops. Okay, hold on. Let's fix my TikTok. There we go. Yeah, so I still don't know how to use TikTok, but TikTok Live, it's kind of fun. there's no harm in me continuing to test it out. The real value will be if somehow I can get access to a stream key, and then that can simplify things a lot more for me there. But yeah, thanks, Sora. Thanks for joining those lives. Instagram, I'm still TBD. I was thinking about going live there again. But the problem is they don't seem to have much in the way of like live interface or like analytics or dashboards or anything that can help you as a live streamer. So my current thought is I'm planning to do a few trips soon, right? TBD. But you guys, if you guys have been following my stream in the past few months, you'll know that my goal is to start doing live streams on my travels out in the wild. So like sharing with you guys when I'm like capturing wildlife photography and films and stuff like that. Give me a second. Okay, we're live. So I figure once I travel and I'm like, let's say I'm in the wild somewhere, I'm in some country in Africa or whatever, then I will continue doing the Instagram live. Because at the very least, now I know that the Instagram live works. It worked with the stream key, so it's as simple as setting that up and powering it through OBS. So it's all ready for me when I want to go back there, and I don't want to dilute the impact of doing a stream on Instagram, because it's not like, I feel like Instagram is not really designed for live, and it's not like their primary source of how people watch things. So if I go live there again, I kind of want it to stand out a bit more than like a home stream test. So next time I'm thinking if I go live on Instagram, it'll be when I'm traveling again, but in like a cool setting, and like when we have a mission in mind, like we're editing photos from the safari, stuff like that. Chia asked, how do you have the internet to do that? I spent a lot of money here to get the 1 gigabits per second. Oh, no, that's not true. It's like 1 gigabits per second download speed, and usually I'll get like 300 to 400 Mbps for upload speed. But I mean, this is what I do, right? So I'm always home and I'm editing these things. I have so many photos and videos that I have to like upload online. So I figure it was a worthy investment. And yeah, now that I'm streaming it, I can also justify because I'm doing streaming. But yeah, it does take a hefty amount to do it. But like I said, I was trying to do a 4K stream earlier, and it was a bit laggy. So it's not perfect. But yeah, some things work, some don't. All right, I want to show you guys. So here, am I on the right screen? Cool. Let's go over to this. Chia, you said, I mean, how do you stream live in the Amazon or whatever? Oh, okay. You mean like once we... Listen, man, I've been doing so much research on this. Yeah, so I've been researching this for a number of months. And I say research as if it's like as if no one else can discover this or anything. But basically, there are a number of private game reserves and some safari areas where they have cell connection in the safari zone. So if you get like they're called like these cell bonded backpacks. So there's like the TVU, the Live U. There's a few other, there's like a Chinese brand I recently heard about. But basically, you can bond a bunch of these SIM cards so that you always have a smooth, stable connection. But the issue is if there's no cell connection at all, then you're out of luck, right? So for the proper public national parks, or like the proper, you're in the middle of nowhere, there's literally no cell coverage, that's where Starlink comes in, right? So it looks like I should be able to operate with like a Starlink unit that you would attach to like the Jeep or at the Safari Lodge. And some of the lodges, I am in conversations where they actually do have Starlinks in their, they use Starlink. So it's a mixture of finding the right market where Starlink is already available. It's also looking at some of these locations where the cell coverage already exists as like a potential pilot. And then it's just a matter of like putting all the kit together, and it's not cheap and it's not easy. So there's a big reason why not many people do this, but I feel like I'm perfectly situated to do that, because that's what I do. That's what, before I was trying to do live streaming like a few months ago, my full entire existence was traveling and going out into the wild. So yeah, it's just a matter of bringing this live to my primary modus operandi. L says, or asks Ironius, he has made his own system that's much cheaper. Excuse me. Yeah, I was just chatting with Cyronius the other day. He resubbed recently, so shout out to Cyronius. I remember a long time ago, he showed a picture of how he made it. He uses, if I remember, he said he uses some kind of like Raspberry Pi thing and a few other stuff. But yeah, I should chat with him. I will say, like, for what I'm trying to do though, I have to make sure it is of high fidelity, because like Cyronius is a much smarter guy than I am, so he's able to make his own thing. But I see a world where if I travel to Africa and I'm trying to run this thing, if I like jerry rig my own system, if it fails, I'm s out of luck, right? So I would rather trust in like the highest quality or the most trusted brands when possible. And so my understanding is like the TVU, LiveView, those are like two of the main brands, and they also have a lot of distributors around the world. So you can also rent units, which is much cheaper, but we're still talking like thousands of dollars. So this is not like a cheap, this is not a cheap endeavor by any means. But I think I have what it takes to make it something consistent and like actually enjoyable to watch and fresh and all that fun stuff. So, but I have a lot of questions still. I'm still a long ways from actually implementing it, but that's what I've been doing a lot of in the behind the scenes. So I've still got a lot of conversations with a few brands. I'm collecting all the gear necessary that I need to purchase or get discounts for. Yeah. And then this is why I've been doing all these kind of testing with all these cameras. So just as a quick FYI, when you see that I've got all these random cameras with like high, professional cameras, right? Like overkill for a home live stream. There's also a reason for it. Every time I've been doing like extreme stuff like this is because I am basically trying to stress test in my own space here and prepare myself for like once we go out into the wild. So there is a reason for it, I swear. But also it's just for my own curiosity. Sora says, cutie cat. Yes. Look at Nala. Look, let's take a quick little break. I was thinking if I become a better streamer, well, I wanted to use that streamer bot. Sora, you said I love the bokeh so much. Hey, Sora, by the way, I've got new emotes and stuff and animations when people like donate and stuff like that. Here, can I show you real quick? Let's just pop in all of them. Where are my new emotes? So we got Laughing Kimbap. How cool is that? We've got Nala Love. We've got the hearts. How amazing is that? We got the hype. We got Nala hyping. Where are the other ones? Oh, no, I did the laughing one already. All right, we'll just do both. Then we got the headbanger. Yeah, epic. And then, oh wait, no, I think I might have repeated a few. But we got two more here, right? Waving high and sipping that coffee. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I hired an artist on Fiverr, I believe. Mebbins. Dang it, I keep saying I'm going to do this. I'll do this for sure. I want to like put his information somewhere. It's like, he amazing guy, works really fast. And his quality of work is fantastic. So, but yeah, thank you, Sora. I'm glad that you enjoy. Yeah, like we've been having fun. Although the bokeh on this lens is not as great because I have it set to like 7.1 aperture. So there's not going to be as much blur. I was kind of like fussing with this. Do I want to have it lower, like a wider aperture? But I kind of wanted my TV screen to be slightly more visible. Because, occasionally I'll put on like some of my slow TV wildlife footage or something else. And it looks nice because then it looks like Nala's like dreaming to it or something. Like for instance, right now you can see Kimbap on the screen over there. And you can see Mr. Steampunk a little bit better. Sorry, you said you gotta have Kimbap holding a camera. I do have that as an animation. So if someone raids me, I think a little animation pops up where you see both my cats pop out of the bush, like they're on safari and they're taking photos. It's super cool. Okay. Sorry, and the bokeh here is much better for Kimbap's camera. I think I have it set to like f2.2 or something like that. But yeah. Sorry, you asked. I have a question: which you prefer, 850 or 85 millimeter? I don't know if there's a single photographer out there who would say 50 millimeter compared to the 85. I've heard this from a number of people, but like the 50 millimeter, I think has a bad reputation of being like a boring lens. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone else in the chat, but I think 50 millimeter is more closely aligned with like the focal range that we see with our human eyes. So when you see a shot at roughly 50 millimeter, it might just feel roughly the same. So it feels standard. Yeah, it's like you're shooting default mode, right? Whereas 85, anything beyond or lower than that, you're distorting kind of like the field of view, different from what we're normally seeing. So it stands out a bit more in our mind's eye, right? So I think generally people always say 85 or something, and at the very least 50 doesn't seem to be one that's chosen as like the top favorite. I've actually enjoyed shooting with the 50. Actually, I think that might be another reason why I believe you use 50 millimeters quite a lot. You'll see 50 millimeter used quite often for interviews. So, Kavai said L thing, thanks. L left him a message on the Yobo Discord now. Oh, okay, okay. Chia says my preference is 135. Yeah, the 135 was fantastic, but the 135. So I went, okay, so for instance, the recent trip that I went on for the chimpanzees in Uganda, I had the 135, I had the 85, I had the 50, I had the 35, I had a 400, and some other lens, right? I rarely ended up using the 135 in that particular environment. The 85 always ended up being more practical. I think the problem with the 135 was like the moment the chimpanzees got ever too close, then it was like a done deal. So I found that using a 400 was great, and then I can switch over to an 85 as needed when the 400 is too much. And the 85 had good range. Yeah, for some reason I ended up using the 85 way more than I did the 135. So take that for what it is. I'm not sure why, but at least in that one project, when I had the option to always choose whatever I want to use, the 85 ended up being the one I used the most. And then Chia, you mentioned the 35. 35 is one of the lenses. I don't have it with me yet, but I am planning to purchase the 35 1.2 most likely. It was a, man, oof, that was a, if you see the start of my chimpanzee video, which you guys should check out on my YouTube channel, that was shot with the 35 millimeter, and yeah, I've spoken about it a lot in the past few streams, but I think that focal length is a somewhat unique one, and it's much more enjoyable than the 20 millimeter. Yo, Cyronius, speak of the devil and he shall appear, right? Cyronius in the chat. Not sure if you were multi-streaming, but YouTube landscape stream is dead. Ooh, no. Yeah, you know what? You're right. There's some, I got some kind of warning sign about it. What can you do? Yeah, you know what? That's my fault because I tried to, wait, Fed, are you still in the YouTube chat? I think the streams are still going, but I have this warning sign, and I am doing a 2-stream. I'm dual streaming a vertical stream and a landscape on YouTube, but I made the mistake of trying to do a 4K stream on YouTube, and I think that crashed something, and I had to end it and start over. So, oh, you might be on the stream that I ended, maybe? Fed says around 42 is how we see, so 50 is pretty close to that. Thank you, Fed. Sorry, I didn't see that message pop through on that side. 50 millimeter was Alfred Hitchcock's favorite. There's no distortion at 50. Yeah. So yeah, it's like that trade-off of like 50 seems to give you the most. Cyroni says that 4K was stuttering pretty badly. Yeah, you know, I forgot because I'm running a 24/7 live stream right now in 4K with my Lo-Fi Catnaps channel. I completely forgot about it. because I'm testing out a bunch of things on my second YouTube channel, which everyone should absolutely follow. Like, what are you doing not following this beautiful channel? It's the perfect channel if you want lo-fi music and background content with ambient vibes. Why? Because in the age of AI, you have real cats with lo-fi music, right? It is the anti-AI YouTube channel. What better reason, right? Okay, but yeah, Cyronius, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I think maybe you were on the old stream that I had to turn off because it was stuttering so much. Sora said, I couldn't find a used Nikon Z50. I couldn't find a used Nikon Z50. I'm not buying Z30 or Canon R50. Ooh, okay. You know who's best for that is, I don't know if L thing is still in the chat, but if you need any camera advice, I feel like L owns everything. So, and she's always like selling, why does I keep saying she? L's always like selling and buying gear and stuff. So L might be the best one to ask. But yeah, Fed, I think the 50 millimeter, I find myself being a contrarian quite a bit. As much as I would hate to admit to that, I do very much appreciate the underdogs in most scenarios. And so for me, part of me kind of like starts to enjoy the 50 millimeter because of how much people don't seem to show it some love. But I do remember like when I did my first ever, I went on I did a YouTube project, right? I traveled with a large YouTuber for about 2.5 weeks. And he was basically doing interviews every day, like multiple interviews every day, 3 cameras set up with lights, microphones, everything. And it was just me filming everything, setting everything up for the most part by myself, with a little bit of help. But, and that was my first time doing anything like that. So I was learning a lot. I was researching quite a bit beforehand. And I remember the 50 millimeter just kept popping up as like the go-to lens for interviews. And I think that's maybe where I learned about the whole, what Fed mentioned about the 40, I didn't know it was 42, you said, I think. But how the 50 tends to be like where it's less distorted, but it's less exciting for that same reason. Sora says FAI and Rich Boy. Yeah, take that up with L, okay? So anyways, welcome guys. Thanks everyone for being here. And Cyronius, we were chatting about you earlier because I was talking about how I'm starting to prepare for like doing live streaming IRL. And I think L mentioned how L was reminding me how you basically have your own setup and everything, which I was saying like, yo, I'm like super impressed by the fact that it sounds like you set it up yourself. I think I remember you said something about it was like a Raspberry Pi something, but yeah, I have no idea how to do that myself. So most likely I need to look at getting one of those TVU or LiveU kits, depending where I go. Plus I need a Starlink. But yeah. Orange Pi 5 Plus. And does this work? Oh, the Bella Box. How good does this work compared to like a LiveU or a TVU? And anyways, guys, because I've been stuck on this for quite a bit, which I'm not complaining, but just as an FYI. So what you see on screen here, this is one of the camera angles I want to add to my home setup. So at different points, I'll be able to switch over to an overhead camera view, and I'll turn it on only when you can see both my cats if they're hanging out and stuff. And if I become a proper streamer, where if people give donations, maybe I can switch to different camera angles. If someone donates me money, that'd be great. Or I'll turn on that fog machine if someone donates me money. Or yeah, I'll have to do some cool stuff to like incentivize money being donated to me, you know? But yes, this is the camera angle, but I did this for my upcoming video that I'm making about this PG Tech backpack. But yeah, I'm very excited about it. And then this is just shots from my setup. This angle, I still haven't figured out what's the best color grading for my face, because I have too many random light colors coming in now. We have like this red lighting, the warm lighting. So it does a bunch of random things to my face. So I've been having to play around a bit more to try to see if I can get something that doesn't look too orange or too weird. This is the best that I could do at the time. Yeah. Cyronis just said, but from what I understand, you wanted to stream from cell phones only. No, no. I'm going to be streaming from like proper cameras, like the ZRs, most likely. The Bella box and the underlying tech can be utilized for free, assuming you have all the requirements. Okay. Live view is a professional broadcast solution that's money. Yeah, yeah. If I remember, it's like the live view and the TV views are like thousands of dollars. But there's a chance, there's a small chance, I'm telling you there's a chance that through one of my connects, they know someone who is like was it TV or live view in like one of the African countries where maybe they're able to get me a kit for much cheaper. I need to follow up now and see like how real is that connection. But the thing is, like, depending on where I go, my holy grail is doing the Starlink approach, because that's much harder for someone to set up. Because now you're going to like the proper wild. Because like you'll see now, like iShow Speed, Phase, Adapt, and Maya, they went on that trip to South Africa. Excuse me. And so now the cat's out of the bag, if you will. I should say the lion is out of the bag. That, you know, like this kind of safari live stream concept is really cool, really exciting. And that's what I've been planning to do for some time. I was waiting till this year as things get lined up. But they also did something really good because they proved out the case study that there are these private reserves that have a strong enough cell connection that you can do a safari and have a stable stream. The big difference though is like some of these the game safaris or the game reserves where you can do those safaris, they're like usually more private game reserves where it's not like the true national park. It's not like the true, you know, like wild, the wildlife, if you will. It tends to be areas that are cordoned off. You know, it depends. Each private game reserve is different, but so it's not like, yeah, so there's a little bit of a trade-off, right? But ideally I can do both. Ideally, I would love to go to some of those game reserves or places where I can do a live stream and see a lot of good animals, sightings and all that, and make it educational. But then also go out into like Masai Mara or like, you know, the Serengeti, Kruger, or wherever else where you're deep into a national park and then still be able to stream. So, oh, and then I don't know if Kavaya is still here, but then I wouldn't mind going to Norway, or I know Finland could be an option because I know there's some wildlife hides that I've been to for like bears and wolves and stuff. But that could be interesting if I set up a Starlink and do like a live stream from a hide stream. Sora said, oh no, Cyronis, it arrives on Wednesday. I'm in the process of setting up a new bag configuration. Interesting. Okay. When you say bag configuration, you're talking about for your travel, like your IRL streaming. Cyrone says, yeah, Starlink is, from what I can tell, a good method for internet service abroad. Yeah. And we've got shout out to Swiss Army Cinema in the chat. He did, you know, because, man, Swiss Army, talk about a guy who owns every piece of gear. And I don't know if you guys remember, he sent a photo from, of his storage units. I said units with the S, plural. But then he also has one of his drones that he's created, which is literally heavier than me. And it's a massive drone that he uses for certain film projects. So shout out to him, but he like tested out a Starlink in Uganda recently. And so, yeah, we got some good test. Sora says there's a rumor. Hold on, okay, so anyways, guys, let me just wrap this up. So this video, I finished filming everything. Now I'm just in the process of seeing if I can find the right editor to help me put it all together. So I've already got an editor that I've reached out to, but yeah, basically things are in motion. Wish me luck that I won't get burned for a fourth time when it comes to these editor situations. But yeah, and I really want to get into Mongolia, and let's do some photo editing as well. Sora, you said, there's a rumor running in the internet. Viltrox is getting sued by Nikon. Viltrox. Oh, Viltrox is one of those third-party lenses. Is that right? Sora said, due to licensing Z-mount lenses. Interesting. Wow. Nikon's always being sued or suing, yeah? Well, for my sake, I wish them the best. I don't know anything about that. But if it's a lawsuit with two companies, I assume it's public. I don't think... Do they hide those things? Kavai says... Finland is good too, but I'll ask my connection in Alta if he can make projects there. Oh, yes, please. I need as many connects as possible, okay? Your boy does not have infinite savings that he can pull from. If you guys know people who would love for me to travel there and film something awesome, do let me know. Kavai says, yeah. You'll ask your connections in Alta if you can make projects there. Thank you, thank you. In March, there will be the dog sled race. Ooh, actually, I don't think I have anything planned for March. April, I have my trip back to Uganda with a number of photographers. That'll be exciting. March, I guess it's technically open for me. So I do need to plan something for March. Cyronius asked, what backpack is that, by the way? Oh, thank you for asking, Cyronius. It is the Pidgeotech 1 Pro ST backpack. I actually have it. Here, let me bring it over. Hold on. This is the 1 Pro ST backpack. Let me switch over to full screen. Oh my god. I have too many windows open. See, my cats already love it. Fed says it all depends on what you're shooting as well. Different focal lengths for different effects and setups. Okay. Yeah, sorry, Fed. I don't think I saw that last message you had said about that. All right. So this is the... Let me go back here. This is the 1 Pro ST backpack. The big caveat for me is that I haven't done a... I literally have not taken this out of the apartment. So there's not been a proper review done in terms of like, okay, how does this hold up on like a 30-minute hike? Or how does it hold up once it's got some dust or if it gets scuffed up and everything like that? But I will tell you, this feels properly designed. Like, it feels like a backpack made by photographers. So in that vein, it reminds me of Peak Design. Excuse me. Peak Design, which is the brand that I've been using quite a bit. And when I've heard of Pidgeotech, it always reminded me of a Peak Design inspired company. That's just how I thought, because I'm from the West. This is, I think, from Asia. But they have the same kind of mentality in mind. So they've got a number of like proper pouches and accessories. They have like everything, even this, I don't know how, okay, sorry, I'm all over the place. One second, let me read the chat. Sora says, rumors from China, gotcha. I'm still trying to find the perfect backpack, expandable 35 liters. This is a 45 liter. So the backpack that I currently use, it's the Gitso Adventure 45 liter backpack. And it's it's 45 liters. And it's got like the expandable top, like the soft roll up thing. This one is also 45 liters, but it's like got a aluminum frame built into it. It's got these nice like side hooks on both sides, so you can like hook on like whatever you need. This is super well done. And one thing, by the way, which I'm a big fan of, and I've noticed a lot of photography backpacks, they do this thing which I don't like. They have these side zippers, but when you unzip it, it just opens up into the interior of the main compartment. And I don't like that, because I've never used the side compartment to grab things when I'm wearing my backpack. So I guess it's useful for a lot of other photographers. For me, it's never been a use case that resonates with me. So the fact that this one doesn't do that, but it just gives you all this extra, you know, these are like for cables, slightly larger one, you got extra pouches here, and then this one you can put like, I don't know if it'll fit my laptop here technically, but I think it could actually potentially fit. But yeah, it's just designed for as many pockets as possible. And then it's got like this whole setup here where you can like push it in and change the size of the backpack straps. It's like, it's freaking, you can see it here. It's got an aluminum frame built into it, but it only weighs 2.2 kgs, which is insane to me because this is actually lighter than my smaller backpack that I always wear, the one that I have taken around for the past 5 years. So this one weighs lighter, even though it's technically taller. It's got like, it's got this nice like meshy front, like on the shoulder strap. You can stick a water bottle in here, which is nice as well. And it definitely, I know they sell these accessories, so you can put like an action camera, or you can put like your camera or binoculars or whatever attached to the shoulder straps. So I'll definitely be testing that. Same thing on both sides. And then apparently they said there's like a hidden air tag. Is that what you call it? Air tag? The Apple tag? There's like a hidden Apple tag or air tag, or like a place where you can slot it. And it's so hidden, I have no idea where it is. So they've even hidden it from me. So you can stick a little air tag in there in case someone steals your stuff. Low Base is in the chat. Low Base says, how is you? Yo, thank you very much for being here. You made it in time for the commercials. Oh, hey, if anyone can tell me or give advice, like how to run ads on Twitch so it doesn't feel super annoying. Like, do some people pre-program, like, do they hit a button and say, hey, I'm going to take like a 5-minute break and then I'm going to run the ads during that break? Like, should I be taking breaks more often so I can run ads during the break? So, I don't know. It sounds like maybe the ads are running for some of you guys, so I'll wait till you're back. But I do want to ask that question for any of the veteran Twitch streamers. But yeah, apparently somewhere here is a hidden air tag, Apple tag. And then you got a front pocket, super deep. And then, I made so much noise I scared my cats. The thing that I was like the most hesitant about with this backpack, the two things. One, I mentioned before, the height of it. I was nervous that maybe it will get me in trouble at the airport, even though it's technically allowed and blah, blah, blah. And the second thing, Cyronius said, I use StreamerBot to run 3 minutes of ads every 60 minutes. This effectively disables the pre-roll ads. I think Maple had told me what settings to do, but do people manually roll the ads at certain times when they go on break? So it just like everyone is on an ad break type thing? Without missing anything? I don't know. Yeah, so the second thing I was going to say about this bag that I was nervous about is that it's a front-loading system. I don't know if that's the right terminology. But basically, they've got this 180-degree front pocket. Or basically, you can zip this all the way. 180 degree, which is great, right? Because then it fully accessible opens everything up. But my concern was usually I preferred backpacks where you unzip from the back. Because that way, you can imagine when you're on a hike and you want to get your cameras or something from your backpack, you would set this down such that the front of your backpack is touching the ground. And so the side that touches your back stays clean, right? Imagine if it's really muddy and then you set your backpack down, but then you set it from the backside and then you put that backpack on and you're all muddy and stuff. That to me is like, that's a no-go. So I was a little bit nervous about this because I prefer having the backloading system for that reason. However, one thing I didn't factor in is that the way they designed this backpack, it is literally with the, you can see it, right? They've got this proper aluminum frame built into it. So it actually keeps its shape really well. And so that's a big test I'm going to figure out. But assuming it keeps its shape, then that's not a problem. Because then let's say I'm hiking and I put my backpack down, it will never fall over. It'll just be standing upright unzip, boom, I grab it, I'm good to go. In which case, actually, the front loading is better than the back loading, because the one issue I have with like the back loading system is you usually have to unfold the straps to get to the zipper. Anyways, okay, I'm rambling a bit, but there you go. I'll just set it over there. That is the One Pro ST PG Tech backpack. But yeah, we're gonna make this video soon. The hope is that I can find an editor and they will be amazing and they'll help me put this together soon. But otherwise I'll do it myself, but I figured this would be a good test with an editor. So wish me luck, guys. Lobe says, I cut my ads down to the bare minimum, 30 seconds per hour. The revenue I get from ads has never been enough to justify the disruption in viewing. But really, I was just making a joke about you and the backpack. Oh, nice. Man, you get me every time, man. You're just too quick with the wit. Quick with the wit. Had no idea this would turn into a serious discussion. Yeah, thanks for, there's a term, right? People say like rage baiting. Or one guy. I've heard that term a lot. Like you get one guyed by someone in the chat. But usually it's like a one guy is in like you get upset because of one person's comment. But I guess you one commercialed me. The community has people who do that. That's why we have the job board. True, but I'm like I am super picky. And I've been burnt way too many times by people that are quote unquote professionals. And like I've been on I've been on YT jobs and a few others, and you know, they prove their work. They show who they worked with. They show their quality. Anyways, I have a number of people that I have to go through first, but I also don't know what these new people's price ranges are. So there's a whole thing. I'm just so tired of trying to find someone that will be my long-term editor. I just want, yeah. Okay. Anyways, let's do some photo editing. And besides the photo editing, I think we're ready to get back into Mongolia. So I've been itching to go through the rest of my travels. If you recall, it feels like ages ago, but we had worked on this Mongolia travel vlog, part 1. And I was super proud of that video, by the way. I hope people will check it out if you've never seen it. It's on my YouTube channel. It was a proper labor of love. And so we have a part 2 to finish. So, and it's completely different style from how I've done any other travel vlogs. So this is kind of like me. It's a guinea pig, but I want to keep trying something new. So it doesn't just feel like a travel vlog, right? I wanted to feel more cinematic. I wanted to feel more intentional with a bit more of a heartbeat to it, if that makes sense. Because my big goal now is like, can I be like a proper filmmaker? Can I get film projects? Can I travel the world on like a sponsored budget, things like that. So I really want to get to this. But I also feel like we were stuck on DaVinci for some time, and I want to get into the habit of editing photos again. So let's go ahead and start with the photo editing session. And depending on if I have all my photos loaded up here. Kavai says, one of my favorite streamers do that all the time. The Norwegian Klats rage bait all the time. Hey, man. Well, low base got me. You know what? You guys can't rage bait me, okay? Actually, there's a few topics you can mention where I might get rage baited. One of them is probably British food, and the other is probably Dubai traffic, because both of these shouldn't exist. Low base says, what do you have to lose if you post a job on the board? Your video is stuttering a lot. Ooh, uh-oh. Let us check it out. What is going on? Okay, so on my side, it says it's pretty stable on Twitch. On YouTube, I honestly don't know. My main stream on YouTube might be spotty. At least on my side, it's saying something's off, but yeah. But yeah. Testing, 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 testing. And it stutters for a bit, then it smooths out. Huh. Siren says, I stopped watching Twitch. It's too stuttered. What is causing it to stutter? I must have too many things going on right now, right? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop that one of the streams I had for Twitch doesn't play nice with 4K. I mean, I shouldn't be on 4K. Let me double check. Twitch output. Yeah, it should be Okay, well, I've turned off one of my... I had a 24/7 live stream going on from my Lo-Fi Catnaps channel, so that might have caused issues. Chia, you said you are on 4K? My Twitch player says you're on 4K. Wait, if I end my Twitch stream, change the setting, because I think I know what's causing it then. Even though I thought my output was fine on... because I'm using Atom, I think it's causing some issues in terms of where I think I'm making certain changes. So if I end the stream on Twitch, and there should be a little timer before it properly ends, like while it waits for a connection. If I take that time to then go into the settings and change the base canvas resolution and output scaled resolution to 1920, I think it should be fine, right? Okay, so guys, bear with me. I'm going to type this in the chat. My Twitchers, I will quickly end stream, switch out of 4K and reconnect, hopefully. Okay, let's see if I can time this. So let me click this out, go to settings, video, settings, video. Oh shoot, they do it for everything. Testing. Am I back? Testing, testing, testing. Okay. Siren says welcome back. Oh sweet. Kavai says back. Is it better? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. You're back and on 1080. Oof. Praise Jeebus. Meanwhile, TikTok has been steady. I still don't know how if TikTok is working properly though. If you guys are watching on TikTok, I thank you very much. I apologize if I'm not properly serving your needs. We're learning. Sirenis is looking solid, not stuttering so far. So far. Okay, well, at the very least, if it's showing 1920, I thank you guys. So, thanks for being here. All right, so what were we trying to do? Hold on. Is everything up and running? Quickly checking. Reconnect. All right, well, thank you guys. Not stirring so far. Brilliance. And by the way, thanks guys for telling me that. Going to go edit some photos. I'll be back in a bit if you're still on. Yes, I'm planning, since I'm at about 90% health, I'm planning to just be streaming until like past midnight. We're gonna go until we pass out. How about that? So, thank you guys for being here. Yo, we hit double digits on Twitch. It's been a while since, it's been a long time since I hit that number. Not that we should care, but it is cool. Anytime we hit that extra digit, it feels nice. So, thank you for those of you watching on Twitch. Also, it like magically popped up to a lot of number once I ended the stream and switched out of 4K. So maybe I was hurting myself with that. All right, so before we do the Mongolia videos, I just wanted to see if we can do a bit of photo editing. So recap, this is like a few months ago when we last ended doing some photo edits. We were on Hokkaido. So these are all the photos that we had finished editing from Hokkaido. So let's go down a trip down memory lane of a trip down memory lane. So this is Hokkaido, Japan from February of last year. I took 3 photographers with me, but it was also my first time scouting this location. So I do thank all 3 of these guys for trusting me enough to join me on this trip, you know, paying good money to explore Japan with me when I also haven't been in this part of the world. But like there was someone that I trusted that was putting it all together. So anyways, I was very appreciative that they, you know, helped me out and enjoyed this trip. Chia, you asked, are you using any of the super telephoto primes here? Long story short, no. Maybe I'll talk about it at some point. But no, but these guys, they all had their 400mm f2.8. So I think all of them brought 400 2.8. One of them might have brought a 600 f4. And mostly they were shooting with the Nikon Z9. I think, yeah, actually, I think all of them were using Z9 and maybe a Z8. And then at the time, I was testing the Nikon Z6 III, and I had a lens that I was testing, the 180 to 600 f, oh my god, what is it, f5.6 or f4 to 6.3, something like that? Oh yeah, I think it's f4.5 to 6.3. So, but yeah, these were shot with, yeah, so this was shot with that 180 to 600 f. Was it f4. Oh yeah, it says it right here. f5.6 to 6.3. Which, by the way, for photography was pretty good. As long as you're not shooting at like 600 millimeters, then it kind of loses its luster, if you will. But at, hold on. Drop this down. But when you're like in the mid-range, the photo quality was fantastic. And for me, I was really impressed by the video quality. So I showed a bit last time, but the video footage I got with the 180 to 600 was primo, like just clean stuff. Chia says, I can't, oh no, low base. I was trying to plan something for hitting a follower goal, but I don't know what to do. I used to do a print giveaway, but I can't afford that anymore. Yeah, prints are pretty expensive, right? Actually, yeah, I should think about that too. What should I do as a giveaway? Actually, I have so many things. Guys, I have so many things. I could give away the Nikon Z6. Yeah, I could give that away. Because well, I could give it away, right? I could give away, I think I have an Insta 360, no, I have an Insta X3 that I don't use. I've got a GoPro 12, a bunch of random tripod. Yeah, I have so much stuff that I can give away, but I need some meaningful goals, right? So if we can set some, I don't even know what the goal should be, right? But if I can set some meaningful goals, 1000%, I would love to give some of these things that I've used in the past or I don't use as much. If I can provide it for free, ooh. Oh, I could give away, it's actually really good quality stuff. There's the company Polar Pro, they have like ND filters for your iPhone. Like I have the case, and then you attach like these little iPhone lenses, right? They're like variable ND filters. So then if you're someone who wants to shoot film, but you want like the really high quality stuff, you can shoot with your phone in Apple Log, and then use the ND filter, and you use the Blackmagic app, and you can end up shooting like, you know, it doesn't beat like the best quality cameras, right? But it's like some pretty decent quality coming out of the iPhone. So Cyronis says, Chia, your photos are nice. Ooh, Chia, if you want to send some of your photos over into the Discord, I would always love to check out fellow photographers' works. Kavai, you want the Insta X3? Yo, I got it. I got the Insta X3. I got that Insta 360 Go 2, something like that. A bunch of these action camera stuff. Okay, so these were some of the shots that we had taken, that I took in Hokkaido, Japan. So in terms of like, these are all the ones that I'd quote unquote fully edited at the time. So this is from day one when we were at like an observatory for these crowned cranes. Beautiful birds, right? It's definitely a highlight of Hokkaido, of Japan. Seeing these kind of like Asian cranes. I did it. Oh, I got the pesky fruit fly with the single. I don't know if you guys see it. I want to prove that I actually got it. It's right there on my finger. Give me a second. I gotta clean my hand now. I literally grabbed a fruit fly in the air. It's almost as good as using chopsticks. Hold on. Oh, 90% there. Chia says, I already have the Sony. I'm impressed by how sharp it is. And Low Base said, if budget is an issue, the Sigma Sport 150 to 600 is fantastic, and they have it for Sony. Okay. You should get a setup like Predator with it being shoulder mounted. Ooh. That's what Cyronius does, right? Chia says, Cyronius, I rarely shoot wildlife because it's kind of hard to fit the 200, 600 in my current bag. Wildlife is very expensive. I will say, there are, in some ways, if you have a lot of money, then by all means, go into it. Otherwise, I think start with something else first for like a photography angle, just because it is one of the more expensive niches of photography. Like street photography, I think honestly, if I could start over, if I could just have like one lens camera and like just travel the world and do street photography, especially in parts of Asia, that would have been, I would have been like hooked just from doing that. So I love capturing like street life, especially like locals and stuff, and that should be relatively cheaper than trying to capture wildlife. And it just turns wherever you look and you blink to shoot. Chia says that would be insane. Palm Top Pitbull. Yo, what a name. Palm Top Pit. I can't even say that fast. Palm Top Pitbull. Palm Top Pitbull. Palm Top Pitbull. Palm Top Pitbull says, got me missing both Japan and photography. Seeing this right now. Well, welcome. Hopefully it's missing in a positive, nostalgic way. And also, hopefully, you want to go back to Japan and you should join me on a trip there. I haven't organized it yet, but I am planning to go back to Japan. My goal is to go to Japan every year. In maybe 2 seasons, but one of the main seasons is in wintertime to go to Hokkaido, which is where these photos were taken. As I met this guide, and there's like this amazing place to see the dwarf flying squirrels, the Izo Momongas, as well as the foxes, these cranes, Blackiston fish owls, and a few other things. Palm Top Pitbull says, but thank you very much for being here. I believe it's your first time here, so thank you. It looks like the Twitch algorithm is doing its thing. I might have been, I don't know what words I can use because I'm testing out TikTok live right now, but I think I was hurting myself being in this like 4K mode because apparently I was stuttering quite a bit and stuff. Anyways, thanks for being here. Palm Top. You can just call me Palm Top or Pitbull. Can I call you PP? PTP. PTP. Low Base says it's more cost effective to buy the wildlife smartphones and let them take selfies. Nice. Hey, I would love to see you hand a smartphone to a lion or a gorilla silverback. Palm Top says wildlife is incredibly fun / relaxing though. Yes. So Palm Top, it sounds like you might be a photographer as well. So if you are, welcome. If you're not, I mean, still welcome. But yes, if you're a wildlife photographer, even more welcome, because I love meeting other photographers in the same genre as me, and hopefully we can learn from each other. Low Base says, okay, actually going now. Thank you, Low Base. As always, I appreciate your presence. Cyrone says, added a few more images from my set on the Discord. Oh, let's check it out. And Palm Top, if you are a photographer and you want to share yours, you can go ahead and join my Discord, which I'll put in the chat. And let me hop over to that Discord and check out what Cyronius had sent. Yo, Fedorevsky. Fed has made a new YouTube video. Fed, if you're still in the chat, I'd like to wait, you know, if you're here, and I would love to play your video, if you don't mind, your YouTube video, but yeah. Palm Top says, I think I originally followed you from Maple's Discord a while back when you were offline. Oh, nice. Well, thank you very much. Well, listen, I appreciate that you're here while I'm live. It's and thanks for saying hi. Let me open up the Discord. Let's drag this guy over here. Let me bring this over. All right, so this is Cyronius's photos. Oh yeah, this is the Comic-Con thing you mentioned, right? Or not, it's not like the Comic-Con, but it's something in that same vein. I think I remember seeing, is it the same model? Yeah. And then Obi-Wan, I don't know if Obi-Wan is still here, but Obi-Wan's got some dope model. Oh, what do you, he keeps telling me and I keep forgetting. I forget what you call this style, but like toy model figurine shots, action figurine shots, something like that. That's pretty dope. So if Obi-Wan's here, Fed is here. Nice. Well, let me know. I'd love to watch your latest video, or at the very least we can link it in the chat. It's the Ikikon. Also, the resolution on your screen is overkill. Overkill, what do you mean? Like in a bad way? I'm assuming, because it's extreme. Overkill as yeah, care to explain, because I'm not sure. Is it like super sharp or like super, yeah. Chia says, I saw those shots, pretty good. Yeah, these are epic. Yeah, you did a fantastic job, man, with the lighting. It's like, as I'm learning more about proper, especially with like a bit of portrait photography, I'm realizing again the importance of lighting, especially like these kind of like backlighting situations. And like the, what do you call this? Like the rim light or like the hair light, right? So if you get a light source behind the subject such that like the silhouette of their hair feels like it's glowing, I've learned that that's a cool effect. But I also like the color scheme here. So going with like the blue background, and then you got like that shade of red on this dude's pants. I feel like the color scheme is nice. Red, white, and blue. Very American. And then the green. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, man. As always. Thanks for sharing this. I like this pose. I like these shots because I always have to... I'm trying to keep in mind, like, when it comes to portraitures, what is it that you're supposed to do with the framing or composition? So it's nice to be reminded that you're not, like, always supposed to capture the whole body, or, like, everything has to be in the shot. It's okay to, like, kind of find different angles, or having... I get... What do you call this? The negative space? Or, like, having a bit of that breathing or looking space available in the same direction as where they're staring. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good on ya. White space. Okay, white space. Pitbull says, I just dropped a few photos from last time I was able to go out before my injury kept me from picking up my camera for now. You. Sounds like... What kind of injury would keep you from picking up your camera? I'm assuming because you said picking up your camera must be an arm injury. If we're more creative with it, it could be a back injury. If we're more creative with it, it's PTSD from a time that a lion mauled you when you're holding the camera. Cervical spine. Well, I apologize for making light of something serious. Hopefully it's a temporary thing though, or hopefully it's improving. I think I went a little bit too extreme with my guesses. Chia says you have to remove the ears. I have to remove the ears. Oh, I missed a few things. Sorry, you just have it zoomed out by default. Oh, okay, okay, okay. These images are massive. Got it. Edge light. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Edge light. Pitbull says, all good, working on getting better. Hells yeah, man. Listen, new year, right? What better time than now to set up those resolutions? I have a resolution for myself as well, but then I kind of shanked it in the past like 5 days because I got sick. But my goal is to lose about 5 kgs, which is 10 pounds. And I need to hit my deadlifting PR, which is about 161 kgs for 2 reps. 161 kgs is what in pounds? I have no idea. 355. Your boy can deadlift a lot, and I'm not a big guy, okay? But this is from my wrestling days. Unfortunately, I went to the gym last week, and I did 141 kgs for 3 reps, and I almost passed out and like fainted. Like, I mean, same thing, but I almost like fell over from passing out and pulling some muscles. So I set a goal on Instagram stories in case people hold me accountable. I said if I don't reach my PR in 1 month, I will shave my hair off. So that is a goal I've set. And unfortunately, I've been sick for 5 freaking days. So there's been no gym, no eating properly. I've just been, yeah. Okay, hold on. I was supposed to open this up. Someone sent some photos, yeah? Let's check it out. Why does this... Oh, I have to... There we go. Ooh, we got some wildlife photos coming through. Alright, let me just open all of these. Yo, is that a skunk? I don't know why, but I have like this desire to photograph raccoons and skunks. Not to like categorize them in the same breath, but and Merly on the TikTok side said, "How are you? Beautiful photos." Thank you very much, and I apologize if I read that super late. I'm not doing a good job of kind of monitoring all these chats. I need to figure out how to do a better job of that. I don't have enough windows open, I think. If I shrink this guy, maybe. There we go. Fed says, yeah, you can always show some of my videos. Skunk deer. What is a skunk deer? Is that a real thing? You can always show some of my videos from my videos. I have them set up so people can share if they want to. Okay, awesome. Yeah, just because I mean, it's not like I have a big viewership, right? So, but I'm mindful of yeah, I just want to make sure I have permission. Pitbull says, yeah, deadlift isn't an easy lift. Yeah, it's definitely one that you can hurt yourself quite easily. So, So, Pitbull, these are your photos, yeah? Chia says, I would like this shot as a 16 by 9 or a 21 by 9. Also, remove the ears of the fox. Are we talking about my fox? Wait, maybe I'm mixing a few things up. You want to cut this fox's ears off? What? A skunk deer. What is that? I was just joking. You talked about a skunk and I saw the deer. Gotcha. Pitbull says Eastern striped skunk. Juvenile that walked right. Okay, let's check that out. Hold on. Let's full screen this. So you're saying that I wasn't... Ah, I see. Okay, okay. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay. Yo, Pitbull. Don't think I didn't notice your Pitbull watermark at the bottom left there. That's pretty cool. Nice. This is awesome, man. Okay, let me try to do a guess here. I'm assuming you must have been pretty far away, because I feel like, not that I have that much experience with deer, but I know deer can be obviously very skittish. But you're not so far away that the deer hasn't noticed you. Obviously, it's looking in your direction. Like, I don't know, you feel like you must have been shooting this with like a 600 or a... What do I go with? Do I go with the 600? Was the shot with the 600? It was only about 25 feet away. Okay, well, look how much I know, right? 400. Whatever, whatever. I mean, that was going to be my second guess, right? Yo, this skunk is awesome. So this is the juvenile. It's a striped, eastern striped skunk. Juvenile that walked right up. When a skunk walks right up to you, what do you got to do? Do you just got to start bolting? Man, skunks are adorable. But I imagine skunks are probably very difficult to photograph just because the black fur, the black and white combo, it can't be easy. I've noticed it's been a while. It's been a while. But if memory serves me correctly, I feel like I always struggled with black animals from a photography perspective. One, because sometimes the lighting just doesn't look good on the fur. So either it's too dark or you don't get like nice shades of colors off the black. Is like what I'm seeing, what I feel like I recall. I'm remembering the trip to Canada with some black bears. It was very difficult. You end up with like either like a purplish tint. But yeah, it's very challenging. But I like this a lot, man. And I can imagine, yeah, you just got to start running. I like the face, the little, you can see the tongue. It's dead on, skunk coming towards you. And a skunk coming towards you is always something to pay attention to. Chia says, they typically, oh, sorry. Pitbull says prey if they come at you. They typically won't waste the spray. Ah. Is that where prey and spray comes from? Chia says, I went to Thailand to shoot Modang. Yo, why would you shoot Modang? What did she ever do to you? How was that? Is Modang too old now? It was so difficult to expose. Interesting. Why is that? People says, yeah, I had to do a ton of work in post to bring out the contrast. Yeah, yeah. But it looks nice, man. Oh, I like the skunk. I need to go shoot some skunks now. Yo. Wait, is this a chipmunk? I was gonna say chipmunk, but then I'm curious if there's like, where was I? Was it Canada as well? There's something called the pita, the pika, which apparently I thought is what Pikachu comes from, but apparently it's not. Which is like a complete like, you know, way to throw a curveball. But there's like something called the pika mouse that Pikachu is not actually named after. But I really like this shot, man. Cyronia says black hair isn't actually black, and depending on oils you'll get other colors. Oh yeah, yeah. For instance, like with my hair here, with that red lighting, my hair can look red. Nice. She's a lot bigger now. Yeah. Is she still adorable, or at some point they get ugly? Yeah. It's like with baby goats. Kids, is that what they're called? Baby goats are the most adorable, one of the most adorable animals. But then the moment they become an adult, they're like the most ugly, demon-looking animals, right? Fed says looks great, and really sunny day on pretty dark skin, just like the skunk. I see, I see. I've only taken one good photo of a hippo. Eastern chipmunk, they were in the middle of loading up for winter. Nice. Wow. That was a good resolution. So what do we like about this shot? One, I like obviously having a subject perched up on like a rock like this. We get nice separation with the background. But because we have like this rock as part of the background, which is more like solid color, it makes the chipmunk's shape and everything much more obvious, or like it stands out a bit more. Yeah, I like the positioning of the chipmunk, the pose with the little paws doing its thing. So I'm gonna guess, I'm assuming this was the same 400. I could see this with the 400 millimeter. In terms of aperture, what is this? Like an F? Oh man, this is like a good quiz, because you'll see how much I fail at this. My guess is gonna be, this is an F 4.5, okay? Chia says she still has that cute face, like really photogenic. You mean Mudang, yeah? Props to the model, good pose, says Chia. Pitbull says, yeah, 100, 400. Excuse me. The longer the stream goes, the farther away from 100% health I am. Pitbull, can you tell us what the aperture of this shot was? And if it wasn't 4.5, don't tell us. This is a Canadian goose. Oh, thank you for titling your images so I don't have to guess. You know what? I talked to Claude AI. I was testing this on stream a few days ago. I think Claude AI, I asked it to make me a quiz, like a visual interactive quiz that I can play on stream, that I could play every day on my stream. And it could be like a warm-up to start the stream, or it could be at certain times. And I think it did a pretty good job of putting it together, where it's got a big database of questions across wildlife, across like countries and travels, photography techniques and like camera stuff, and I think like film techniques as well. And so then if it works properly, I could click on one of those topics and get like a 20 question quiz or something. And I thought that would be a really fun exercise to do, because one, it would help hone my own knowledge in the space, so I'm more of a professional. But then it's like a game. Then I can call myself a gamer, I think, right? Could I then say I'm a Twitch gamer? Because I am playing a game on stream. But yeah, like I would love to be quizzed and build up my own encyclopedia on wildlife. Like, okay, I should be able to look at this animal and immediately be like, oh yeah, of course, this is the Canadian goose. Or what did you say? The Eastern... I already forgot what you said. Eastern something chipmunk. No, I mixed it up. Damn it. The Eastern striped skunk. And then what was the chipmunk? The Eastern chipmunk. Okay, that's why I was confused. The Eastern striped skunk. So imagine the quiz would show me a picture of the skunk and it'd be like, what is the name of this animal? And I'd have to guess. But yeah, lovely. I love the wing pose. This is a very intense, impressive shot too. So it's really impressive. You locked on focus with the bird's eye. It looks super clean. When you're shooting through all of the bramble, I guess. Especially with a small bird, because they never sit still. So you gotta lock focus and then hope you get the shot. So well done. I'm always impressed by like bird photographers, birders, or whatever they say. And what is this? The Glaucus gull. Okay. The Glaucus gull. I love for this one, I really like the blue in the water. You did a really good job with like the contrast between the two here. So yeah. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Let me just briefly go through all the rest of the photos that we have edited to date. And then I want to do a multitasking. We got Fed in the chat, if he's still here, but Fed had sent across a link to his latest YouTube video. And so Fed also shoots with the Nikon ZR. Fed, I can only imagine you shot this latest video with the ZR. So it'd be nice to see more content with the latest camera. And yeah, we can take notes and all that. But I figure we can watch it while I also edit some of the remaining photos that I've got. So let's just go through the rest of this. So we got some fox photos. And then we had the cranes again. Second largest gull in the world. That one, the Glaucus gull. Pitbull says it's a second-year juvenile Glaucus gull. They are an Arctic gull. Nice. It was really oddly early. The second largest. See, these would be good questions for a quiz, which I would fail because I'm going to forget it tomorrow. Yeah, so we had some, there's some awesome foxes in Hokkaido that we got some very, very close-up shots with. I had a lot of fun, if I remember, I think I had a lot of fun editing some of these guys, yeah. So, as far as my editing on this one, yeah, we went a little crazy with it. So here's the original So the before and then the after. I was very happy with how I ended up editing some of these fox photos, where I think I was going to turn it into like a new preset at some point. If I create a third batch of presets, this will be a part of that batch. But yeah, nice like soft glow, ethereal vibes. Cyronia says, I have a really sick shot of a spider. Wait, can I copy this from here? I might have to copy it from this guy. Thank you, Cyronius. That is a very nice close-up of a spider. This is actually a... Wait, did you take this shot? Either way, it's a really sick shot. Man, these colors are crazy. Fed says the video is in your video section. Yep. I just gotta click on it once I get through the rest of these guys. Kavai says, so ethereal. I like that warm glow. Click to zoom. Yeah, I took the shot. Yo, man, that was your shot. That was a badass shot. All right. Oops. Oh no, I accidentally zero-starred this photo. How dare I? Yeah, so we had a bunch of different angles of the same fox. Yeah, the fox in one particular part of Hokkaido were super friendly to humans, and then the foxes in the other part of the island, they were super skittish. So these were the ones that were like very friendly. I think my assumption is because some of the locals or tourists might have like fed the foxes in the past, so the foxes are kind of like expecting it, or they're like, yeah. So I think there might be a bit of that expectation set, because the foxes got really close. And then these ones were some of my favorite because I got fairly low to the ground. Now, one thing I learned later on in my photography journey, but it was like very useful advice, and it just took practice to see it in practice, is the fact that, excuse me. Also, I need to blow my nose. Let me leave you on a cliffhanger there as I blow my nose. Hold on. We are back. Yes, we're back. We're back, baby. Here we go. What was I saying? Cyronis, do you have any CPLs for your telephotos? I don't have... Oh, sorry. I don't have CPLs for my telephotos, but you just reminded me. Let me bring it over. I have another unboxing to do. Yo, a company reached out to me and asked if I wanted to test out something, and then they FedExed it to me in like a matter of a couple days or something. Hold on. We got another product to review. It's from Freewell. It's their, I think it's their latest. It's their latest polarizer slash variable ND filter. So yeah, I'd heard good things about it. And there was no stipulation. Literally, they just shipped it over and said, hey, if you can give us a good review, you know, not good as in like make it good, but if you can give us a review of the product, blah, blah, blah. And then they sent it to me. I was like, what? Okay. I thought it was going to be a scam or something at first. So yeah, I'll do an unboxing of this guy. And then I obviously, I might follow the same formula where I'll do a quick video just doing the unboxing. and then I'll make the video where I go out and do some shoots with it, depending on if I have some projects. Sorry, Nala. Okay, so were the friendly ones near an Inari shrine? No, it was like off the coast on the eastern side. It was like part of a peninsula. There were no shrines. There might have been a lighthouse. Chia says, I'm contemplating shooting uncompressed RAW again, but it's 120 megabytes of photo. Listen, if you have a camera that can do those, I say why not, right? Because if you have a camera that has this potential and you're not achieving the potential, then why do you have it? Like I get at some points there's a limitation, you can't shoot as much, but if you have a camera that can do highest quality, like proper quality, I would rather shoot at that uncompressed RAW at 120 megabytes and then learn to be more intentional with each shot. So I have to be more careful not to machine gun. Than being a machine gun shooter with like a, shooting in JPEG or something. So if anything, it'll force you to reach the next level because you know that it's a scarcity, right? So I don't know that if I had to choose between the two, yeah. Pitbull asks, are those the ones that are magnetic? Yes. These are like these, and that was part of the reason I was interested, because I use the Polar Pro variable ND filters, and I have one Polar Pro that has the circular polarizer built in as well, and I'm a big fan of these guys. So and again, Freewell didn't tell me like, hey, you have to say something or not. I will properly just review and give a sense of like which one I prefer. And then we had some people in the chat who mentioned some other brands that are maybe even better, right? So but some of the things I'd seen about this with Freewell in the past was sometimes there would be like a bit of a tint that you would have to fix in post. But I guess with these new, with this new filter system, apparently that's not an issue anymore. So yeah, I have to do more research, and but we'll put it together. But yes, we got another product. Wow, I want to get to that point where we just like constantly have product reviews to do, and I think that will be possible because I think I have a good partnership with a distributor out here. The A7R4 doesn't have the biggest buffer. I'm shooting compressed RAW plus JPEG. Okay, nice. Yeah, listen, I mean, I've never shot with those guys, so I can't say. But as long as you're shooting some form of RAW, like, go for it. Because, like, the same thing is with video, right? As I'm learning how to do video editing, shooting in RAW just opens up so much more creativity, right? Because you have more range to work within. So it's just more forgiving. But it also allows for you to stretch your image or your footage beyond the realm of belief, but also beyond what was originally captured. So it just means that you can sit on a photo and come back to it 6 months later, a year later, or just the next day, and come up with a completely different approach to the same image, because there's a lot more detail and a lot more you could do with it. So okay, sorry, we're slow with it. I want to check out Fed's video, but let's just go through the rest of these. So these are the foxes in a certain part of the island, I think near a peninsula. This is one of my favorite shots. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I oh, no. Yeah, I think I didn't have a lot of space to the left, because part of me initially would have thought that as I captured this photo, you can see here I cropped it from a vertical shot originally. But I know there's like a certain technique where you're supposed to give enough breathing space in the same direction. What do you call it? The look space or the breathing space. You need enough negative space in the same direction as where the subject's facing. However, I know it's a rule that can be broken, and I've seen it broken in TV shows and film, where you want to convey a feeling of discomfort or confinement. And so I wouldn't have initially shot it like this myself. If I could have reframed it, I probably would have had the fox's head over on the right. However, I think in like a silver lining type thing, I kind of think this framing is much better, because it does feel more profound Like the way the fox is now like screaming, you know, obviously it's yawning, but it almost looks like it's shouting into the wall, and it's like filling up the entire space with the shout. That's kind of how I visualize it or imagine it. The white space, says Chia. Thank you. So I don't know. In some ways, I think I ended up liking this composition, even though it might not have necessarily been quote unquote the proper way. So the A7R4 doesn't have the biggest buffer. Oh yeah, you said that. Fed says probably skip to 8 minutes in the video since it's pretty long, and yeah, filmed with the Nikon ZR handheld Red Raw 4K DX. 4K DX. I think you told me why. Oh, it must be the lens you're using, right? For the DX crop. DX with the Viltrox. Oh, Viltrox, Fed. Someone earlier in chat, I forget who it was. Someone was saying like, yo, did you hear the rumors? Wait, was it Chia? Someone was saying, did you hear the rumors about Nikon and Viltrox suing each other, or Nikon suing Viltrox? Which I have no idea. Edited using only Genesis. Oh, very nice. Pipple says, I will say that Canon's compressed RAWs are pretty damn impressive from my experience, though you're shooting R5 Mark II. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know the first thing about Canon. This would be a proper example, I guess, where, or a more proper example. Now you have that white space, negative space, looking space, breathing space, space on the left. But yeah. Then we had the portraiture of the fox. Then, I swear I'm not the only one who must feel this way. I don't think I had anyone agree with me though. This is the photo of some of the, I think they're called the Ino Shika deer, something like that. I forget, Izo Shika. This one deer in the center here, I swear every time I see this photo, it's uncanny. But this deer looks like that one actress from The Walking Dead. No. The Last of Us. I knew it was something about zombies. This deer right here is that the female actress from The Last of Us. Right there. And I don't mean it as an insult. It's just literally something about maybe the facial expression. That's all I could see. The Sika deer. Thank you very much. Sika deer. I'm Sika deer. Is what I would say if there was someone next to me. But I'm not that sick. I just have a lingering cough. So see, these are some of the photographers. I do like to take photos of them from time to time. That's one of the beauties of if you join me on one of my photo tours. I will take photos and videos of you while you go out and shoot to your heart's content. I will just be there behind the scenes, treat you like a star so that you walk away with like reels and reels of you looking like an A-lister. Pitbull says, love the antlers. Yeah, these were okay. I feel like the Sika deer weren't as impressive as some of the other deer I've seen around the world. Their antlers were also not as impressive, but also I need to go to, what do they call it? The rutting season, right? Or there's a different season, I think, but there's some parts of Eastern Europe that someone invited me to go to, where you can see the deer during the rutting season, I believe. And those look impressive. This one just looked nice because it was chewing on a stick. So it was a bit more comical for me. I admit I struggle when it comes to photographing deer. In terms of composition. I said it a long time ago when I was editing these photos. There's something about the shape of these deers in certain positions where it just doesn't feel very aesthetic. Like these like long torsos that go out wide, and then like the antlers on the other side. I don't know. I just don't like it as much. We had a close-up of the fox. Yo, look who's back. It is King Kruk. It's the Shikamaru deers. Oh, wait. Shikamaru. Like from Naruto? Wait. Shikamaru. Is Shikamaru... Is that a real place? Or you're saying there were deer in the show that look like the Sika deer? Either way, welcome King Kruk. Happy New Year. I think I haven't, I might not have seen you since the start of the year. Thanks for being here, man. It's hard to know how much space to give above them. Yeah, I honestly, I struggle so much with deer. I also struggle with horses a bit for the same reason. Like, I feel like horses can look really ugly from certain positions. Like, if I had this, instead of the fox here, instead of the fox, if it was the deer that I was, sorry, hold on, multitasking. If it was, instead of the fox, it was a horse that was coming to me straight on, it would look really bad. Because the horse's head is so vertical and thin, and then the horse's body can, like the torso can look like a circle. And so these shapes don't really align well. And then same thing, when you're getting a side frame of the horse, there's just something about the lengthy torso, and then, yeah, it just doesn't look too good, in my opinion. Or I struggle with it. Then we had some of the eagles. I believe this is the white-tailed fish eagle. Same thing here. Like, I think the shot looks okay because it's sunset and because it's a silhouette, but just the shape itself is very awkward and ugly, in my opinion. Like this side deer. I don't know. I'm just, yeah. When it's walking away like this, it's a little bit better. I just don't like it, though. Like, this pose, I think, was a little bit better of the deer here. So, like, kind of walking this way. This, for some reason, looked nice to me, but it's like, it's hard to find a good frame for the deer for me. These are some of the shots with the Blackiston fish owl. This is when we went out for the Stellar Sea Eagle boat cruise. Pitbull says, I often end up cutting hindquarters from photos to focus on the front 2/3. That's a good idea. I think there's a good reason. Yeah, I like that approach a lot. Yeah, because like the butt of the animal, it's just too long. Ino Shika Cho, isn't that something from Naruto? Yeah. That's like that's a trio, right? I think. Choji, Shikamaru, and the girl's name. I just rewatched all of Naruto not too long ago, so but I'm bad with names. I didn't realize, are all three of those words like a, yeah, I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I'm assuming it means something in Japan. Just a few of the shots when we were doing the Stellar Sea Eagle cruise. And so, yeah, got some really cool shots of the eagles. I have a lot more to edit, but these were from the first outing on my trip. Then we got some of the, oh, I forget the name. There was like a specific name for this, I think. But, what was it? I don't remember. Probably like Ezo is what's in front of it. Then we got some of those like typical little forest squirrels with the ear tufts. I think these squirrels are so photogenic because the tufty ears. And then these birds, there's one bird in particular that's like more of a rarity that you try to photograph. I don't think I had any good shots of it though. I'll have to double check. But it's like the little puffball birds. Ino, Shika, and Cho is boar, deer, and butterfly. Ah, the classic Ino, Shika, Cho. Wow, lessons. Let me just double check, make sure the music is still audible. Perfect. Okay. I think we're almost done with the photos that we've edited here. So we got the surprise Pikachu squirrel. More of the, what kind of swan? Ezo something. Got a nice close-up of one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is the last photo we edited. So, we're done. That was all the photos. The fluffy bird, you mean the Shima Inaga? Yes, that one. I did see one at one point, but I don't know if I ended up getting any good shots of it, to be honest. But yeah, so this is the last photo that I had edited from a previous session on stream. And so my question, I still haven't decided if I'm going to continue editing from Japan or if I should go back in chronological order, which would mean I would need to start editing photos from Sri Lanka. You know what? Let's go with Sri Lanka. Let's start to go chronological. And let's now go into my Discord. I want to find... So Fedoreski had sent a link to his latest YouTube video, which I will put in the chats. So shout out to Fed. And again, I've said this before, but I'm always impressed by literally how fast you work, because it's something I can never do. I work way too slow. You said probably skip to 8 minutes in the video since it's pretty long and filmed with the... Yeah, okay, got it. So give me a second. Thank you, Fed. It's the Whooper. The Whooper. That's what I was looking for. Whooper Swan. I thought it was maybe like the Ezo something, but no, they don't even have Ezo in the name. Whooper. Okay, let me put this. Blah, 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 blah. And then the fluffy bird was the Shima Inaga. Alright, so we got all of our animals. No, we can't do full screen. I was thinking if I put it like off to the side here, and then let's pause the music. We'll bring it like this. And go to the music and pause it. Let me put my headphones on for this. All right, let's check it out. 24 minutes. You said skip to 8 minutes? I swear, if I'm going to get copyright struck because of the music... Oh, no, I'm just kidding. It'll be worth it. Let me just see. Is it too loud? Or maybe you guys can't hear it. I might have to unmute. There we go. Hold on. Okay, I might have to turn it down slightly here, yeah? Okay, so as a quick reminder to myself, or refresh. So Fed, you do a lot of what would you call your genre of filmmaking? Is it like horror, thriller kind of style? The forest loomed around Rasmus. Yeah, if I remember, you do more like dark. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you said this was shot with the Nikon ZR handheld, and it was with the Viltrox, I forget which lens, and there's something else you had mentioned. Oh yeah, you edited all of this with Genesis for the color grading, yeah? Saroni says, I answered your question, Kavai. Oh, I hope I didn't miss anything. All right. Let us proceed to probably horror for these we do in the winter when it's dark. Gotcha. Awesome, man. All right. You said to skip to 8 minutes. We can play it out for now and then. Let's see. In the meantime, I want to see. Did I go through any of these photos yet? Okay, I guess we'll start from day one. Let's go through all these photos. Cool stuff, man. Let me know if the audio is too loud or something. Just skip to 8 minutes in. Okay. But the intros are always the best. The music picks up, you know. Here, I'll skip around then. I like these vibes, man. So this is all color graded with Genesis, you said. And is this in 4K or is this in 1080? 1080. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Yeah, okay, up to 4K. Was this sound effects or this is the... Man, cool stuff. I think I mentioned I met a few different filmmakers and like artists and stuff, and they want to like work on some screenplays that they've got and like turn into some short films. So I might get looped into some of those things, depending on my. But like, the thing is, I'm so swamped, and I was sick for a while, so let's see. But yeah, it'd be fun if I can work on a few projects. But I'm like, I have so many of my own projects to work on. It's a little bit, yeah. All right, let's be picky with these photos. I believe this is the bee eater in terms of the bird. I'm really bad with names though, so we'll see. So the good thing is the bird actually has something in its beak here, but it's not the most it's not the most interesting shot. Like, the bird's not doing much there, so. But I'll save it just in case. It's like a potential. It's a beautiful branch. And then Fed, the little green bee eater. Yes. That's what it is. Thank you. Fed says mix of sound effects and onset sound. This is that lantern you bought, right? The one you told me about? I think you got this at the same time I was getting Mr. Steampunk over there. Oh, wow. The bee eater got a grasshopper? No. Dragonfly. But again, I'm not the best birding photographer, nor is it like one of my passions. I like big birds for sure. I wouldn't be able to tell you the proper way to capture some of these bird shots or what people look for. But for me, I'm just looking for anything interesting, like if you can see the dragonfly. But the quality is not the best, but I will still star this one so we can look at it later between one of these guys. Okay, so I feel like this is a nice pose, but it's a little bit cut off here, so. And I don't care enough about these birds to like favorite an almost good shot. We gotta look for the best shot, you know? That's a railroad lantern that I got. Nice. Fed says Yobel likes big birds and he cannot lie. Yeah. Man, on a serious note, it is the shoebill. That is the bird. The bird is the word. Okay, that's all the birds we got. Now we move on to leopard. I think this was the only leopard sighting from this Sri Lanka trip. This is a, so for a quick context, I think this is a 4-day trip. It was very, very quick. But it was a trip that I organized through Nikon. I was the tour leader. It was part of the Nikon Premium Members Travels. So I took a group of, I think about like 8 to 10 people through Sri Lanka. But the things with these trips is that it's super short. So yeah, it was like 5 days, less than 5 days to explore Sri Lanka. So we only had like a day and a half, I think, to do some jeep safaris in Wilpatu National Park. And then we had to proceed to some of the other locations. So yeah. But yeah, at least we got one leopard sighting. But, you know, it could have been better for sure. I did end up testing like shooting in 8K over here. I got some good video from it. Yo, Maple Glades is in the chat. Hello, hello, with the Abbott emote, right? Am I right? Thanks for being here, Maple. This is I'm officially back. I've officially said I'm officially back like 3 streams in a row. But I got sick like 5 days ago, I think. And I've been struggling with it. And today I'm at roughly 90%. So that means hopefully tomorrow I'm back to normal and we're just back to streaming and all that. And even in this case, it's almost 9 p.m. my time. I should be able to stream for another 3 hours or so. So we're in it for the long haul. I got a lot of photos and videos to edit. We've had some really cool stuff that people have sent across in the Discord. We're watching Fedorevsky's latest video that he made with the Nikon ZR, a Viltrox lens, and then editing with Genesis. So shout out to Fedorevsky on YouTube. I like the soundtrack too. Oh, and then Maple, I've got a Freewell circular polarizer / variable ND filter that they sent to me. So it'd be fun to test this. I'll try to make like a unboxing video or something like it with it. One of the reasons I shoot in 4K DX is the super low rolling shutter for shooting handheld. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that was a thing. So while we watch this video, I am also just going through my photos here from Sri Lanka. I should do this more often, because then this way I can multitask and do photo editing and video at the same time. But then it doesn't work in reverse. Like if I'm working on a video editing, it doesn't, I guess I wouldn't be able to quickly go through a bunch of photos. I don't know. Alright, we're looking for a good photo of this leopard. None of these are the money shot though, so we can skip through most of it. Yeah, most of the shots I think are a bit soft at this distance. I'm trying to remember, did I have this? Yeah, so I was shooting this with my 400 f2.8 lens, but I had it flipped to the, I had the 1.4x teleconverter. It's got a built-in teleconverter, so I flipped the switch, so it's shooting at 560 millimeters at ISO 1100, f4. Oh no. And 1/125th of a second. But it's still slightly soft. Yo, good acting. Fed, this is you, right? Or did you say... Wait, was this you or is this your friend? I forget. Ah, of course, when the leopard's looking at me, it's now covered up. Although this is kind of... This could be nice. Depending on how soft the image actually is. So I'm going to star these ones. Because the shot could look nice in a more like artistic way if you do a crop of just like the face with the green shading. And This is your buddy I'm filming? Gotcha. What did you say you use for your soundtracks, your sound library? You told me before, I apologize. I have a bad memory. There we go. I was getting I was like, damn, I hope I have better photos. Okay, we got some clean ones here. Cleanish. We still got some trees. But this looks a lot sharper. Yo, Voodoo! Thank you for the follow, Voodoo489. I appreciate it. Fed says it's from Pixabay. Gotcha. Pixabay. Pitbull says that looks nice. Yeah, this is not bad. This one's not bad. But I have to keep in mind, I try not to jump the gun. It could be that this looks so much better because we were looking at much worse photos earlier. So relatively speaking, it looks nice. But, let's see. This one looks sharp enough that maybe I'll bookmark one of these shots, just like a side profile shot when it's like daydreaming. Fed says free service. Oh, the Pixabay one. Okay. But here's the thing, Fed. Especially, you know, I'm still a small YouTuber, but one of the things I've realized is you have to find a lot of paid companies to utilize who will work with you, right? Affiliate links, sponsorships, that kind of stuff. So sometimes you have to use their service already, make enough content with it, and then hopefully they'll catch on and they'll be like, hey, we want to work with you. So like, imagine like if you do pay for, I don't know, like the music bed, right? The one that I'm using. And if they're like, oh, this guy makes like proper films and is constantly using music bed, maybe there's a better chance that they'll, you know, reach out. Because I'm not a big, my YouTube's, we haven't even crossed 10,000 subscribers on YouTube yet, right? But I've been really, what's the word? Encouraged by the number of companies that have shown interest in working with me. And I think it's all just like, it all comes from like, you gotta use some paid services, make some top quality stuff. Although if this is free from Pixabay, that's pretty impressive. All right, I do like, this is usually what I like taking photos of, are these local shots, just people being people in different parts of the world. So like candid local shots, I don't know if there's a category for it. So besides wildlife, I love just like filming and photographing strangers. In the stalker way. Hell yeah. But yeah, I think like this shot right here, I can see myself wanting to spend more time editing this photo more than the leopard shot in terms of like trying to figure out the nice framing and what do I want to keep. But there's something about this with a little bit of that cat on the left, the bikers on the right, the carefree nature of what I'm assuming this guy's either being carefree or he's yelling at the cat to get out of the way. But either way, I choose to believe it's a bit more carefree posing in the car. Yeah. So we've bookmarked that one. Okay. Pitbull says, sometimes I go back later and find that a photo I really didn't give a chance was actually a good close-up of a wing or a paw. Yeah, yeah. That's one of my favorite activities. Not really. I'm exaggerating. But I do enjoy doing that activity of like going back and just like reviewing some photos that you'd either already edited or you just threw away digitally, I guess. And then you're like, oh, what was I thinking? This is like fantastic. All right, so before we go into the prop, it's only a 5-day trip. So let me just go through let's do a quick run through of all the photos. We'll start we'll start like 2-starring all the potential photos first. And then we'll start editing as we continue. See, this is a good quiz question, which I'll never remember. But this is one type of the kingfisher. I think there's like the African kingfisher, there's like a something something kingfisher, blah blah blah. So I forget which one this is. But this is the pretty one. Oh wait, no, is this a king? Yeah, it's a kingfisher. Right? This is a kingfisher, no? Man, I'm like second guessing myself. Because I'm seeing this one, but I think this one looks different just because the head is all wet. Oh, also, Fed, this is the Azure. Chia is asking, this is the Azure. What is the Azure? Azure. Are you talking about the movie or this? Either way, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Chia. The Azure? Fed, can you remind me, are all of your videos, the ones under the wildlife refuge, are these all like episodic of the same character? Or are they all, what's the word? What's the word when they're all, like Black Mirror? Whatever the word is when they're not related. The Azure Kingfisher. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me look that up. Oh. Okay, hold on, let's back up. This one then, yeah? No. Because it's got the brown... Let's see. Voodoo says, I spent nearly 3 years trying to get a shot of a common kingfisher here in the UK. Yo. Well, yeah, it just depends where in the world you are, right? Because, like, when I was in Uganda, is it the common kingfisher? Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Common kingfisher. Oh, no, I'm thinking, which one's the black and white kingfisher? Okay, so as far as the common kingfisher, I feel like you see these everywhere in Sri Lanka and India. I felt like you would see them everywhere. And then for the black and white one, whatever the name of this one is, the pied kingfisher, yeah. Yeah, is Rasmus the same character across... I'm trying to remember from the last video I was watching yours. But yeah, this pied kingfisher, there was like swarms of them in Uganda. Not too far. So if you want to see pied kingfishers, you just go to Entebbe, Uganda, take a boat ride there. You'll see them everywhere. I don't know which kingfisher this one is though. Might be a blue-eared. Azure is bright blue. Hold on, let's look it up. Which kingfisher has a brown head, blue wings, and red beak with white underbelly? The white-throated. Okay, so this is the white-throated kingfisher, or also known as the white-breasted kingfisher. Yo, thank you very much, Fed, for sharing that. And I do apologize because I was obviously like half watching and then half bouncing around, but that's how I like watch most things, to be honest. But this was like, honestly, with the music choice that you selected for that, the sound effects, the visuals, it's like, I know you said it was like more of like a horror vibe, but I also found it kind of peaceful. So like a peaceful horror, if that's a genre. But yeah, that was fantastic, man. Good on you. And like I said, I'm always impressed that you're able to make these so quickly. Like you guys film this and then you edit it, and it seems like the turnaround time is insane. It puts me to shame. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing. I don't know if we have more videos to watch, but in the meantime, I guess we'll go back to this. And let's play some music. Make sure the music is audible. Cool. And then I can take my headphones off. Chia says, do they know the way? Is that a Ugandan thing? There's several characters, but they're all played by the same guy. Gotcha. The bill varies quite a bit in shade. Yeah, the style here is gothic horror, really, which is more creepy than scary. Gotcha. Man, I am shedding like my cats. Okay, so this is the white-breasted or the white-throated kingfisher. Wow, we're learning. See, this is a learning stream. And then, is this the common one? Is this the one that Voodoo was mentioning? I'm trying to remember this trip. I'm assuming we were parked because we saw this kingfisher, and then everyone was hoping to like capture it when it dives into the water. But it's like a fool's errand, you know? You don't know where it's gonna dive. So I'm assuming what I decided was to just focus on the branch and wait for when the kingfisher either takes off or comes back to the branch. But honestly, it's like more power. The people who like photograph kingfishers, I'm always impressed by like the amount of patience that must be required for this, because it's like the level of unpredictability to know where in the water it's going to drop into, at what angle, and where it's going to fly back to, because it's not like nothing's guaranteed. This one's like an interesting-ish shot, but not like a good one. But I'll bookmark it. And what was my settings? I was shooting this. Okay, if I were to do this shoot again, I probably would not be shooting at, let's see, I was shooting at f2.8, 400 millimeters, and 1/1000th of a second at ISO 1400. So given that it was at 1400 ISO, maybe I had no choice, actually. All right, yeah. I might have preferred shooting at maybe like f4 or something like that. But the kingfisher is such a small animal that at 2.8, it's not the worst. Yeah. Pitbull says, I've been attempting to shoot diving kingfishers for years at local marshes. It's really difficult. Yeah. Like I said, I'm more power to you guys. I don't think I could ever be a bird photographer. I say this because like, while I can get very passionate about some of the bird shots, I've met I don't know, there's probably a word for you guys, right? I don't know if you are, but like birders, but I hate that word, birders. Bird photographers are like super passionate. So on another level. There was a peacock here, if you couldn't tell. And it was on this branch. So I think I was hoping that, you know, the peacock would take off, go in flight. I don't actually remember if it ever did as I commanded it to. Because the thing is, like, the problem with this shot is the background meshes with the peacock's feathers. The background is very messy. You get all of these tree branches, and it's a mix and match of like the greens and the browns and the whites. So it just becomes like a very, very ugly background that doesn't help make the subject stand out, even though technically the background's far away from this branch. It just all kind of meshes into one. So my only hope here was that if it like takes off, maybe the wings would cover up most of the background. It would be a unique, you know, shot or something like that. King says, nice short to Fed. Yes, very, very nice, man. So yeah, none of these shots are worth anything. Maybe, ooh, here we go. What a difference a facial expression can make. Still not the coolest shot in its entirety, but as far as like a face capture, but then the moment we're in 200% zoom in, then we're losing some of the value of like getting this framing. So at 100%, it's okay, but still like the face is too small to justify all of this background noise. Pitbull says those wing stretches can often mean it's prepping to take off. Well, let's see. Let's see. I genuinely don't remember if I got anything. I guess not. So this is wait, is this the pied kingfisher? The face looks so weird. Could just be the lighting. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. So this is the pied kingfisher. Terrible angle, terrible everything. Terrible shot, ugly deer. Interesting bird. I don't know the name of this bird. But like we said, that's the trouble when you're shooting like a black colored animal. It just becomes so hard in like low light situations. It could be here. I'm just gonna bookmark one of these as a potential. It's like a little bit hard for me to tell like how much of these are in focus or not. I think at some point maybe the bird had taken off. So I might have framed this in a way where if the bird flew back down, I was hoping to get like a swooping shot. But like I said, birds are they're so unpredictable. Oh. Yeah, this is ISO 5600. You can see all that grain. But usually with the software these days, like a lot of that just disappears with a click. So that is one thing I need to constantly remind myself when I go out and shoot, is to be comfortable shooting in like very high ISOs, and just trust the camera and trust the editing software to be able to take care of a lot of that noise. But when you're talking about like a small subject and noisy environment, like these little pixels are like, you know, its eye is like the size of a pixel. You know, I'm exaggerating, but yeah. Also, I still don't know what bird this is. It's kind of interesting, but honestly, was it interesting enough for all these photos that I took of it? Probably not. Especially looking at all these framings. None of them really... If I had to justify it for myself, I think I did some of these framings with the expectation or hope that the bird would take off, and then hopefully somewhere in this empty space I'd be able to get like at least one clean shot. So that's my justification to my past self. Fed says there's something about how those cameras feel in your hand and using them perfectly optimized. To King Croc, yes. All right, so yeah, no noteworthy shots so far from this day. We had some of these elephants in the water, but if I remember, the lighting wasn't too good, and we were really far away. Yeah, so this was shot with the 560 millimeter. So yeah, it just wasn't like the best lighting. It could be for like some kind of pastel edits. So maybe if I do something to make use of the reflections here, I could maybe salvage this into like a more artsy shot. But as far as like the colors, you can see here, right? Like the colors are like non-existent. Pipple asks, what time of year was this? I have an app that I can use to help ID the bird. Oh, this was mid-March 2024. It had a orange breast. It's like an orange underbelly, but it's like a hat. It's like, it looks like it's got an Asian bowl cut. Yeah, if you draw two eyes right here, it would look like an Asian face with the bowl cut. If that helps. Yeah, why don't you punch that into AI? What's the bird? Yeah. Where were we? Yeah, so I think these shots are all meh. Yeah, so a shot like this maybe could be salvageable. So what I'm thinking is like, depending on how crazy I want to try with this, I could try to soften the ground over here to kind of match the same reflection style of the water here. Because obviously this ground area on the top 1/3 of the shot is pretty ugly. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if when we start editing. Oh, we had this like really pretty butterfly. Yo, look how pretty this butterfly was. Like, it's so red. Now, butterflies, that's something where I'm very fascinated by. I would love to spend a lot of time trying to photograph butterflies and film them, but photographing them feels a bit more challenging. I've only gotten like a handful of clean shots of butterflies in flight. But they're some of the coolest subject, because like if you shoot them against the sun, you know, they're so paper thin, the wings, you get like a nice, what would you call that? It's like a glowing effect on their body. Wow, okay. It's not the sharpest photo though. Again, it's fairly dark, but let me just bookmark one of these just to, actually, there might be others. Fed says, King says, I think other than lenses, not big upside going mirrorless. Interesting. I think there's a big upside. For video, mirrorless wins hands down. I think most photographers I know now still shoot DSLR. Oh, you mean for like photography? I think the biggest reason is the... well, actually, I can think of two reasons for myself where I felt like mirrorless has been fantastic. One is the weight difference. Like, my God. Especially when you're shooting with like a 400mm lens, it is like every pound is significant. You feel it, right? Just from like holding it for 10 seconds, you just feel that extra weight. So having a heavier camera body plus a heavier lens compared to the mirrorless counterparts, man, my cough is killing me. But then the other reason I think mirrorless has been amazing is I, call me an amateur, but I had so many moments where I was shooting with DSLR and I think I have the perfect shot, only to realize I had messed up the ISO or I messed up some setting. So what I see through the viewfinder or whatever looks nice, but it really wasn't, right? I overexposed the shot. And that is like a rookie mistake, but it is a rookie mistake I made enough times where it's like you just want to avoid it at all cost. Like it just feels like one of those things where, yes, you can train yourself to just muscle memory it and never make that mistake. But if you could never worry about that ever in your life, I'd be happy. It's like when I got LASIK, right? Because it's like, yeah, sure, you don't have to get laser surgery. You can just wear contacts if you just remember to put your glasses on or bring the the contact solution and blah blah blah, and yeah, you can survive just fine. But the moment you do the LASIK, oh my god, and you never have to worry about any of those silly steps of like packing all the contact solution, or what if you lose it or you run out or you break your glasses. Oh, none of that. None of it matters. So yeah, shooting mirrorless, I think the ability of what you see is what you get is a huge benefit, in my opinion, for photography and video as well. So more lightweight and more instantaneous in terms of what you're shooting, like the effects. Man, how many shots of this butterfly? And none of them are good. Also, I'm shooting against the light, I guess. So yeah, I'm like, not only are they super dark, not the best shots, but they're also, yeah. Okay, at least this time we got some light, but blurry, 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 obstructed. Okay, now we're talking. Yo, that's a thick body. This girl be thick. Damn. I'll just bookmark this one for the future. King says, if you get glasses, it's better to get Zeiss lenses. Yo, I need to get the Meta. I need to get that Meta Ray-Bans. I would love to. That sounds so awesome, to be able to wear the Meta glasses and then get like that point of view shot when you're filming. I really need it before my next travel, for sure. King says, Jobel, have you compared the RAW files from the D850 versus Z9 for photography? I have not. Because when I did the switch, I wasn't like... I mean, I wasn't a YouTuber. I wasn't like thinking of these ideas of like making interesting content like that. And once I did the switch, I just did the switch, you know? That's a good question. Like, I'm curious how much of a difference there'd be. Okay, none of these are like award-winning shots, so I should just move on. Ooh. Well, this one could be like an interesting pose as it takes off. Fed says, I think it depends on what you shoot for sure. I know a lot of photographers who mainly shoot in a studio, and they all swear to DSLR still. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, they can say that, obviously, right? Everyone has their opinion. I am very much of like, I feel the same way when it comes to stocks and stuff, or anytime there's a big buzz or hype about something. I don't think I'm special. I don't think I know something that someone else hasn't already figured out or AI hasn't figured out. So I'm best off just probably putting my money into like an index fund or something like that. I'm not going to be the guy that has the insider trading type knowledge to break from the mold. So in my opinion, if people are saying actually DSLRs are actually much better quality than mirrorless for photography, then I can't square the hole, I can't square the round hole of the fact that why did all these brands move to mirrorless before video became as big as it is now? But I still feel like photography is way bigger, right? Like as a hobby. Why would everyone settle for much more inferior glassware or captures or whatever? I don't know. I just yeah, people can swear by it, sure, but clearly the industry moved in this direction for a reason. And it, oh, you know what? I could be wrong. Maybe it's because, yeah, no, I'm not wrong. I was gonna say maybe it's like, oh, well, it's less, it's inferior quality, but it's coming at a fraction of the cost. Therefore, consumers chose this trade-off because now they were able to purchase 3 gear for the price of 1. I don't think that's true. Yo, low base coming in with an epic raid. Yo, and oh, you know what? I need to set the timer so that raid animation lasts longer. Thank you very much, low base. Damn, you're bringing in the crew. So thank you very much. Cat and Candle Photo, what a name. We got our cat right here, by the way. Oh wait, I completely blocked Nala with this free will lens that we're gonna unbox at some point. Let me put this away. Thank you very much for joining Daytor. Hello, Guten Abend, Daytor. And thank you to Low Base and Low Base's viewers and the community. Big shout out to Daytor always. Daytor, thanks all for oh sorry, was I saying Daytor this whole time? Low Base's viewers and community. Shout out to Daytor as well, because I think you're on a streak with me, man. So I appreciate that. And yo, Cat and Candle, thank you very much for the follow. Hex, yeah. Not that I curse often on stream, but I'm trying even more not to, because I started testing streaming on TikTok Live. So we started doing these vertical streams at the same time as the landscape. So yeah, it's been fun, very fun. Thank you very much, and thank you, Cat and Candle. Are you also a streamer? I don't know. Am I able to? I can't follow you from this thing, but I'll have to make sure to follow you back if you're a streamer. But yeah, welcome guys. We're having a fun stream. Today's my first. I've been sick for like the past 5 days. Today I feel like 90-something% recovered. I still have a bit of a lingering cough and slight congestion, but much more manageable. We're doing a bit of a editing stream. So I started today by showing a bit of the shots that I took for an upcoming YouTube video that I'm working on. I'm doing a review of a Pidgeotech backpack, which is behind me somewhere. Pidgeotech is a camera brand that, they sell like camera bags, tripods, accessories, and they reached out to me and asked if I wanted to test out their backpack, and I said, hex yeah. So I was showing some of the shots from there because I filmed my cat. Okay, that was the main thing. Hey, listen, you got Cat and Candle, and Cat and Candle, thank you very much for following me. So I think I owe you a little bit of cat content. So let me quickly show you. I did film my cat as part of this backpack review. It was unintentional, but since my cat kind of hopped in, I figured I might as well film it all. So I don't know where in the video I'm going to put all of this, but I got some video of my cat hopping in, chilling on this new backpack. Look at this pretty cat. What a beautiful cat. And then we filmed a few more moments when Nala was just hanging out inside the backpack. Wow. Just primo content, right? And it was like she was waving me to come closer with her tail. Come closer. And I obliged. So yeah, we're here. I make a lot of cat content, okay? Cinema, says Chia. Yes, we do cinema with cats. As much as possible. Everything is about cats and cinema. And candles. Cats and cinema and candles. And then also, just very briefly, since I'm here already, just a quick reminder, this is the next camera angle. Oh yeah, and then here's Kimbap. Kimbap usually likes to chill with us over here. Right now it's an empty it's an empty bed. I don't know where he is. He didn't show up to work today. What the heck? But Nala is here and sleeping. Where's her head? There's her head. Okay. And then this is Kimbap though over here. If he were to show up, this is what he looks like on that bed. And I turned on a smoke machine, so it was pretty smoky here still when I was filming this. But the thing I wanted to show is this view right here. So I am going to add this to my stream at some point. Fed says, you do see people complain about the ZR for similar reasons. They want more dials and stuff. I did mention that, I think in my review as well. But of course, then there would be no room for the excellent larger screen. Yeah, trade-offs for sure, for sure. Yeah, so I take back a little bit what I said, but I still feel, like the quality, I don't think that would have been an acceptable trade-off for anyone. If you're a photographer, to be like, oh, I'm going to switch from DSLR to mirrorless because of XYZ, but it means worse quality shots. But yes, thanks again, Low Base. In case you're still here, or if you have to dip out, I appreciate it as always. At you and your community, everyone. Randy C. Photo. Oh, King's asking, what's your tool of choice for photography? To Fed. Randy says, I was lurking Low Base and I come back and there are cats on screen and dope gear. Me likey. Thank you. Well, Randy, thanks for lurking onto Low Base, and then for lurking, you feel free to keep lurking over here. But yeah, this is just some content that I was making for an upcoming YouTube video. But I was briefly mentioning, yo, thank you very much, Randy, for the follow. Yes, keep on lurking anytime you want over on my channel. I do stream on YouTube, Twitch, and also I'm testing out TikTok Live now, so that's a third platform. I have this Pidgeotech bag. Yo, Cat and Candle, do you really? It's so good. Okay, I feel like I should let them know that because... Oh, wait, no, it's a different one. I think you linked it. Gotcha. Yeah, I have... If you want to purchase more Pidgeotech stuff, they did give me an affiliate link to get 10% off their website and on Amazon. But yeah, this backpack is the One Pro ST backpack. So this is what I'll be making a video on very shortly. I'm actually seeing if I can find an editor to do it for me. And I think there's a few, hopefully, that I can lock in. But the thing I wanted to point out was not the backpack. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. And this as well, but it's fun. I'm aiming to set up a fourth camera during my live stream such that it would be just like this, right? So I have this big C-stand, and then I would just stretch it out and put like a 20mm lens or something. I'm not sure yet. But if I can get an overhead camera shot like this, I think that would be an extra addition, a nice addition, where let's say if my cat, let's say Nala's sleeping here and she's doing something adorable, but you can only see it from overhead, or if Kimbap is doing the same thing, or if I just want a shot where both of them are on camera. Can you imagine? I flip over to this and you see both of them curled up in a ball doing their thing. Come on, cinema. Cat cinema. So that is something I am planning to set up at some point. And I was just testing it for this YouTube video, but it worked out. So here we are. But yeah, thank you guys. If you are new to the channel, just quick little intro. I am a wildlife and travel photographer. And I've recently got into filmmaking. So a lot of my time in the past couple years has been to travel the world, but also doing it from the lens of like vlogging and trying to capture some interesting stories that we can turn into, man, we're saying this word again, cinema. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and play this trailer for you guys, since I think we have some new people in the chat. Let me pause the music, because this is one of the videos that I was working on. Yeah, it should be fine. Actually, I haven't even watched this in a long time, so a lot of it could be off. Would you use a C-stand to hold it up there? Yeah, the C-stand I have it's like a metal, it's really heavy duty. It's completely fine. I tested it for the video I just made. Randy C Photos is the alt account. Nikon Daddy. Yo, how did you lock that name? Is there a Nikon Zaddy and a Nikon Mommy? Mommy? That doesn't sound as good. Need a drone that tracks cat at all times. The problem with the drone is that the cats would chase the drone. Okay, let me see. I don't know if the volume is actually going to be good or not, so I'll listen with you guys. Let's see. Oh, you know what? It's muted, isn't it? Or, oh, here we go. There used to be a, this is not done, by the way. This is some old text for part 1 of Mongolia. And this is some new footage, but then the rest is like the same trailer. So we need to update the text here. But then we're going to have this footage of this eagle in flight, and then switching over to the trailer. And I need to brighten the shots a bit. It's a bit dark. Yeah. So anyways, this is I've been working on this video a long time ago. Actually, when I started my streaming journey, which was back in August, the first, I think, like 30 some odd days I'd spent working on this video, or Mongolia episode 1, which you can find on my YouTube channel. So you guys should absolutely follow me on my YouTube channel. Hopefully this link works. Yeah, so it was a really fun experience because I made the whole video, the episode 1 vlog, while live streaming it. So yeah, I was testing out if that could be of interest to people to watch. But either way, I was being productive and I had the camera, so I figured I'd go live. And then I was working on episode 2, but then I had to put a pause on that because I had a few projects that came up, including a short film that I made in Uganda about chimpanzees on a rescue chimpanzees on this island sanctuary. And then that's taken me on a completely different journey for the past few months. And yeah, it's been fun meeting a whole ass community of Nikon ZR shooters and all that out there. So it's been really fun. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into working on my travel vlogs because I'm over a year behind, like about 12 different trips that I need to, and it's like still over 100 terabytes worth of footage that I need to go through. And yeah, so we got a lot of fun content to go through during my streams. So hopefully you guys will continue watching my stream. I aim to stream 5 days a week for fairly long periods of time now that I'm not sick. So probably around, you know, anywhere from 3 to 6 hours per day. And we'll be going through a lot of photo editing and video editing. So right now I'm editing, or I'm doing a little bit of a filtering process through a trip to Sri Lanka from 2 years ago. And then I'm also going into video editing mode. So we're kind of hopping around here. Let me quickly see. I think I missed a few things. Randy C Photo says LMFAO. I got lucky with that name. Nice. Man, we got another Nikon shooter. You know, I am a Nikon creator, so I feel like I need to screenshot your name and then let the team know that there is a Nikon daddy out there. Actually, I'm gonna screenshot that now just so I don't forget. Fed says, I would never take proper photos with my phone. Tough, just snap shots of family there, etc. Gotcha. Yeah, and so Cat and Candle, I do have a C-stand that's pretty strong that I can run a camera from. And then you have the sandbags if it gets too heavy to kind of counterbalance it. Yo, what's up? Is that BC's in the chat? Yo, we got everyone coming in today. Thank you. Thanks for enjoying the stream. We're going to stream for like at least a solid 2 to 3 more hours, I think. Randy says, oh yeah, maybe OBS bot. Oh, okay. That's fair. So a small blimp or a roof-mounted XY gantry slider so it can vision track direct down. Man, there is a company, but I'm not big enough to, I think, get their attention yet. But I would love one of those dolly systems, or like, yeah, getting like a camera on a slider. I think that would be super cool. But speaking of overkill, that is probably the overkill of overkills. So yeah, we got a long ways to go before I can justify that purchase. Another reason you should follow my stream or continue watching my stream is that your boy's got big ambitions. All right, I'm not happy just being a streamer at home. I'm going to take it out with me into the wild. So I have a few things already kind of lined up, and I've been prepping a little bit for the past few months. But I aim to start traveling back into the wild. And when I say wild, I mean like for my wildlife stuff, wildlife safaris. And I do plan to live stream it all. So if you like the quality of these camera shots and how we're putting it all together, this high production. That's what we're going to bring out into the wild. So I appreciate you guys joining me on that journey. King says, I'm using my DSLRs only because I already own them, but going back in time, I prefer DSLR. It's the only type of camera I've used enough to feel properly at home taking photos. I did like the mechanical shutters, although I think mirrorless have mechanical shutters as well, right? But there is something more about the haptic feeling shooting with the DSLR. But just the extra heavy weight, it's just, yeah. I realize how much I don't miss it. Because, like, yeah, especially with the 400mm lens, that thing just, it weighs and weighs on you. Like, your wrist just gets destroyed. So, man, we're going through a lot of these butterfly shots. And I don't think a single one of these are going to really be worth saving. But, you know, we're in the culling process. Cat and Candle says, that's crazy cool. Fed says, but considering how autofocus works now, it would probably be easy to learn using mirrorless now. Mirrorless is so much easier. Like I said, because it takes a lot of the guessing work. Guessing work? It takes a lot of the guess. Whatever the phrase is. It takes a lot of the... Whatever the phrase is. Damn, I don't remember. Makes your life easy. Use the Nikon Z6 III for weddings. Yeah, this camera right here is the Nikon Z6 III with the 50mm f1.2 lens attached. So the one that's normally pointed at kimbap, but right now is just an empty bed. That is the Nikon Z6 III. And then the Nikon Z9 is the one that's pointing at Nala right now, with the 24-70 f2.8 lens attached. And then my main camera for me is the ZR with a 20mm f1.8 lens. Randy says, please do. I would probably want something like a Z9 for the handling. Feels more like DSLR with the size. Yeah, the Z9 does. It's like indiscernible with a DSLR in many ways because it is a beast. But it's a good beast, right? Like shooting in vertical, shooting landscape, it just always feels pro. But it is super heavy, it's bulkier, so like it might not fit in all types of, like, you know, bags that you want to use. Whereas the Z8, you know, has a lot of the same inner mechanics, but yeah, with less weight. Okay, like I said, the Sri Lanka trip, you know, in my defense, I'm not saying it as a real defense, but I don't think I have as many good shots from this trip. But also, this trip was not meant for me to take good photos. So, like I said, I actually took a group of about 10 people, I think, on this trip. These were fellow Nikon photographers, and I was like the tour leader. And so my job was to help everyone else take good shots. And during, like, you know, whenever there's a break, then I would take some shots myself. But again, my goal is, like, I want you guys to be happy. If you're on my trip, I want you guys to get the best shots. I'm really there just to help you guys get the best shots. So yeah. So this wasn't really my focus since I was being paid for something else anyways, and that's what I cared about. Okay, so these shots are a little bit cleaner, but again, it's not like the best framing or anything. Oh, do I need to turn the music back on? Yeah, let's do that. And let's catch up here. Nikon Daddy says, I'm a second generation Nikon shooter. I still have my dad's OGF from the 60s, and I don't want to think about how many Nikons I've had over my life. Dang. Yo, I will also screenshot that because you never know. These could be nice little things I can share with the Nikon team. Not that, like, I'm buddy-buddy with them, but, you know. Overall, it's not that hard to build one for cheaper than buying one nowadays. BRB. Cat says, guesswork. It takes a lot of the guesswork out. Is that what the phrase is? It takes a lot of the guesswork out. Thank you. I know nothing about nothing. Fed says, I know a guy who went from DSLR to micro four thirds for wildlife. He uses the Olympus OMD E1 MX. I think he's older now, so he wanted smaller lenses. Okay. Okay. Chia says, sounds like excuses. Yeah. I swear, I usually take amazing shots, guys. Yeah. None of these are really, like, speaking to me. Also, like, the greenery in the background, it's like... It'd be one thing if it was, like, nice colors, like autumn colors. But all of this looks like dying grass. But we do have some cool monkeys. So this is at a rest stop where, like, these monkeys all hang out. So I think I did get some good shots here. So let's see. Man, monkeys are, I think, one of my favorites to photograph. There's a reason I love Uganda so much with the gorillas and the chimpanzees. Oh, is that Kimbap? Kimbap, you're here. Alright, I'm just going to bookmark this for reference, but I think we should have some good shots coming up. Chia says, my gear was malfunctioning. Yeah, yeah. I had everything framed properly. Yeah. Someone put the lens cap, or forgot to take the lens cap off. It's not my fault. Alright, I think I'll have more monkey shots later. I don't know which kind of owl. I'm not a bird expert. I do have a nice footage of this owl. I think I shot it in 8K, actually. And I use it in my, like, trailer videos on YouTube and elsewhere. I would love, if I could find, I think shooting owls, of all the birds, I feel like if I knew locations where I could film and photograph all types of owls, I would, that's the type of bird I think I actually would sign up for, to, like, dedicate my time in life. Maybe like those barn owls, or the ones that look very ghostly. I've seen some shots of footage of, like, owls in flight when they're, like, basically vertical, like their whole body, like the wings are up and down, but the face is looking straight on. Oh, man. Why is the hue shifting? Oh, yeah, I you know what? I couldn't tell you. I think some of these photos, sometimes it'll do that, but I'm not sure why, because obviously these are shot the exact same way. I think maybe it's something to just do with Lightroom and how it reads it. And of course we have this tree branch in the way. Yo, if this eye was a bit more in focus, for some reason I kind of like how this looks. Yeah, if only the eye was a bit sharper. I don't know why, but I like that look. But yeah, like I said, this ugly tree branch thing kind of ruins it. Owls are cool. They are like the cats of the bird world. You know what? I've heard someone else say that before, I think. They're, like, very cuddly and stuff. Do I need to complain about Nikon auto white balance? But the thing is, like, because... So, Chia, this goes back to, like, if you're able to shoot in RAW, right? Like, none of that really matters to me. But I can imagine, yeah. Otherwise, it could be super annoying. Yeah, because you're seeing it, like, it changes colors, like, every once in a while. See, this would have been a cool shot without this tree branch here. But see, this is how much I sacrifice. You can call it an excuse, but you can't call me out on it because you weren't on the trip. But for instance, I would always make sure every guest, or, like, you know, all the photographers had the best seats, and we'd always position the car so that they get the best shot, and I would just get the leftovers. I would just, it was almost like just for memory, right? Posterity, of like, oh yeah, there was an owl there. But I wasn't ever expecting the best shots. So imagine the person seated 2 rows ahead of me taking this shot. They must have got an excellent one, you know? Turns out I was on a Jeep by myself. Yeah. Sometimes on grays it's weird. Chia says Doge drill. Doge drill. The A7R4 is also notorious. It never comes out the way it looks even in JPEGs. Oh, okay. Here the light is a bit too harsh on the owl, so the sun must have popped up, obviously. Oh yeah, these guys. What is this one? Why am I spacing on the name of this? Oh, it just looks so awkward here. Oh yeah, the hornbill. These guys are crazy looking birds, for sure. The hornbill. Curious on this one. Here, I'm just gonna bookmark one of these. I think we got the hornbill in flight. So let's keep an eye out. Fly. This is like such a weird looking bird. Because it looks like... It just looks like it grew a second beak. Or it's like it was a Siamese twin type thing. But then only the nose of the second bird grew out. Yeah, so it takes off, but again, it's like the problem is this background is not ideal. It just nothing about this background really adds to the shot. Here I think I lost focus on this shot. Yeah, this one, it was never really locking onto the eye as far as I could tell. Also, I think in hindsight I should have shot this. Yeah. I think I should have shot this not at f2.8. I probably should have shot this at like f4, 4.5, something like that. Cat and Candle says, BRB, have to eat some lunch. Yes, go enjoy your lunch. Over here, it's almost 10 p.m. Okay, this one's in focus-ish. But nothing exciting happening there. We lost focus there. It was not bad, but not a good... This one's like pretty clean, closer. Background is like medium level, I guess, to me in terms of like quality. Like could be worse type situation. So this is shot at 1/1000th of a second, which is like not bad. But yeah, I think if I could do this over again, I think I would have shot at like f5.6 or f4.5, and maybe went up to like 1/1. I don't know. Yeah, maybe kept it at 1/1000th of a second, because I think I just need to be more comfortable shooting with higher ISO. Because this was at ISO 220, and it could have been much higher, I think. This one could be an interesting shot. This one's super sharp on the eye. Blurry. King says, Fed, there will be a time we will all probably downsize, but for now, the bigger the lens, the better. Is that true? So the eyes are sharp. There is that. I wish we could have got a straight on shot, you know? Just get a straight shot of this bird. But it is such an alien looking bird. So either way, I think this would be fun to edit. So now the background's getting a little bit better because now, yeah, at least here it's like very soft, warm tones for the most part. It's all kind of like monotonous. Ooh, there we go. This one's sharp. Okay, this one should be a fun photo to edit. Blurry. Blurry. The beak looks amazing. Eyes blurry and cropped. Ooh. This one seems not bad, not bad. And it's a super close-up, so... Okay, this is probably the last good shot that I've got, because it's super close now. Everything's going to be either cropped or out of focus. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, we did see a leopard one more time, but super far away. Super hazy environment, so I'm assuming none of these shots were any good. Speeding along. Hey Nala. Let's take a moment to admire my cat. Look at her. Look at the way she's just saying hello. Reaching over with her paw. Hello. Chia asked, what were those... Oops, sorry, Nala. Chia asked, what were those pictures? What were those pictures? Oh, these are leopards. Or are you talking about, yeah, from Lightroom? Mr. Conan. Conan is in the chat. Look who's live. Yes, welcome back, Conan. Long time no see, I think. I think it's been, yeah, it's been a while. Long hair now, yes? Yes, yes. My hair's gotten pretty long. I haven't really cut it in a number of, in quite some time, let's just say. But if I don't deadlift my max in less than a month, I did promise on Instagram stories. Does that really count? What is it like? It's not like making a vow to a priest, right? Am I gonna go to hell for breaking a promise to Instagram stories? But I did say on my Instagram stories that if I don't reach my deadlifting PR in a month's time, I would shave my hair off. So, you know, accountability and all that. Technically, it looks like the fox, not the fox, the leopard's face is kind of sharp, but it's so far away. And
Yobel doesn't love us that much to go live as
even
much
if it's
anymore.
sharp, I don't know how much we can really do anything with this shot. Conan says, Yobel doesn't love us that much to go live as much anymore. You know, I love all of you guys. My body doesn't love me. So I unfortunately was sick for the past like 5 days, I think. But I am now at almost 100%. So that's why I felt like I could go live for a pretty long time today. So we went live, I think, a few hours ago. I'm going until... Ideally, I should go for the next 2 hours. And I feel okay. So... King says... Oh, wait, no. Chia says, it's the animal in stealth. I can barely see it. Yeah, see, like, this shot... you can see how hazy the shot is. Now, obviously, we can edit this quite a bit. So I'm sure we can bring some color back into it. So these are some of my presets, for example. So you can see, like, there are ways to bring the colors back in and maybe get some focus back on the subject. But just in the raw shot as is, one, it's super messy. And it's all very hazy. and like you said, it's very camouflaged. So I'm gonna bookmark maybe a couple of these shots just because it's a leopard, for the off chance that while we're editing, maybe something can be salvaged, like from a, like imagine if we do a crop like this, and we can bring this to life and it looks like it's on a ledge. There are some possibilities here, but like I'm not holding out hope. We're not working with much here, is what I'm saying. So subject's far away, background is not ideal. King says, I'm feeling your Antonio Banderas Desperado. Is that a Desperado? That's an Eagles. Is that an Eagles song? Desperado. Thank you. I think. You know, my long hair looks cool when it's been in a pony for a while, and if I slept with it, because then when you unpony it, it gets wavy, and then it looks like I did it intentionally, but it's not. Was that translator in that background? I have no idea. Oh no, I forgot. I haven't changed my TTS monster voice in a while, so it's on like some kind of Spanish guy. Fed says Yobel needs an acoustic guitar to play the songs from Desperado. Yo, you're looking at one over there. So, you know, I used to play guitar all the time. I used to be pretty good, if I do say so myself. I was very good at finger picking and like making the melody and the bass come at the same time. So I would learn how to play, because I wasn't a good singer. So I would learn how to sing through the melody with, you know, finger picking plus playing the bass and whatever else. I had so much fun with that kind of stuff. You can still find maybe some videos of me playing on like the old school somewhere, right? But at some point I would love to pick it back up again. The closest I got to playing that guitar is Nala. Here, let me just move the mic so you guys can see it better. Nala was sitting right here. I'll switch it on the TikTok side as well, because it's worth everyone understanding. This is the closest I got to touching my guitar. Nala was sitting on the ledge there where the water jug is, and I happened to be standing like I wasn't even anywhere close, but all of a sudden every cat owner knows the sound where it's like a and I immediately just start rushing over there because Nala was heaving, and as she threw up her food, I just had time to grab my guitar and yank it out of the way, and I kid you not, it was one of the most perfectly timed things. As I pulled it out of the way, her puke like landed right where it was, and it was like such good timing that I couldn't even be upset at Nala. It was just one of those like, wow, we just both witnessed the same thing, right? Meanwhile, she's just heaving more. That was an impressive moment to me. But yeah, so I haven't moved the guitar back because I want to clean that spot again. This happened like just the other day. So while I was sick too. So talk about reflexes. That's the closest. Oh yeah, well, I was like, why am I telling this story? That is the closest I got to editing. That's the closest I got to playing guitar or even touching that guitar in years. So Desperado is a Robert Rodriguez movie. Oh, okay. I don't even know who that is. Conan says, I'm getting into editing now, but mostly for cars and school stuff. Nice, man. Listen, I am so jealous about the fact that you're still young, Conan. Man, your whole world in front of you. Learn how to edit, learn how to shoot. I think if you can handle a camera, it'll take you far. It can open up so many different opportunities of interest and stuff like that. So until AI takes over everything, right? But until then, enjoy. I do photography in school. Gotcha. Desperado, yes. I'm also sick. I'm like 70% sick, dizziness at night, bedtime, and I've had a bad cough. Okay, well, damn. Hopefully you get to 0% sick. Or do you mean you're 70% of your health? Either way, hopefully you defeat sickness be gone, as they say. Follow up to El Mariachi. Man, I don't know any of these guys. Fed says finger picking. Also, I swear I am paying attention to these photos. So I thought maybe there was some that looked a bit more interesting, but nope. Finger picking, then you can learn the Desperado song Banderas played in the intro while beating up bad guys with his guitar. Okay, I should look into this. What did I used to play? The first song I ever learned was the Creed song. Something about the six feet from the edge. There's a Creed song, okay? And there's a whole guitar picking intro. I remember that was the first song I ever learned. It was like on guitartabs.com. And then I learned Stairway to Heaven. Then there was there's like classical, was it called classical romance, Spanish romance, something like that. There's like a popular stuff like that. I don't know. There's a few of those, the usual suspects that everyone learns. Classical Gas. Man, when I learned how to play that, I felt unstoppable because it's like one of those fast finger picking songs. You're totally right. I forgot about El Mariachi. Conan's BRB. I need to put some photo and videos on my phone and take some off. Gotcha. He did Once Upon a Time in Mexico, which a lot of people forgot about. Wait, are these all movies? I've lost track now. Are we talking about musician, or is this like a movie? Or is this a movie about a musician? King says, Jill Bell, you are on the path to be a huarong or salsa dancing maestro. What is a huarong? And should I be offended? Guitar case filled with guns. Once Upon a Time in Mexico was a flop. Okay, so is that a movie? That rocket launcher guitar case was also pretty badass. What the heck kind of movie are we talking about? Okay, how many more of these leopard shots did I take? I just need one shot. Yeah, here we go. We need one shot, one opportunity where the leopard is looking at the camera. So we got all of these, he's looking. I'm going to take one more just in case. Okay, this one's cleaner. Okay, so that should be it, right? We're not gonna expect anything better than the leopard lounging here looking at the camera. So I think I'm just gonna do a bit more of a speed run. And here's a beautiful shot of a tree for some reason. And that's it. That was all the shots from day... What day was that? Day 2 of Sri Lanka. You know what? Let's just go through the rest of this. I was like, I want to get back into the video editing mode. But since we're here already, let's just see what other shots we got. Oh, it's the crested hawk eagle. Is that the name of this thing? I think it's called the crested hawk eagle. I could be wrong. He also directed Hwarang, are ancient Korean warriors, close to samurai. Wait, how do you know this? And I don't even know this about my own culture. Damn. That's embarrassing. He also directed From Dusk Till Dawn, and for the younger audience, Spy Kids. Oh wait, I remember Spy Kids. Crested Hawk Eagle. The Changeable Hawk Eagle. Changeable. I don't remember them calling it that, but yeah, Crested Hawk Eagle. Now, this is a bird where if you photograph it from the back, it's not actually a bad shot because there's such good texturing in the feathers, the tufts. But unfortunately, we got that stupid tree limb here blocking. So let's see what else we got. Oh, is that where the term mohawk comes from? So when someone has a mohawk, is it because the hawk comes from like these types of hawks? Okay, I don't know. Maybe that's a reach. Yo, I haven't coughed in like 15 minutes at least. So I think I am somehow improving as the stream progresses. Ooh, here we go. That's a clean eye, but a dirty background. Unfortunate background, but like a very clean side profile here. Unfortunate, as they say. Yeah, super clean. Like you can see all the lines of the crested feathers. Fed says Robert Rodriguez is a buddy of Quentin Tarantino. They worked together on some films. Okay. Yo, wasn't Quentin Tarantino getting flamed because he was he like called some beloved actor trash or something, and then the actor was filmed being like, yeah, that sucked, and then everyone took the actor's side, like, which I agree with. Oh, and then one of the actors was Paul Dano. I do like that guy. I don't know. Quentin Tarantino, his movies, amazing. I think almost all of... I'm trying to think if I've seen a movie of his that I didn't like. Brilliant mind. Just amazing, you know? But he seems like a... He seems like a... I'm trying to think of the right words I can say where it doesn't get flagged on TikTok or anything. Listen, I'm trying to respect rules. Where is the TikTok thing? Yeah, he just seems like a miserable person to be around. Are you doing anything with family for Korean New Year? I didn't even know there was a Korean New Year. Are you just making stuff up right now, dude? You're telling me I celebrate a second New Year as a Korean? I thought Chinese people do that. Oh, there is like, but I thought it was just on January 1st. There is like a Korean New Year tradition where you're normally supposed to go to all your elders and be like, Happy New Year, and you bow to them, and sometimes you dress up, and in return, they give you money. They just straight up give you cash in an envelope. Which might sound amazing, but, you know, if you had parents like mine, those envelopes full of cash just go straight to your mother's bank account. And then she would just say, well, this pays for your housing and your food. Rodriguez, he made El Mariachi for like 15,000 bucks, I think, and it did very well in the festival, so he was able to eventually do Desperado a few years later. Rodriguez always made movies for like a tenth of what they should be budgeted, so he was always able to get financing. Tarantino always critiques everyone and everything. It's nothing new. People are just easily offended nowadays. Yeah, maybe. But it seemed out of nowhere. It seemed like it felt uncalled for. I'm all for people just being, you know, you can be very aggressive with your language. I personally just don't get offended by much when it comes to me. Like, you can say a lot of critical things about me, and generally speaking, like, it's water under the bridge, you know? It might hurt my feelings, depending on what you say, but I don't, like, you know, it just kind of, I just move on. So I'm like one of those where it's like, I don't mind, but it felt uncalled for. It just felt like, yo, why do you have such strong feelings? And it feels like it's pent up. What did these guys do to hurt you, you know? I will say, as good of a director as Tarantino is, God, is he trash as an actor? You know, like, it's like at one point, do you just tell yourself, you know what, I should stop trying to be in my own films? I think I've gotten enough critique, you know? Perhaps the people don't want me in front of the camera. Man, these shots are very clean. Paul Dano. King says, I have not seen a Tarantino movie I've enjoyed. Oh, you haven't enjoyed any? Am I reading that right? You don't like any Tarantino movies? Man, I love like I was rewatching Kill Bill recently, and that was just such a fun experience, even to rewatch. Django. Why can't I think? Oh yeah, Pulp Fiction, of course. And then what's the one on the Reservoir Dogs? Reservoir Dogs, I love for how much they can make out of just two people having a conversation. I think that's such an art. That's an art form to be able to have dialogue that's engaging enough to like keep you in your seats, you know? Also, this bird shot is fantastic. Look at the tufts of hair on the head. This looks amazing. I'm saying this because I usually don't like any of my bird photos, but this one I'm like, yo, this particular bird, just the way the head must be wet and the way the light is reflecting off of it. Primo. Fed says, I enjoyed all of them. Yeah, I think I don't know if I've seen a Tarantino movie I didn't enjoy. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is great. Some movies maybe I enjoy more than others in terms of like rewatchability. I even liked, some of my friends didn't like the Hateful Eight. I actually enjoyed that a lot too. Yeah, I don't know. How is it uncalled for? He was asked in an interview. Oh, is that okay? Maybe I fell for misinformation then. I thought, or like, did they ask directly about like, what are your thoughts on Paul Dano, whatever you say, or were they asking like, who are some trash actors, or I don't know. The way I, and this could be my own, and maybe me and millions of other people, but the way I took it, it just was a bit uncalled for that he like just called out those two actors in particular as like trash. Like he took it to the extra step of like saying they're trash, but in this particular way. It's like, someone can say that's trash, and then another person could be like, this is trash that's been festering for 3 months with kimchi, some leftover bananas, some spoiled eggs. Like people can take it farther and farther and be like, damn, did you really have to like, I didn't know there was something deeper than trash. Ooh, look at the hair again, or the feather. Yeah, you can see like a water droplet right there. That's great. Okay. Me gusta. He has, yeah, you know what? I need to look up this article. He always has strong feelings. My favorite is probably Jackie Brown. I have not seen that. The Hateful Eight is really great too. Are all these photographed with 400 2.8? Yes. I think I might have just been traveling with that one. So this is all 400 2.8s with the Z. I don't know. I'm assuming Z9, but yeah. Oh yeah, it must be at like 8,000 by 5,000. Some of the reasons I love his films is because I loved the films he's referencing. The Hateful Eight, yeah, I heard, it's like homages and stuff like that. But I guess I'm too young to have watched the other stuff that he's done, or like the stuff he's doing it of. Hateful Eight is a riff on Italian westerns. There's even music in it from those. The one thing I didn't appreciate, and you might even know where I'm going to go with this because I am Asian and I have strong affinities to my boy Bruce Lee. I wasn't a fan of how he depicted Bruce Lee in his movie. And like, granted, the movie was about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It is about like breaking from your expectations. So it's like an alternate universe, right? Because clearly the ending and all that doesn't happen the way you would expect to. So you could argue that yes, he was making Bruce Lee act like a just like a vapid air and someone not worthy of like a martial artist, like a phony. But he could just be like, well, this is an alternate universe, right? Clearly. So we just went with a different approach. But it still left a bad taste in my mouth that it's like, really? Like, did Bruce Lee really have that kind of a bad reputation or something that maybe I wasn't aware of? But Bruce Lee, you gotta understand, is beloved by all of my generation of Asians because he was like one of maybe 3 Asians you would ever see on the big screen in a positive, badass light. You had Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and if I had to add a 4th, we had our boy, I was about to say Cheech and Chong, Harold. We had our boy Harold and Kumar whenever they went to White Castle. And that was it. That's the only time we had some good representation of our race. This one was an interesting shot, but the eye is slightly out of focus. This one, the eye is in focus. Partially, the wing is not. So I think if there's one learning from this shoot that I will take forward going forward is I need to stop shooting at f2.8, especially with birds. I think I just need to get comfortable shooting at like f4, 4.5, 5.6, stuff like that. Because I think it would have been better if the whole bird was in focus. I think. I don't know. I gotta think about this. His films are chock full of homages to films of the past. You misunderstand the scene. It's a fantasy of Brad Pitt's character. It never happened like that. Brad Pitt's character is delusional and thinks he would beat up Bruce Lee in his own mind. But didn't he actually beat him up in the... Like, that actually happened, right? It's not like a hallucination, no? And at that point, I feel like I'm not the only one that, let's say, was misunderstanding the scene, which then I would say is a fault of the director if majority of people watching it don't walk away with that impression, right? He could have done a better job to make it clear. Either this is an alternate reality or this is a hallucination in his mind, but didn't actually play out, you know, in real life or whatever. Or at least counterbalance it, right? Show, I don't know. It's like Bruce Lee's dead, right? So it's not, what can you do? And I also am not a stickler for, like, you know, it's your art. You should do what you want, and you should do things that raise eyebrows or kind of, you know, do things that are controversial. Why not? Like I said, that's what I'm saying. I'm not hating the guy. It just left a bad taste because it's like when people make jokes, you make offensive jokes, but then if someone makes an offensive joke that impacts you, then you're like, whoa, 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 you know, rules for thee, but not for me type thing. So you can't like really push back because you're guilty of the same thing, but you still are like, you know, did you have to go there? That's how I feel about that scene. Brad Pitt's character probably I don't even know if I can say this word on TikTok. He is a rough guy. You guys are much more knowledgeable with names. I don't know most actors, actresses' names or directors. I'm also pretty bad with actors and stuff like that. But I'm pretty bad with it, I think. Fed says, I'm a film buff since childhood. Nice. Yes, clearly you are. King says, what about the smart kid in the Goonies? I haven't watched the Goonies. Or I might have. It might have been like on VHS or something. But actually, I think I might have had that movie on VHS. Yo, did the bird actually drop a thing? Or is that not food? Okay. The Goonies. Was there an Asian kid in the Goonies? Oh no. Oh, there was Dr. Jones. Dr. Jones. I grew up around that. Yeah, we didn't have much. That's my point. We had Bruce Lee. That's it. How dare you besmirch the one Asian badass dude that we had, besides Jackie Chan and Jet Li. But then Jet Li got some like debilitating disease, unfortunately, and he wasn't as well known as like Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. A good film is Crazy Rich Asians. I haven't seen that movie. I'm living it. Haha. Not really. Crazy Rich Asians. I've heard good things about it, but I'm just not like, I don't watch a lot of is that like a rom-com? I don't watch a lot of like romance based stuff. It just always feels too cheesy. It depends. I've seen a few of the old school ones in high school. There was someone I watched with, like The Graduate, something with green in it. Green something. The green. The Graduate. Zach Braff was in it. Zach Braff was in this rom-com, or maybe it's not a rom-com. Maybe it's just a romance movie. Garden State. Is that what it's called? Not Green? Garden State? When Harry Met Sally. Those are probably like the only ones I've ever seen. Ooh, this one's sharp. The film is full of scenes like that. The way he filmed it made it pretty clear he's on his way up on the roof. Then that scene happens and he goes up on the roof. He was fantasized. Oh, really? Yo, I need to rewatch this movie then. Dang. Wait, so did the ending also, was that all in his mind too? The film is all about different perspectives and self-doubt versus delusions. Even the ending is historic revisionism. No, that's what I was saying. I assumed everything is about revisionism. But I didn't watch it from the lens of like, he was hallucinating. Because now I'm wondering, the scene where Leonardo forgets his line and then he like breaks everything in his little trailer set and then he like crushes it. Was that in his mind? Was that like he actually did mess up the shot again? Okay, I need to rewatch that movie. I mean, regardless, I love the movie. It was great. I'm a big Tarantino fan. I don't think I'm a fan of him as a person. he seems a little abrasive, I guess. Maybe I would enjoy his company, but he seems like someone that would be hard to get along with, kind of, you know? It's like you enjoy him from afar, but if you were like his family, if you were his kid, I don't know if he has kids, either I can see him being the best dad in the world, or he'd be like some level of narcissism that sucks to be around, you know? Yo, we need to do more film talk. That was one of the thoughts I had for my streams going forward. I mentioned it before in a past stream. I do want to do more like segmented content. So I've been doing a bit of research. I say research. I've been doing a lot of brainstorming and like taking notes on like what can I do with my YouTube channel going forward, where I can create more a steady stream of content that's in between a mix of like informal, off the cuff, just me in front of a camera talking for a few minutes type of a thing with like no scripting and just put it out there, versus like the more you know, tailored content like the travel vlogs or short films, things like that. Hey Nala, you want to come up? You want to come up? Oh, yeah. All right, Nala, you want to say something? Camera shy. Oh, and we also tested the ASMR. The shotgun mic sounds excellent with my cats purring, so I do need to do something with that. In the end, it could be Brad Pitt's character takes acid right before everything hits the fan. Ah, man. Yo, okay, you know what? Either way. Great movie, right? I do want to rewatch it now and just kind of like think of it from that angle. Okay. But listen, I do want to get into film, right? Like that is one of my, I guess my ambitions, right? Is I want to be like a proper filmmaker. I would love to be in that industry. I would love to turn my ideas into stories in whatever medium, but preferably something of like the visual variety, let's say, like yeah. I would get a headache spending time with him. I think he talks too much. Yo, I talk too much. So maybe that's why I'm saying I don't think I get along. When you have two yappers competing on yapping, yeah, something's got to yap. If you watch the movie again, pay extra attention every time a story is told about something. You get to see it from one person's perspective, how they picture the story in their head. It happens a lot. Okay, all right. I'm excited. I might even try to watch it maybe tonight if I have time. It's gonna be midnight, so we'll see. All right, I'm excited. Yo, I say brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I had a really cool short film idea. But there's like no point in I don't know what I should do with it, right? Because I can turn it into like a screenplay. Maybe I can enlist some of these screenwriters in Dubai and help me out with it. But it would be just for fun. But I had a fun little idea for something that would be in the vein of like, I could see I would need a Tarantino skill of like the whole video, the film, the power comes from the dialogue, right? It would have to be two people having like really strong chemistry and a back and forth conversation, which is very Tarantino-esque. So I feel like maybe I should rewatch a bunch of his stuff and get a sense of that. But the other thing is I'm way too swamped. I'm stretching myself way too thin. I have to learn how to prioritize and take things off my plate. So this is a cool shot. I don't know why. There's something about this kind of split in, you know, here we get this nice like soft brownish background, and then over here randomly we just get this like the watery colors and the greenish colors. And we get the bird splitting the shot into two. And there's a bit of like, I don't know what this is, but you get this like white streaks coming through on the right. So yeah, I don't know. It just feels a bit more artistic. And the bird is nicely in focus. And the good thing about these kingfishers is that because they were dipping in the water, the contrast on the bird is like super nice. It's like very rich. So let's go through some of these. Let's see how they turn out. Yeah, what is this tufts? These like white stuff going on here. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Yeah, well, can I take 2 to 3 minutes of your time by checking photos and videos channel right now? Or right quick? Sure. Do you have something? You're saying you posted something there? Do, 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 do. Two quick edits. Can I play this without sound? Nice. Okay. Oh, I know that. Okay, so I know the sound, but I'm definitely afraid of playing anything that will get me in trouble or copyright struck. So let me mute this. Nice. What is you did like an invert? I don't even know what you call that, but like doing that inversion thing. I like the soundtrack you used as well, because I feel like it's used for a lot of these kind of like reveal moments, right? And especially when you go with something darker and stuff. Yeah, cool, man. I like this. Do, 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 do.
If food pulled up outside your house, you'd think, oh no.
I couldn't hear what he was saying because I kind of muted it there. But I like the green screen. Wait, is that your car or? Wait, no, you're too young to drive, right? I forgot. Fed says also about Brad Pitt's character, he's a stuntman and bodyguard. I think you have to have a particular narcissistic view of yourself as unbeatable and invulnerable, so he is a bit delusional. You make really good points, man. And like to the point where I'm like I kind of wish one of two things. I kind of wish one that he made it more clear that this is one of those types of ambiguous movies, or like not everything is what it seems. And or two, I kind of wish I was smarter, that I could have recognized if that is the true intent, that that's what it was. I think I just watched it for what it was without thinking it was one of these kind of like mind bender things. Although that is my own fault, because clearly the ending meant that it was like either a historical revisionism type thing, which then makes everything off the table in terms of what's fact. But yeah, anyways, I will rewatch it. I'm very excited. Man, how many freaking Kingfisher shots do I have? I should probably just start skipping through this. Let's look for maybe when it takes off. Oh yeah, because I wasn't shooting in the 240, is it 240, 120 frames per second mode? I think I was just shooting in the normal, like, is it 20 something frames per second? Tarantino, like I said, I'm a big fan of his work. I don't know who my favorite director is though. I feel like the easy answer is Christopher Nolan. I feel like his mind is one that it's like, I would love to know how he comes up with his concepts, because there, so many of them are so trippy, but yeah, they're such epics, right? The level of layers going into his ideas, I think, is so crazy. Like, how does one man have the time to even flesh out so much depth? And I can imagine he must have a team. At some point, he must have had a whole crew of people that help him out with all that. But still, like, I'm curious his starting point. Like, what... I'm curious with all the big names, right? Like, when you made your first work of art, did you, like... How much was of your own doing, and how much was, like, a team effort? So what was, like, your primary kind of... What did you bring to the table? And what, yeah, like, what did you bring to your table? What was your skill set? And then how much of the other things that we know you for now was either always built up by a good team, like someone else did it for you, but it's like someone on your team, versus a skill set that you built over time? Because, like, I personally would love to know, because, like, I want to know, like, if I start with my lack of, you know, knowledge in XYZ, but I have a strong sense of this, could I then take the next step to follow in the paths of, like, a Christopher Nolan or Tarantino or whatever else? We would all like to think that any random Joe Schmo can become the next great, right? Which is a little bit of my own hallucination, like a Brad Pitt moment. Or are they literally that much of a genius that it's just like one of those great minds like that? It just comes once in a blue moon. No one can replicate his ability to, like, do these multifaceted thought processes to come up with all these things and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I have no idea. Tarantino, he's from Top Gear. Oh, that guy. Yes. I forget his name. Tarantino is a big Kung Fu fan, so I doubt he dislikes Bruce Lee. I don't know, man. Even, did you see, I'm pretty sure even Bruce Lee's daughter or granddaughter, whomever came out, was, like, really pissed off at Tarantino. And I don't feel like I saw anything from him afterwards, because it was a big enough controversy that, you know, people talked about it. I don't think I ever saw Tarantino ever push back on the common perception that he was basically doing, like, a middle finger to Bruce Lee. Like if I remember, you know what? I'm saying if I remember, we can just look this up. Maybe I will look it up in a second. I just have so many of these freaking kingfisher bird pictures that I need to get through. His brother comes up with a lot of the concepts. Oh, for Christopher Nolan? I swear, I have some good concepts, okay? I know everybody says that. Everyone and their mother says like, "Oh, I'm sitting on this like story, blah blah blah." But I think I got a good few solid stories, okay? I just need a Nolan to pop into my studio and be like, "I'm signing you up. I saw you on a Twitch stream, right? I just Googled randomly filmmakers on Twitch and Yobel Prize came up. Yeah, I just need one of those moments, that's all. This framing is okay. I like the water here. I'm trying to remember. I guess I could just look it up here. Why is the water like this? I shot this at 1/2500th of a second. So how did I end up with this kind of wispy water here? I am at a loss. I have no idea. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I am just so curious. I have no recollection as to this shot. Because the way it looks, you would assume I was shooting at like a long exposure, but it might just be like some kind of optical illusion. Conan says 90% of my own doing. I bought the cameras. Nice, nice. And they would pay me into advance. Gotcha. Tarantino, sci-fi to recommend, but he wanted to direct a Star Trek movie or episode. Oh, you're talking about, okay, so you're talking about Tarantino. That's funny. Tarantino as a sci-fi guy, I just don't see that. King says, Yobel, I thought you would say your favorite director is Victor Fleming. Who is Victor Fleming? Victor. Okay, let's look it up. Victor Fleming. The Wizard of Oz? Yo, what do you think of me? Gone with the Wind? You think I'm that old, bro? I think I do remember seeing Wizard of Oz on TV back in the day. Ah, from Arizona. You thought my favorite director was some dude that was born before 1900? Come on, man. Come on. Conan said, I'm ahead. The GF is texting. Yes, always listen to your GF. Thanks, man. Thank you, Conan. Thanks very much. Thanks for engaging and being a part of the stream. A lot of people are sleeping on Nolan's brother. They have collaborated a lot. Okay. I think I've heard of his brother. I will try Jackie Brown. Is Jackie Brown about like the baseball player, or is Jackie Brown a baseball player, or is that a musician? I have no idea. I honestly, I'm not a big fan of what do you call those? Not biographical movies? Is that the term? Like even as much as I love Christopher Nolan, I have still yet to see Oppenheimer. Because like these kind of biographical films, if that's the right, I don't know what the word is, but things that are based on true stories, unless it's like really adventure-y or action-y, I'm just not like sold. I don't feel anything. It doesn't get the heart going to watch a movie about a true story where it's just a bunch of people yapping, as opposed to like action or adventure, stuff like that. So if Jackie Brown, on the surface of it, my assumption was like, oh, it's like some kind of biographical film or whatever. And unless it's about the biography of some dude who survives multiple world wars, or like, you know, was escaping wild lions chasing after or something like that, I don't know. Not for me, Chief. I think someone asked him and he said Bruce Lee was cocky, lol, but that's just how Tarantino will answer a question like that. Yeah, but I mean, is that... Yeah, that's my point though. I feel like his response didn't really do anything to dissuade people from thinking he did this intentionally. To just be like, you know what? I agree. Like, speaking as Tarantino, it's like I feel like he is a contrarian for sure, and he must have been like, when he was young, he must have known about Bruce Lee, but then maybe somehow either he got the idea of this, or maybe there were random rumors back in the day that he is privy to, given, you know, how much he knows in his circles. But maybe he did hear some rumors or stories about, oh yeah, Bruce Lee was kind of rude to me that one time, or didn't tip the waiter. And it got to his head where it's like, I want to, what if I made a movie where I make Bruce Lee the bad guy? And it would definitely get headlines. And then they can't yell at me because I'd be like, oh, it's a revisionist movie. So, you know, relax, guy. I don't know. It's a pulpy crime film heist style. Oh, really? Probably his most adult movie. Lots of great acting in it. Okay, then I do need. I do like myself some heist film and stuff. So I don't know why. I thought it was just like some boring baseball player movie. I will keep an open mind. Tarantino loves TV too. He has directed some TV episodes and stuff. Nice. Jobel, you are an old soul. Thank you, I think. But not old enough to think Victor Fleming is my favorite director. Get out of here with that nonsense. Jackie Brown is a woman played by Pam Grier. It's a crime heist style movie. Samuel Jackson, Robert. Yo, how did I get it so wrong? I need to go watch this movie ASAP. Wait, this sounds exactly like my type of movie. What an idiot am I? Damn. Why would I get it in my head that Jackie Brown? Is there a baseball player named Jackie Brown? Is there any excuse you can give me to get me out of this mess that I'm in, where I'm like, I'm not watching this movie? Wait, that sounds fantastic. I love Bruce Lee, but he could be cocky at times. You gotta understand, Fed. You need to understand this, okay? I'm gonna pull my Asian card now. It doesn't count for much, but I'm just gonna pull it for fun. He had the whole weight of billions of people on his shoulder, okay? The eye's kind of sharp, but I'm sick of looking at this freaking kingfisher, man. How long did I spend just shooting this guy? But yeah, anyways. Ooh, finally, flying out of focus, out of focus, out of focus. That's the problem with these kingfishers. You have to like set the focus in advance of where they are, and wait for them to fly into it because they're so fast. You can't like lock focus while it's in motion. That's something I learned. Maybe with new cameras these days, I don't know. This one, the framing here looks really nice. I do like it. It's a bit abstract, but it's not too much of these branches that kind of break from the shot. And then again, whatever this wispy line is from the river or the creek, it's adding a nice flavoring to the shot, unexpectedly. So I kind of like this, and I'm just hoping I got just give me one shot of the bird in action, you know, just one. This one's kind of Bruce Lee was jacked, low body fat percentage. Maybe he was just feeling himself. Yeah, he had every reason to be cocky, first of all, for sure, right? To make it that big as an Asian dude in the United States. Although, to be fair, I guess he was like half Asian. Was he like Scottish or something? Half Scottish? I don't know. He had to be cocky because you have to also understand, even to this day, although I think a lot of it's probably changed by now, us Asians, we have a stereotype of being very passive, of being very agreeable, you know, just very not in your face or aggressive. So, and it usually works against us, right? Like, but yeah, it's not a good portrayal of, well, if you want to be a badass, you know, well, don't look to an Asian guy. That would be kind of like what they would say, right? Or that's how you would feel, because that wasn't the stereotype. And then along comes, boom, like the Kool-Aid Man, right? You got Bruce Lee just karate chopping his way through with his nunchucks. and then boom, changes the entire freaking, you know, the whole, man, I grew up. How many times do I hear someone say Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee, this and that? Big difference, okay? Because that was the only Asian guy you would ever hear about, see in any media, if it wasn't like some really bad stereotype version, right? So then he was like a hero amongst heroes, man. You have to understand. He deserves to be cocky, is what I'm saying. And he had to be cocky. Let's say he wasn't internally. He put the mantle as an actor and martial artist, whatever. Let's say all of his martial art credentials were, let's just, for the sake of it, let's say it's like all made up. He was just like some dude. He's like that one Steven Seagal guy or whatever. Let's say it's all made up. But the thing is, he's still a hero because he took a bigger calling in life, which was, I'm going to make us look badass. So I'm going to make us cool. And so the being cocky is absolutely a part of that DNA. So I rest my case. Tarantino. Yeah, I like Tarantino a lot. All of that said. I get it. I don't mind Bruce Lee being cocky at times. Most of the times he was very elegant and suave. Yeah, man. Talk about a dude who, like, how many quotes does he have? I don't even know if they're good quotes, but like the be like water. What does he say? Life is like a box of chocolates. I don't know what he says. Something about water, right? I feel like he was try hard with some of his quotes, but damn, you got your own quotes at the age of like, was he even like in his 30s? I feel like he was young when he died, right? Anyways, King's asking, are you training to be in physical 100? Yo, I am nowhere near that physique anymore. There was a time that I was pretty proud. I'm very compact with my muscles. I lift way above what people my size would be able to. And like I said, I grew up with wrestling and martial arts and stuff, so. But long gone are those days. That's like 5 to 10 years ago when I was at my peak. 10 years ago when I was at my peak. But that's why I set the goals for this year, right? I'm trying to get back to 100% physical peak, including I've made the ultimate Asian sacrifice. Man, I'm going on too much of this Asian thing right now, but whatever. I've gone on the biggest sacrifice, which is I'm saying I'm going to cut out rice from my diet. I'm going to be honest, I broke that while I've been sick, because while I'm sick, I think all the rules break because I'm like, yo, I just need to feed the body what it wants until I recover. But starting tomorrow, no more rice. We're back on the grind. We're going to the gym. You know, it's just full on. We're going to get back. I'm going to lose 5 kgs of fat, gain up the muscles again, hit my PR, deadlift 161 kgs, box jump 51 centimeters. I think that was the highest I've done. But now it's like, I think the highest I can do is like 46 centimeters. We got goals, okay? Physical 100, here we go. Pretty much all martial arts actors of the time were cocky as hell, boistered by Black Belt magazine. Was that a thing? Black Belt magazine, okay. Yo, dude, enough with the Kingfisher. Oh my god. And I can't help myself. I am still checking each photo because I'm still holding out hope that there's like some really crazy shot. Because with these birds, you never know. They're so fast. You take 1,000 shots and you say you'll look at it later and you don't think you got anything. But with these birds, you just capture a moment and it's, you know, magic. I like the framing of this. So we'll save one. Compared to someone like Steven Seagal, Bruce Lee comes off as modest and shy. Was Steven Seagal, I didn't know much about him. I just know him in the modern day where he looks a bit tubby, and I've seen those really cringy videos where he's like knocking people down. And I've been there, right? Listen, I grew up with martial arts. I know the routine. I know how you fake being thrown or grappled with. And it's just so sad because it feels like this dude, Steven, I don't know anything about this guy besides these videos. he just feels like a dude who is delusional. Maybe like Brad Pitt in that movie, right? He's got these grandeur delusions of like being some black, striped black belt martial artist that can knock people down with the way of the wind or something, right? I feel bad for the guy. Actually, I don't, because he's very famous and successful, I'm assuming. All martial artists were super overconfident until MMA started becoming mainstream in the 90s. Yeah, and I know that was like always the big question, was like, okay, Bruce Lee, were you, just kind of puffed up chest? Because you look at his physique, he's very jacked, but he wasn't like ripped. Oh no, he was ripped. He wasn't like bulky, right? And not to say you have to be bulky to win in a fight. If anything, being like the Bruce Lee style of like wiry and fast and stuff, that probably would lend itself to be better in a street fight. But it still raises the question then of like, okay, if Bruce Lee was born in this time when MMA and all these like jiu-jitsu and stuff have come about and it's kind of knocked on its face a lot of these older martial arts as far as like fighting styles go. Like I wouldn't like knock these older martial art forms for the value it provides, but there's clearly certain fighting styles. Not all martial arts are meant for like street fights or to win in a fight, in my opinion. But yeah, I wonder if like Bruce Lee's methodology, well, I forget what he called it, but it was like some form of kung fu and something else, right? If he were to try to fight someone in MMA, would he get destroyed? I have no idea. But it's like apples and oranges. You can never compare the two. Again, with this wispy thing, what was that? It's so crazy. Most of the quotes, like with most people, were other people's quotes. Yeah, I don't trust ever when people say like, this was a quote by X. Like for my short film, I did a quote by Jane Goodall, and I was like, yo, I still don't actually know if that's actually from Jane Goodall or not. When you hear an actor deal out great quotes, it usually just means they had to read up on some ancient philosophy for a role or something. Be like water. That's what he said, right? Something about water forms, it flows or something. Then he's like, be like water. Or whatever his accent was. The early Steven Seagal movies were badass at the time. He has new stories about himself and things he did for every role. He seems to take the characters into his personality. Okay. I mean, okay. Sure. I don't know, man. He just seems a bit cringe. Man, those clips of him, like, I don't know. And believe me, my dad is kind of in that same bucket, so that's why I'm saying I don't know anything about the guy. I pity him because I feel like I understand that mentality. In one lifetime, Steven Seagal apparently lived 30 lives, all more badass than the last. Jeet Kune Do was the style he was working on, but he was never able to perfect it. Gotcha. I'm sure you have your fair share of laughs on bullshido. Wait, is that a... Wait, how come I've never heard that word before? Bullshido? There is something called Bushido, right? Or am I making that up? Is that like from like Final Fantasy or something? All right, we went without coughing for like, I think an hour. That's good. Bullshido. Nice. That's good. King says, Jobel, who are you picking? Lucy Liu or Michelle Yeoh? I would marry Lucy Liu in a heartbeat. I would never fight them. They would fight each other to be with me. Wait, Michelle Yeoh, that's the one in, was she the Crouching Tiger? I think, right? If so, man, she was so good in Everything Everywhere All at Once. I mentioned this way back before. I think it's still my favorite film of all time. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I've rewatched it too many times for me to like, I will only rewatch it if I want to show someone else the movie at this point, because I've seen it too many times, I think, for me to like really keep enjoying the value from it. But I think Michelle Yeoh was the one from that. And man, amazing actress, awesome fighting style. She would destroy Lucy Liu in a fight. I think Lucy Liu is like super, super petite to begin with. And I don't think she's ever done any martial arts stuff. Whereas like Michelle Yeoh, I don't know her past. But for her to act in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, my assumption is she must have had fairly extensive martial arts training. But then again, I haven't watched that movie since I was like a toddler, so... Man, look at all these blurry shots. 1 hour later, I'm still on freaking Kingfishers. Whoop-de-doo. And still no money shot. A lot of blurry ones, though. King says, I think you nailed the composition of that bird. Bro is popping in the picture. Well, unfortunately, I moved along. So thank you very much. And I hope you were talking about one of the ones I've already starred. And I'm too far into this to go back. So now we're just looking for like the perfect framing or like a perfect action shot maybe. Out of focus, out of focus. Cool angle, but weird pose or weird positioning. But this bird does look really nice because of the colors right now. There was like good lighting, good backgrounds. Oh yeah, if I recall, I was in the same spot, but basically this bird would keep jumping between like 3 different spots. So that's why if you keep seeing the background changing, it's because like I could never freaking guess correctly which one it was going to land on and try to get the focus set up. Just always wrong. So like here, I set the camera ready here, and then the bird landed somewhere to the right or splashed in over there, and it was gone. The moment was gone. Michelle Yeoh was a beast in the 80s, 90s. Martial arts movies with Jet Li in them. Lucy Liu's character in Kill Bill is based on a series of really cool classic Japanese martial arts movies. Yeah, but like her role in Kill Bill, she didn't like really do much martial arts as far as I can tell. Like, cause her whole backstory, they showed it as an anime, right? And then she didn't really ever do much crazy acrobatics or anything like that, or any martial arts stuff. They had the one sword fight, but yeah, that wasn't like parkour hardcore. Hey, look, the fish is in focus. Nice. So this could be a nice close-up for at least. Cool Japanese martial arts movies. Lady Snowblood. There's comic books too. King's asking Fed, do you think she can throw hands? Lucy, nah, probably not. I don't know. She might have done some karate. Yeah, I don't think she's got any fighting strength. But Michelle Yeoh, yo, it's in her name. Eat the fish. This one's kind of an interesting shot because it almost looks like the bird sticking its tongue out. So we'll save it, but nobody, who cares, you know? It's like, I'm going to be like, wow, look at this shot, guys. Who cares? People only want the most perfect shot these days. That's why I feel like it's tougher to be a photographer these days anyways. Not to say it was ever easy, but thankfully, I've been shifting over towards videography, cinematography, stuff like that, where the whole point is you're trying to capture like a story within the frames. And capturing a story with one frame, always, obviously, that is the hallmark of any good photo. But my God, you gotta tell a good-ass story. Look at this little bird. Okay, this is a decent... This could be an interesting framing, because obviously we got the bird staring down, And then we got all this space down below. But it's a little bit ugly down here. This kind of branch does, I don't know, it doesn't do any favors to the shot. She might know the Taikyoko Shodan kata. Kata. I know that word kata. Is that the gun kata? Yo, that's a movie. I would love to see a remake of... What was that movie called? Equilibrium? No. Yeah, was it called Equilibrium? Or at least a sequel. Yeah, I think a sequel would be nice to the Equilibrium. Michelle Kwan can definitely throw hands. I think she can throw feet. Is Michelle Kwan the ice skater? If so, yeah, stay away from her. Be at least a leg's length away from her. She will slice you up. Oh wow, I got the reflection of the kingfisher. That's better than nothing. Yeah, anyone who does bird photography, I respect the patience. Oh, so many duds. Ooh. Oh man, see these are the kinds of shots I would love. This, yeah, so this is what I was hoping for, or I wish I had more examples of like getting stuff like this, right? The moment when the kingfisher either hits the water or when it's emerging, you know, coming back out, right? Unfortunately for me, we've got this ugly ass freaking tree branch that blocks a lot of the cleanness of this shot here. Because this is one of those shots where you don't want any obstructions. You just want to see the transparency, like, you know, you want to see this kind of water droplets and everything, the splash and the ripples. This as close to a good shot that I could hope for was like right there. Or this one if I had got it in focus, which obviously I did not. This would have been really nice in focus. Oh man, can you imagine if we didn't have this tree branch and this was in focus and like behind the bird, you got this like nice like water droplets rising up there. Looks like some kind of a video game character attack move or something. Out of focus. But I'm saying all this, I'm not really complaining because this was probably one of, you know, it's not like I had many opportunities or times where I've done this type of bird photography with like, especially with kingfishers. So this trip actually taught me quite a lot. So I was very, very happy with just having been out there. Because like it was teaching me like, oh, okay, at least with the cameras at the time, like I said, it might get better and better over time. But with a fast moving bird like this, especially the tiny subject, you can't expect to lock focus on the bird and keep focus in autofocus mode as it's flying towards or away from you. It's just not possible. And I noticed that with the eagles as well. It's just the speed doesn't allow for your camera to track that. So what you're supposed to do is set your focus at a set location and wait for the bird to basically fly through that distance or that focal length, I guess. So it's more of anticipating the shot, not tracking the shot, or not tracking the subject. So anticipating where the subject will be as opposed to following along with the subject. And that was a good lesson for me, because a lot of this you'll see I was just trying to follow that bird, and occasionally it would cross my mind that maybe I should just set the camera frame at, let's say, where the tree branch is or some part of the water and wait for the bird to kind of dive in. But yeah, it takes practice for me to learn, so this was a good this is good for me. But yeah, at some point the cameras are going to get even better, where it's like, oh yeah, it'll just lock on focus on a fly, no matter where it goes. It just keeps lock. That's, you know, we'll get there someday, right? It's the first karata kata you learn. Oh, I didn't know that. She will put feet and hands on you. Are you editing on Capture One? No, King, this is all in Lightroom. I'm not doing any proper, like, it feels weird to say color grading now, because of, like, since I do that for video. But yeah, I'm not doing like proper color edits, or like, I'm not doing any edits to the photos just yet. I'm just kind of doing a culling process. So I'm going through all the photos from this trip and doing like a little bit of like a 2-starring system. And yeah, I want to go through everything first, and then we'll review all the 2-star photos, maybe like apply a bit of denoise across all of them, and then start to cherry pick which ones to do like true editing on. And when we get to that point, I do want to keep testing out Luminar Neo. So Skylum is the company, but they had reached out to me and asked if I was interested in testing out their product called Luminar Neo. And it's a photo editing app. They do all these like AI related stuff. And I tested it briefly on one of my streams, but it actually had a few functionalities that really kind of piqued my interest. One of them being like, you can create these 3-dimensional sunlight coming in from any direction. And so we tested a little bit of it. It was fantastic. I had a lot of fun with it. So I do want to spend more time kind of playing around with it. I think they provided an affiliate link and like a promo code and stuff like that. So I'll make sure to do a proper job kind of breaking it down. Oh man, where's Low Base? I think Low Base loves all reptiles. But yeah, we got ourselves a little croc. Crikey. Oh, and we got a nice reflection here. But it's not it's not a good angle, so the reflection kind of blends in with the body here. So let's just grab one that's properly in focus. I think this one. Oh, another mysterious bird. Competitive skating. Not to mention that Tanya Harding, she was a meanie. Tanya Harding was the controversial one that... Did she, quote unquote, accidentally slice her opponent or something? Or was she the one that got sliced? But I remember she's one of those two, right? And the controversy was like no one could ever prove one way or the other or something? I don't know. Competitive skating really makes some people aggressive. Competitive anything, to be fair. Right? I didn't know skating was a league on its own. I feel like every sport's. Yo, what is this bird? This is a crazy looking bird. The tracking works really well on people when filming, but at a certain speed it can't keep up when it goes beyond a certain amount of frames per second in speed. Yeah. In your younger days, you would have wine, dine, shine, and ready to recline on Hardings and Quans. They did say her husband or boyfriend or whatever was in on it, so he was definitely whining, dining, shining, and even more. Okay, I can't get enough of this bird. I am not a big bird guy, but oh yeah, it's got the freaking long tail. This is one of these this is one of the birds that I would love to photograph. Oh, whoops. I 1 second. Okay, sorry. I was saying. Oh yeah, this is one of the birds that I would love to photograph because there's like a iconic shot. I don't know what this bird is, but any of these birds with the super long tail, I think one of them is called like the shrike or something like that. But if you get a shot, it's like the crucifix shot, right? Where the bird's flying, it doesn't matter which direction, but when the wings are spread out like a T shape, and then the tail is like super long down, either straight or like kind of like curling and stuff. Man, that would have been epic. If only I could find out what this bird is called. It is a cool bird. We'll never know. Here, maybe... Oh, I guess I could take a screenshot of it and send it to AI. Let's see if Google can tell me. What bird in Sri Lanka has a white body with a bluish, blackish head and a super long tail that splits into two? Oh my god. It's the Asian paradise flycatcher. Yo. Paradise flycatcher. This bird is crazy. There, I just saw like a small thumbnail of it. Yeah, this kind of shot, you know? This right here is the money shot. Come on. Give me some of that. I mean, I don't have FU money, okay? But if I ever get to a point where I could just like travel whenever I want to for wildlife stuff, I think traveling to try to get a shot of this bird doing that thing is, you know, in the wild, right? No artificial stuff. Yo, Anoop, thank you very much for the sub over on the YouTube side. Thank you very much. All right, we're growing. Oh, and then I think Anoop subbed through my vertical stream. So I think the vertical stream does have its benefits. All right. But yeah, thank you for subbing, Anoop. Blades of Glory told us how competitive skating was. Yeah, that too. I think the kind of perfection in skating is really high up there, so just fighting yourself is enough. Then you have competitors, so they go a little mad at times, as Norman Bates would say. I need to go photograph this guy. Oh man, or is this one better? Nah. I think that white one is on another level. The Indian paradise flycatcher. Best places to photograph the Indian flycatcher bird. The best places are national parks and bird sanctuaries across India. See, here's my concern. Maybe you can photograph them, but you have to photograph them like where there's like a feeder. So it's not really seeing it in the wild. You know, it's like one of those artificial. Well, I mean, I did find the bird here, right? But to get it in that moment, I can only assume either you're super lucky, which is very true. It's very possible. Or it's like one of those where they set up the scene. So they either have a feeder and the bird is like flying up to the feeder, so people just set their camera and get the shot when it's flying upwards, I guess. That's realistically, that's probably how they do it. Man, okay. We'll put this on our to-do list of places to travel and what to capture. Unfortunately, I guess I must have just photographed it. Just chilling there, but you know, we didn't do anything with it. So like I said, honestly, these kind of shots are more to my liking of, well, no, not more, but when it comes to like when I travel, I love wildlife photos and I love local cultural shots. So just to be able to capture any day in the life of type moments. And the more peculiar, the better, you know. I'm not a fan of the backgrounds on these ones. Fed says, yeah, but to get a shot like that, you get a camera that can just shoot insane bursts probably. And even then you have to spend a lot of time waiting. Yeah, either, well, at least with the Nikons, I would have to shoot in JPEG. And I would have to shoot in the pre-release mode. I think it's 120 frames per second. Fed asks, how well does the Z9, how well does the Z9 work in burst? I know some cameras have great buffer and offloading of buffer, so you can shoot a lot of high frame bursts over and over. I don't think I've ever had an issue shooting in burst with the Z9. Like, you know, yeah, I've never had like a buffering issue. I don't think. I think I've had buffering issues with the Z6 III, but it also, you know what? Yeah, I've had buffering with the Z6 III, but to its credit, it's because I was also shooting photos to my SD card as opposed to the CF Express Type B. So for all I know, if I had done the photo burst in the CF Express card as opposed to the SD, it might have not hit a buffering as soon as it did. Because I did a whole string of shots of a horse racing towards me in 120 frames per second burst pre-release on the Z6 III. And then it would skip a few times because it was buffering. So yeah, shots like this is, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to say what is better in the sense of like, what would I prefer? But in many respects, this is kind of not my bread and butter, but this is like the kinds of photos that I was capturing for years, right? Like when I first started traveling, one of the reasons I loved traveling, even before I had a camera, was just experiencing culture, experiencing like how people live different lives, you know, in different ways, while still having a common universal like humanity, let's say. So no matter where in the world you are, there's still a lot of things that connects us all, that kind of thing. But we live such different lives. And like that was also one of the big pulls for why I wanted to get into photography, was like, I just want to, there's so many of these moments that pass you by that how do you explain this to your friends back home? How do you explain like just the randomness of even this dude on the back of like a food truck, or like a bananas in the, you know, like piled up there, and like seeing this guy looking kind of like, I don't know, like in the zone, like he's in his own mind, in his own world, right? Like, how do you explain that to someone if you don't capture it on film or on camera? So those were always thoughts as I was getting more into traveling years back. And eventually, after a few more moments in Costa Rica, that's when I was like, you know what? I just need to get a camera. I just need to go in and try for myself. And yeah, obviously, I've gotten super into it, but I didn't get into wildlife until maybe like, yeah, like right before COVID. So I think about 2019, 2020, in that era onwards. So it is always funny to me, like some people, they know me mostly as a wildlife photographer, and I call myself that as much. Because that is one of the biggest passions for me. Like in the same way, like the feelings I get when I'm out there in the wild capturing moments, but like these kind of human shots also stir up just as much emotions in me, in the sense of like, why is it fulfilling? So yeah. Anyways, there's my little diatribe, my little TED talk. Yeah, I thought I heard it's really great at that. Yeah, the Z9 has been fantastic. I haven't had any of those types of issues with the Z9. The Olympics are coming soon. Lots of rumors of Z9 replacement. Interesting. We know Jobel is pre-ordering. Yo, I'm about to spend a bunch of money on all the live streaming kit that I need to start traveling. I don't think I could. I need to get gear for free at this point, okay? Or I need you guys to donate crazy money to me. Always rumors of new flagship cameras for the Olympics. Yeah. Well, does Nikon have some kind of tie-up with the Olympics? I know they do with like a bunch of like, I think they have tie-ups with journalists. I don't know, like the big, whatever, I know Getty. I feel like they have something with Getty. some journalism stuff. Oh, and then they mentioned that they've got a tie up with, is it NASA or like the space program or something like that? So I think is NASA still a thing? Whatever the space blah blah blah. They're supposed to be using Nikon cameras and lenses. King says it's as old as the first Olympics in Athens. They would photograph moments on sculpted clay tablets. Fed says Yobel has to get Z9 II to shoot Olympic pancreation events in burst mode. Man, you know, it would be nice to go to the Olympics and photograph for them, because my dad went to the Olympics back in the day, so it'd be a nice little, like, you know. Now, that's not the way that my dad would have wanted me to make it to the Olympics, but, you know, listen, beggars can't be choosers. Fed says, I wonder if they had Japanese burst mode on clay tablets too back then on flagship model clay. Yeah. All right, let's see. Do I have a clean shot? So we got one of these marked up. Let's grab this one. I do know at some point he waves at me, so I'm hoping I'll have that shot as well, but let me just see. This one might be better for like a close-up crop if it's in focus. It's like slightly out of focus though, because it's a bit more like eye level looking. That's a cool shot. Slightly soft, but decently, it's not bad. And then we've got yeah. Cat, I wonder if they Cat and Candles back. What's up? Are these photos for fun or for work? These are, well, it's weird because I don't know what is work these days, but in a world where I don't work in corporate anymore, and I am focusing all my time in content creation on my YouTube channel, now doing these live streams. So all of it is really for fun, but it's also in the name of building my brand. But yeah, I'm not doing this to like sell photos or anything like that as per se, unless if you want to buy my photos, feel free to reach out to me. At some point I will be, because this is a trip to Sri Lanka and I have a lot of footage that I captured. So my goal is that I'll be doing a lot of travel vlogs. So I'm working on a trip to Mongolia from prior to this trip, and I'm going in chronological order. So by the time I create the Sri Lanka vlog on my YouTube channel, I like to also show a mixture of photos that I've taken as well as like video moments, right? So these will ultimately get showcased in my YouTube videos. I'm just kind of working on them in advance because I'm not even on the Sri Lanka trip right now. But yeah, I've got like plenty of footage that I will kind of, you know, massage and turn into a travel vlog. Ideally, I can make them in the same vein as my prior videos. I like to try to make these travel vlogs feel slightly more cinematic at times, at least with a trailer or just kind of creating a nice montage. King says, Fed, somehow Jobel has become very interested in women's bobsleigh competitions. Jamaican women's bobsledding. Could be an idea for cool runnings too. Burst mode was created once they invented the printing press. Gotcha. Early prototypes being sheet pressing. But yeah, so Cat and Candle, it's weird what is work and all that. But yeah, generally speaking, this is just for my own enjoyment. But yeah, one thing I was explaining earlier is that honestly, like these kind of shots, I feel more, in some ways, equally as much of a fulfillment when you get a shot like this properly captured. I feel equally as satisfied and fulfilled by a shot as I would like getting I don't know, a cheetah hunting a gazelle or whatever, right? Capturing that moment obviously feels amazing. It's like seeing wildlife in its most raw form. But then these types of moments when I travel, when you can capture a bit more like a human moment, I don't know, it feels just as raw. But in a way that I need to figure out how I can convey it, I guess, in words. But it feels just as powerful, if done correctly. But yeah. Like this is just, and I feel sad sometimes that I capture these photos and then they never get to see their own photos. I have tried to fix that on some of my recent trips where I take with me a Fujifilm Instax camera. It's got like the built-in like, you know, Polaroid printer, and it's Bluetooth enabled. So basically I would take a photo with my Z9 or my powerful camera. Then I would quickly edit, like I would Bluetooth drop it to my phone, and then I would just do some very, very quick edits on my Lightroom mobile app. And then I would basically have it printed using the Fujifilm Instax camera. So, because obviously the quality of my professional camera is much better than shooting with the iPhone or shooting with the Instax. So depending on the time, I'm able to then give the Polaroid to the person that I took a photo of. And it was honestly one of the best ideas I've ever come up with. And like, I was like, I need to do this for all my travels going forward. Because like the feeling people get when they're able to get this like shot of themselves, through the eyes of a photographer with like professional camera gear, and to get it, you know, in this case, like for free or whatever, I feel like it's a lot more meaningful than like a lot of other kinds of gifts you can like give to someone. So, but yeah, unfortunately for these shots, like, I mean, this guy will never know, like, or unless he randomly happens to come across my photo somehow. Yeah, he's never gonna see himself, which is kind of sad, right? Because I feel like even these photos tell a story from way back, right? Because now if you think back, before he knew he was on camera, we had these moments of him, you know, kind of like in his own world, doing his own thing. You know, it's a probably very tiring lifestyle and all that. And we're just like getting a glimpse of it, but we see it like, you know, he's just kind of in his own world, either sleeping because he's tired, or just kind of like whatever, doing his thing. Obviously, I'm being intrusive here. And so this is always the risk that I have when I'm like doing quote unquote street photography or like, you know, local photography stuff, is sometimes people don't like it. So you have to just be very mindful. Like sometimes I do my best to like ask, or I'll try to point and be like, you know, thumbs up and stuff. But other times I'll take the shot, and if they immediately act, you know, averse to it, then I'll stop for sure. And then like if they're very obvious about it, then I don't do anything with the photo. Street photography is art, is an art too, says Fed. Yes. Cat and Candle says, I use an Instax mini printer to give couples some photos on their wedding day. Nice. That's a good idea as well. Damn. Yeah, these like, yeah, the technology is crazy, man. Like, because I just pack up this little tiny, it's somewhere here, but it's like a tiny little, it is a camera too, in its own right, right? But yeah, to be able to print out a Polaroid on the spot to give to someone. I did that for a lot of the, I did that in Vietnam and a little bit in Uganda for the kids. Because you have a lot of these kids that come up to the car because they want money, they want anything that you can give them. And the locals always tell you not to give the kids money because it teaches them the wrong incentive to like skip school and just be near the roads where tourists come by, because they know they'll make money that way. So, but giving this kind of Polaroid stuff, you don't feel guilty about it in the sense of like, you know, what are they going to do? Sell it? I mean, maybe, I guess, but yeah, it's just to feel good. What focal lenses are you using for street photography? I don't know. Because it's been a while since I've done like a proper, yeah, like I've done this properly. But in my early days of photography, I was always traveling with the 24 to 70 and the 70 to 200. And for me, I felt like with street photography, those two just allows you, because like with like quote unquote street photography, I'm talking like when you want to capture locals in the moment, having like a 70 to 200 is perfect, because then you don't have time to have like to readjust yourself to get the proper framing. You need to be able to zoom in, zoom out real quick, get the shot, move on before people notice you, before you make a nuisance or, you know, whatever. So I feel like the 7200 is one of my favorites for that. I don't know what I was shooting this with. It looks like it says 135 1.8. I wonder if I was testing the, I must have been testing the 135 1.8 plana lens from Nikon. So I think this was the 135 plana lens. And I was, of course, I was shooting at 1.8, which is a bit silly. And these days I realize how silly it is, but it sounds like you should always, what's the word, stop up or stop down? You should go up a couple stops. Nowadays, street photography is being outlawed in many places. Yeah, it's a bit intrusive. It's a bit like it feels a bit spying at times. That's what I'm saying. It's a little bit like it's a touch and go. Some people don't mind, especially depending on what location you're going to. Where if you know people are traveling to your country, to your town, right? You know you are a spectacle in some ways, like to an American tourist, blah blah blah. So in some circumstances, they know they're part of the show. And some people like, when some people want you, they demand, they're like, hey, take a photo of me when they see your cameras and stuff like that. So some people are like super on one end of the spectrum, and the others are like, you know, I've rarely gotten someone be angry if I'm like pointing a camera in their direction. But generally you can tell if people are just like hiding their face and stuff like that. In Spain, for example, you have to ask for consent, which defeats the purpose of candid shots. It's illegal to take photos singling out anyone. Yeah, and obviously you have to be mindful of every country you go to, what their rules are. Dubai is kind of the same, although I don't know if it's going to change anytime soon. But in Dubai, as far as I know, you still can't photograph anyone in public without their permission. People are only seen as not in private if in a crowd in Spanish law now. If singled out, it is seen as a private moment, so you may only film or photograph crowds without consent. That makes sense, I think. We need to find this dude and give him a printout of his photograph for his autobiography, right? I don't know. It's not like I took award-winning shots of the dude, but it's just like a candid moment, and he's happy. So, you know, in an alternate world, you'd be able to share this back with him. Like, look at this guy. Like, this is a nice pose. Now, the problem is I was in a moving vehicle, so, you know, like trying to keep focus and frame and stuff was a little bit challenging. But I think some of these shots turned out really nice. In Norway, any photos of children are illegal now without consent from parents, again, except for crowds. Without knowing what the outlier situations could be, I generally feel like that's probably a good rule. I feel like just with the kinds of camera technology that exists these days, yeah, I think maybe, and also the way that photos of people can be abused, right? Like, you know, used for nefarious reasons or put into some kind of AI machine for like things that they shouldn't be. Like, for all of that, I can see a world where it probably makes sense to be a bit more protective, especially of kids, right? But like, yeah, just being protective of your own image. I can see that. Like back in the day when you're shooting with like a Polaroid or something, it's like your image can't do anything, jack. But now with like facial recognition and biometrics, what was that funny video I saw recently of, was it Idris Elba? and like the one of those Madame Tussauds wax figure. I think it was Madame Tussauds or whatever. But like he posed next to the Idris Elba wax version of himself, and I could have missaw this, but I think they said like he used the wax figurine to unlock his iPhone, like the Face ID literally assumed it was him, right? Which is kind of insane. But yeah, so in a world where like that kind of technology exists and it can be used in nefarious ways, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Or I'd be okay if there's some way. Yeah, actually no, I'm okay with that because you asked for permission. Or if I wish they would have a little bit of wiggle room where it's like if you take a photo of a person, child or adult in like a private individual, I wish you can take the photo, but you have to then approach the person and like show it to them. Or I feel like I'm trying to carve out a little space for myself. I'd be like, let me see this guy. I want to take his photo. I take it, and then, but with the intent that I'm going to show it to him right away. I'll be like, hey, I took this photo of you. Do you want me to delete it, or do you like it? And I can send it to you, blah, blah, blah. Because I wouldn't want it where I took the photo of him, I approach him and be like, hey, I took this photo to see if you want it. And then they're like, how dare you do that? And I get arrested. What a world. Man, we got all these shots of this guy. We got wide angle. Now the question is, do I have a good focus one? This feels a little bit soft, but okay, you know what? It's so far away. Let's look just for proper framing. This one's, he's in focus, but the framing's not the best. It's a bit too top heavy, but I guess we can maybe try to crop it and stuff. People out there being weirdos. Yeah, with everyone being online now, privacy has become a huge thing in public for people. Everyone is being filmed constantly in public in big cities by surveillance of different kinds, and those, of course, have strict rules and have to be deleted. Things have changed, but of course, with rules like these, it's not like police is out looking for photographers all the time. But yeah, that's also one of the issues is like, I think like street photography, I don't know what the term is. Is it street photography? But basically, yeah, I guess so. Like, but just like any shots of like the locals when you're traveling, it's really fun, but you can never, because you have to get permission, right? So like, I would never like put this into a photo contest anyways, because I would have to like, it's like such a hassle for me to like then approach the person and be like, hey, I think this could be a really cool photo. Do you mind if I get you to sign this digital, you know, consent form so that I could submit your image into a photo contest for the chance of winning it? And then it's like, yeah. And you have to ask that to someone in a different language, most likely. It's just like so many things. That's why one thing I feel like I've learned about a lot of these photo contests, the people, not always, but I think sometimes the people win because they're doing like model shoots of some locals where they've, you know, they're able to get the consent form and stuff, and then they do like posing and stuff. They pose them in certain environments and stuff like that, which I'm not against, but that seems to be a formula that works to win some of these like photo contests. Yeah, so like for me, these kinds of photos, honestly, of all the photos that we've looked at today in today's stream, I feel much more, I feel a lot closer to these photos than I do of the animals so far. Man, what a crazy life. Can you imagine? Like, I wonder what this guy's job is to begin with. And they like driving in this crazy looking thing. Wow, look at that amazing shot. Beautiful. Oh, you know what? Wait, I think Sri Lanka was the trip. I don't know how to check though, but I think this is the trip that I was testing out the Nikon shooting in HLG for the photos. Is that what it's called? HLG? Fed says it's when you publish the photos it can become an issue if the people see it. They can use the law to make you remove the photo in question. Yeah, but remember you are now showing it on YouTube and Twitch. This guy is now intrawebs famous, yeah. Everyone are now buying tickets to go get bananas from this guy and watermelons from this guy. Maybe has or works at a melon farm. He then goes to sell melons at the market. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think I don't know if this photo is an example of one of those. I know at some point I was testing out that shooting in HLG instead of I think SDR for photo. I think it was like one of the tones or something. Which I remember it was a bit confusing when I would shoot because it would either look overexposed or underexposed. I think it used to look overexposed. I have no idea. This might be an example of that, or it's an example of how powerful this camera is. Because obviously you look at it and it's like, yo, this is like super dark, but it's kind of crazy that I can just lift the shadow and almost as good as new, you know? Obviously I did it all the way to 100, but that's pretty impressive. Monkey time. That's up? That's all the monkeys I shot? Come on, there must be more. I know I wouldn't pass up a good monkey shot. I'll bookmark this for later. I really don't do a lot of landscape photos these days. Okay, that's it. Alright, so we have basically one more day of photos to kind of go over, but also it is 10 minutes till midnight, so I feel like I need to start winding down a bit. So let me kind of think through what I need to do for tomorrow. First we will for sure get through some of Mongolia now. Okay, so my goal is to get back on track with working on some of these like travel vlogs. So Mongolia is going to be interesting because we have like a part 2 series, part 2 of my Mongolia series. But the decision that I had made a while back is that I don't want to make it a typical travel vlog, like a diary. Instead, this part 2 is just going to be like an homage to Mongolia, told through the songs sung by Mongolians, right? So I think there were 3 parts to this video. Each one had like a theme. So this one was kinship. Oh, I had 4 pillars of Altai life. So this was about kinship. And then basically the audio would be the singing from these guys, while I put a bunch of B-rolls together that kind of shows kinship. And then the next one was what? I don't even remember. Man, it's been so long. I hope I can find my notes on everything. But yeah, basically we had like 4 different pillars to talk about 4 different themes. Ah, here we go. And then each one would have like a quote that kind of focuses in on it. And I think we were going to blend in some of these eagles in flight shots in between. Man, it's been so long. Point is, we're going to work on this again. So this is going to be the next kind of like travel vlog episode. And then after Mongolia, then we can work on the next trip, which I think is Sri Lanka. So then we can do the travel vlog of Sri Lanka, then we got Uganda, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. But mixing in some of these shots with everything. The really dark blacks and highlights makes it look HLG, right? That's what I was thinking. It was kind of a extreme edit, like dynamic range wise. King saying you went back to Mongolia, as in I'm going back to editing the footage from Mongolia because it's been a while. This is what I was working on, but then I had that trip to Uganda for the Nikon ZR. So basically, the Nikon ZR situation happened, which then put all of my plans on hold because then I dedicated, you know, whatever it was, like the next 2 months really, to traveling for the trip, editing, publishing the video, and then the ripple effects of like the, you know, what happened after the video came out. Then it was promoting the video, promoting the camera and like creating more content with it. So I took a huge pause from like getting through some of my travel vlogs. But I think at this point I've gotten through most of the juice. I squeezed most of the juice out of the ZR for now. There's a chance that I might try to extend the documentary because right now it's 5 minutes. Someone told me there's a Comic-Con film festival that's coming up very soon, and they have like a film contest. But I think he told me it's like you have to submit an 8-minute long video, and the topic is about dreams. So I don't know if my footage, my film would like fit into that category. It is called Island of Second Chances, so it is kind of like a dream, and the dream is about helping these rescue chimps. But I don't know. It's Comic-Con, right? So you're assuming it's like they're looking for like action or something like that. But anyways, if there's some kind of film festival type thing that I do want to start looking into how to like promote my video and also submit and participate in film festivals, all of that, in which case I might do a bit more editing for that original documentary to extend it beyond 5 minutes. Outside of that, we're back into travel vlogs, we're back into product reviews. There's a third category or third pillar of content that I'm trying to create on YouTube. It's going to be more of these like short forms as I just talk directly into the camera, do a bit of like photo editing as well. Oh yeah, so there's a little bit of brainstorming I still need to figure out. Anyways, I'm rambling. I still got to think it through. Fed says, I think it's the old trip. Yeah, in case you're asking if I went back to Mongolia recently, no, this is footage from a trip 2 years ago that we were editing on stream, and then I paused a few months ago. So, but I'm very excited to get back to this, like I said, yeah, and get back into storytelling and sharing a bunch of, my travel stories, yeah. But yeah, all of this though, I'm trying to be a bit more tactical with my YouTube channel, with my approach to things, and just trying to figure out, like, I need to crack the nut of how I can consistently publish good content and consistent content. I said it too many times. Yeah, consistently push out content on YouTube in a way that it doesn't take away from my DNA, but hopefully it's interesting for followers like yourselves to want to consume. So I'm giving it some thought. I'm trying to mix in a few of like these 1 minute, 3 minute type quick videos where I talk in front of the camera, as well as I'm thinking, and this is where I need to kind of get better with my technology. I'm thinking even when I'm live streaming, let's say if I do dedicated photo editing sessions, like just, I think I was calling it like the lazy edits. So if I do like a lazy editing session, I would just make sure to clip it later and just turn it into, hopefully if an editor can just spice it up slightly, but just turn it into like, oh, here's just a series of quick stream moments when I was editing a photo, and you get to see the before and after. So just kind of like showing the process, right? And just doing that more consistently, but turning it into like an actual YouTube video playlist. And then, yeah, just sharing my thoughts a bit more off the cuff, so not scripted. So if I can mix that in with a bunch of my more, some of the videos that take me like 2 to 3 weeks long to make, I feel like that should be a good recipe to consistently have stuff out there, in addition to the live streams and all that. This was in the ancient time of 2024, I think. Yeah, I think this trip actually was February of 2024. Yeah. Cat and Candle says, glad to have met you. This sounds like a great channel to watch. Yo, well, thank you very much. And as I kind of wind down, I think I did this already, but I'll just, you know what? You can never promote yourself enough, right? Feel free to check out my YouTube channel. That is where majority of my focus is going towards. I have plenty of content for you to watch if you're new to my YouTube. And if you want some casual stuff, especially, you know, if you're a cat lover, Mr. or Mrs., I don't know which, Cat and Candle Photo. I have a second YouTube channel that I just started called Lo-Fi Cat Naps, which I've also linked in the chat. And it's literally hours of footage of my cats in their little ambient vibes that I've recorded. And then I curate soundtracks, and the whole the meat of it is that it's not AI based. So I'm trying to compete against the lo-fi girls and the lo-fi everything else that's out there, but non-AI with real cats, and yeah, all made by me. So feel free to follow both of them. One for your background content when you're working or sleeping or whatever, and the other one, hopefully, just to be inspired of the places that I've traveled to and all that fun stuff. So, Fed says, yeah, this was in the olden times, pre-ZR era. Man, that feels so long ago, but I've only been streaming for 5 months, which is also kind of crazy to think about. So it's been a good progress, but it's not good enough, right? Like I need to put the accelerant on a few things. The wildlife, like the IRL live streaming, is definitely going to be one of those, but the other is just be consistent on pushing content on YouTube. So yeah, those are things to look forward to. Tomorrow I will be back to stream probably the same amount of time. I think, like, I have to double check. There might be some meeting or something I have to go to, but generally throughout the rest of the week I will be here, aiming to stream about 5 hours per day. How many hours did I stream today? Where do I... Tell me. Oh yeah, we streamed about 6 hours. Yeah. We're just not making the cut of 6 hours, but that's fine. Okay, anyways. Yeah, let's switch back here. Yo, is the color green behind me? It looks a bit greener than before, doesn't it? Did I... Unless I'm going crazy, I feel like the colors are slightly greener than it was. It should be a bit more blue. No matter. Yeah, it is green. What the heck? Well, it could be light reflecting off the TV. You know what? These are things for me to figure out. All right, my cat is still not there. Here's Nala. Nala, good girl. She says, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks everyone for tuning in. And it sounds like I think I'm over the sickness. Clearly I'm able to talk now. I haven't coughed in a while. So awesome. Tomorrow I'll be at 100%. So yeah, stay tuned for that.